Hello, everybody, and welcome to the April circuit for Smite Prime. Week 1 is coming at you live. My name is Morty, and I'm joined here by the whole Smite Prime crew. We've got Jithens, we've got Testai, we've got Rosie, and next to me here today is none other than a more passionate piece of papier. It's Spirited Book. What's up?
That's high praise there, Mort. I appreciate the dedication and the showing of my passion here today in the April circuit. No, I'm really excited to be here today, Mort. New month, new circuit. Everyone starts at the same points. That's 0, and we just get to get the ball rolling pretty early on.
And we do have a couple things to talk about. Let's take a look at the prizing. What is everybody playing for? What are the stakes? And here they are, $7,000 USD, the prizing for this month. These teams fight over the next couple weeks to certify their way to get into the closed bracket. And then once they're there, the top 8 teams from the rest of the month will fight over to go to $7,000 in the grand finals. But we do have a giveaway for viewers at home. The Discordia Koozie is a new addition we have to the Smite Prime shop, and we're doing a giveaway for it right here on Smite Prime.
Yeah, nice little skin here. Or sorry, no, not skin. A nice little, you can put it on your glass, I think is how a koozie works. I'm not... Have you ever owned a koozie before, Mort? I personally have not.
Plenty. I mean, it's definitely I've quite a few. I don't have this one specifically, but if you do want this one, another thing to show you is you can head on over to the Smite Prime shop, the art shop. It is shop.smiteprime.com, and you get to look at everything we have, including this Discordia koozie. I mean, if you don't want to wait for the giveaway and you just want to buy it, you can buy it here. We also do have a code that you can utilize if you put in code SMITE, S-M-I-T-E. I'm sure if you're watching this, you probably know how to spell Smite, but just for, double checking, you get 10% off the shop.
Yeah, lovely. And I love that mouse pad there as well. I personally am in need of a new mouse pad personally. So I think that might be a long-term investment that might need to come through.
But enough art talk. Let's get on to the bracket. Let's see the real meat and potatoes of what everybody is here for, the brackets. And the best part of having a new week, a new circuit here, Spirited Book, is that we've got new teams to look at.
Yeah, there's a couple of new teams, some renames as well. Hold that, obviously going to be the Witchcraft roster. Still the same roster, just under a new brand name and whatnot. Bit of a rebrand. But then we have our same old classics. You got Clocked In up there, still rocking their roster the exact same, and they're still just the team to beat, I think, on the block right now. So all these teams and all these players are being kind of moved around to try and, I think, give themselves a better edge at beating this team in particular.
And of course, you've got some other names that we recognize. Single Bind, and that's Donut Doug and friends. You've got Mushroom Kingdom with Mario Bro, one of the most passionate carries there is. And then Oni Warriors. That's one of my favorites going into this. You got Genetics, Pagon, Stewart, Solo or Troll. That's going to be a team to look out for as we go down the bracket. But our first game for today that we're going to watch is Team Aces up against Single Bind.
Yep. So Team Aces is obviously the roster featuring Hydra and the boys. Big fan of Hydra, good friend of mine, in and out of the game. Gonna be excited to cast him. I haven't had a chance to cast him on Smite Prime yet, so should be a good matchup. Though I think going into this matchup, they are obviously the underdogs.
Yeah, that's just how it is. And you could say, their experience, right? As we get into the picks and bans and take a look at the roster, see all 5 up against the other 5. I mean, yeah, we've got some long-time known players, right? And then we've got some of the amateurs that have been, putting a lot of time in, but now they need to prove themselves to turn from amateur to pro. Are they worthy to call themselves opponents of Single Bind, or will they be demolished? We'll find out as we make our way through the picks and bans, which is starting right here in front of you.
Yeah, and I love our new picks and bans UI. I haven't had a chance to see this yet. This is really pretty. Big shout outs to the people behind the scene for making this happen. But yeah, I mean, a lot of changes here in the meta itself. Obviously, new character on the block, Gilgamesh, back into the Smite 2 roster. So excited to see how he changes the picks and bans and what exactly is going to be targeted out between these two teams.
And I'm curious as to what you think, because we haven't seen Gilgamesh at all competitive-wise. Do you think he's going to be a worthy pickup, maybe for support or jungle, solo?
probably going to be in the jungle role, I would imagine, but I'm not entirely certain. He had a lot of flex potential early on when he was first released back in Smite 1. We saw him a bit in soul lane, a little dabbling in support, but he really was kind of that jungle pick that was a bit of a more of a setup style, right? That drop kick is just going to be sending people into the wall, CC lock them down, a great way to initiate fights. You know, can build a little more tanky on the character and still be impactful. So that's the direction we'll likely see him kind of flavored into Smite 2, especially now that we have active items, can maybe go for more of a supportive play style despite still being in the jungle. I think that's a play style that could make him fit. Though right now, I think we see a lot of damage dealers in the jungle, could also lean a little more towards that, look to kill someone off of the drop kick combo of jumping in after them.
As we are going through our bans, and you're right, the damage jungles are very popular, but we're seeing a lot of tanks banned away. Hercules, Ninja, Odin going to be taken off the list, as well as Daji, which does add a lot of value to a team. You've got solid engage from there, CC immunity. You can hop up and become untargetable for a little while. So Daji, you don't want to deal with as we continue to make our way through.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of taking their time here with these bans, really trying to decide what it is that they want to prioritize. Team Aces obviously has first pick. They could go towards the Gilgamesh first, though I feel like if you go for the Gilgamesh first, it has to just roll over this game, right? Because if it doesn't, you're really giving Single Bind a lot of options that they can then lean on as well. You know, Donut Doug has really leaned on that Kali in the ADC role kind of recently, has done very well on that. Aurora rocking the Sobek as of late can be really aggressive and just pop an Aegis as their relic choice because they can then lean towards buying that shell as an active item instead later on and still be impactful from the support, but not get punished for that aggression.
And Aurora's a hard god to pick up against because there's just so much to love about having Aurora around. Aurora just kind of picks whatever. Aurora can play the mages, Aurora can play the tanks, whatever is needed for the team, Aurora can pick it up. We've got some picks on screen. Pele going to be first picked, but followed through is Geb and Serb. I understand the Geb, but I wonder where Serb fits into this. Is that a support, you think?
Yeah, I think that's going to be Aurora rocking the Geb. Rocking the Cerberus, I would imagine. Geb going to go to Donut Doug in the 80 carry role. And Cerberus is just aggression in support. And Aurora, again, is a very aggressive support. Wants to be in your face and, you know, hitting the paralyzing spit and just set up for Donut Doug, who's just going to be a little hard to lock down on this Geb, can kind of be really tanky and still dish out a ton of damage on this character.
Aladdin and Newt are going to follow through. I'd imagine that Aladdin's going to be heading on into the jungle, and then we see Newt in the mid lane. Stallone probably capitalizing on that. Kabrakan to join the battle as well. A lot of these picks that are coming in, I'm a big fan of. A lot of very meta, strong picks, and I'm starting to see team comps form, especially for Single Bind. Their team fight looks pretty dominant. A lot of crowd control to utilize. You've got self-peel with Morgan Le Fay, so your deep divers, Kabrakan and Serb, can just run to the back line and displace them down, kind of be like Bull in a China cabinet type of energy. Morgan Le Fay can take care of herself. So I think I'm starting to see things come together for Single Bind.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these two compositions, Team Aces, it's all glass cannon, lots of damage. Single Bind, it's lots of self-peel, peel in general tankiness for themselves. So this Team Aces team has to really rely on this setup that they're going to have to draft in these next two picks because Single Bind just has so much of it right now. The Geb with the ulti knock-up, Kabrakan has just a very difficult character to lock down. Cerberus, another character hard to lock down. Morgan Le Fay, tons of self-peel like you mentioned. And now going towards the Merlin, again, just more glass cannon play style. But I do want to note, you kind of mentioned the Pele and then the Aladdin going into the mid lane. I think this is a Pele solo, Aladdin in the jungle, new ADC, and now with Merlin lock-in, that leans me a little more towards that style.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. Now that we're seeing picks come through, Newt definitely carry Merlin in the mid lane. Then you've got Sobek for Hydra. This team comp looks pretty nasty too, though. I mean, I'm talking about how Single Pine want to scrap, but so do Team Aces, right? I mean, this is a team that loves to deep dive, that we're getting into the fight and we're either leaving dead or alive. I mean, that's how most fights go. But yeah, they want blood no matter what. This isn't a poke game for them. This is, we get in there and we get things done.
Yeah, it is a little scary though, because this is a very, one-dimensional draft from Team Aces. There is only one way they can play this, and that's by all-inning. We got to get to the back line, and we got to all-in them, kill them. Whoever we find, whoever we Sobek pluck, we got to kill them, because you don't have a lot of escape buttons here if you're Team Aces. Yeah, Aladdin can kind of hop to the wall and dash out, but the Pele, once she's in there, and she's fighting it out. She's either you're dying or I'm dying. One of us is dying here. So single bind, they've kind of drafted a comp that counters exactly that. The Geb has some self-peel. The Morgan Le Fay has self-peel. Cupid, which we haven't even talked about yet, because this is probably going to be Cupid in the jungle here, I would imagine, for Sino. And then Geb's still rocking in the ADC. And it's just a ton of self-peel for the entire team of single bind. It's going to be very difficult for Team Aces to play this all-in style into this style that is so anti-all-in.
Well, let's see who will come on top as we get into the game here. Game 1 of the week 1 of the April circuit is live right here, right now, coming at you. Team Aces up against Single Bind in the very beginning of the bracket. If you're just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew here, Jithens, Rosie, Testai, and Spirited Book with me. And now that we've got our aces in our places, what do we think?
Yeah, I mean, it is Cupid jungle like I thought it would be. Sino's played this previously against a jungle matchup like Uller, where he saw that the enemy jungle had no CC immunity. As to look at Sino here on his own.
Oh no. Oh no, oh no. You ran into 5. Cupid dash to get away. Thank goodness you didn't start the heart bomb first. That would have been bad news for you, but way to hold on to your ability points and save your life going back to base, and then we'll walk up from there. No first blood found off of that. The invade a little unsuccessful, but wonder what happens from here.
Well, I mean, Sino going for that dash as his first ability means that his jungle clear is not going to be as effective as Alpha Clap. So Sino is going to just take a little longer to get the farm online. Would like to see Alpha Claps maybe use that timing as an advantage and look to put pressure in a lane here or there. Maybe play for a gank or in the mid lane or in the jungle, as Axiom looking to just pull all the damage here onto Moswall.
Said, screw the wave. I'm just going to kill you first. Half of Moswall's health bar gone. Thank goodness for health potions. Am I right?
Yeah, nice little pickup there as Axiom going to take a bit of damage back from that Morgan Le Fay clone. And that is one thing I feel like is a little underrated about Morgan Le Fay now in Smite 2 is that Morgan Le Fay clone just does so much damage, especially early on waves like that, as Water Trickster playing really aggressive on a Donut Doug, who takes a ton of damage. I feel like Team Aces need to get something going soon because we're seeing small little victories here. I feel like this has the potential for them to get an early lead if they just play some small things right going forward.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Level 2 is already here. Pluck off the mark, though. I mean, if Donut Doug gets picked off by Hydra, Water Trickster has abilities to follow through. This could be first blood over here in dual lane, but I'm wondering, I mean, do you think it happens over here? Mid lane, maybe? I don't know.
I feel like it's either going to be here in the dual lane or in the mid lane, like you mentioned. This 2v2 can be very volatile with the Cupid, Morgan Le Fay, just so much lockdown CC versus the all-out damage from Team Aces. And look at this, already forcing the beads off of Moswall.
Moswall's in trouble, but showing up here is Sino. Dashes forward, but Heart Bomb goes to Axiom instead. Oh, goes to... Alpha Claps gets a little bit of damage out, but... I don't know, it's kind of back and forth here. I mean, I'm kind of having a hard time telling. It's just a lot of abilities being thrown through, but no kills found. Axiom in trouble, and Sino stuck around. Axiom hanging out of here because Alpha's showing back up. A flicker away, the Heart Bomb does damage, but look at
nice
Alpha going into the back line, but the wish is being thrown out, but everything off the mark. But Axiom's going to follow through. First blood does go to Axiom, but what a crazy transaction there.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha Claps went a little too deep there. Dropped the power wish as well, and that's a wish that you want to use to get huge tempo, right? You often hit level 5, drop the power wish to get involved, as Hydra looking for a fight here on the left.
In big trouble is Donut Doug. Hydra low as well. Water Trickster feels comfortable fighting it though, but Doug's got damage. Hydra goes for the body blocks, but you can't block the Geb autos. Aurora's gonna finish off with a bit of damage of his own. Down goes one, and Donut Doug's gonna follow. Another kill for Single Bind. The dual lane in control for Single Bind right now. That was very unfortunate. I mean, it looked pretty good for Aces there for a moment.
Yeah, as soon as the dash was down from Water Trickster, just all-in commit from single bind, because again, like you mentioned, Donut Doug has auto attacks that just cut through, kind of like his Inami autos. As Moswell hits 5 first, Axiom gets soloed.
Oh no, the level difference got you killed, but a pluck comes out over here in left side. Donut Doug's in trouble. Again. Maybe the stone shield will give you life, but rolling into the wall, trying to put on the juke shoes, pushing Hydra away. Maybe Donut Doug wants to fight this. I mean, he's sticking around, he's chunking basics, trying to create some space. The shockwave does some things, but Hydra walks forward, and Trickster gets some damage out of their own. But a solo over in solo lane. There's a fight on the other side of the jungle too. Aurora's in trouble, walking back to the tower. Aurora is fine, but Zek maybe not so fortunate. That is a dead body for Team Aces over here in solo. A lot going on here in the early game.
Yeah, it's just scrapping all across the map here. It is even trades though, and that does favor single bind. I feel like as the game goes on, going into the late game, I feel like their composition does a whole lot better. Team Aces though, they want to be scrapping early. They just need to make sure that they're getting themselves strong, effective leads. That nice play there for Zek, where he gets himself an early kill on this Pele solo that we've seen just run games, be unkillable, be in the face of everyone, and just absolutely demolish backlines. That's a good look for Team Aces there. Would like to see them really facilitate the soul laner and get him out of this early laning phase pretty early on. Maybe rotate him to an early Gold Fury to be effective, or just help him push this lead. Look for these tower plates. Look for the little bit of gold you can get there. As look for a tier 1 tower maybe early, as he's not afraid here to take the fight against Rimakami.
But look at Zek continuing to walk forward, and Remakami's catching a lot of damage off of that. But Remakami wants to fight as well. That Boomba's cudgel is giving him so much cooldowns. Just look at Zek getting pieced up. Remakami's here to fight, but there's another fight happening in the left side of the map. Alpha walks forward into the lamp. Aurora goes. Then Aurora could be in trouble. Meanwhile, Water Trickster's having a hard time fighting up against Donut Doug. Skyfall goes out, but Donut Doug rolls away and then rolls back forward to take care of Water Trickster. Dead one member of Team Aces, and look at Hydra in the waters, but the waters won't save you there because Aurora's got floaties. 2 dead duo lane members of Team Aces, now single bind, make their way towards Gold Fury to capitalize and get the first one of the game scotch-free.
Yeah, this should go the way of single bind here. And I feel like Team Aces, they're just over-forcing across the map now. You know, Zek just doesn't really need to be that aggressive on the right-hand side. Gets a bit of an early trade on Remakami, then overstays a little too long. And now on the left-hand side, you're fighting at their tier 1 tower, at the edge of their tier 1 tower. Just let the fight go and wait for another opportunity, especially because this Aladdin will scale, this Merlin will scale. Your scaling's not bad. It's not as good as the enemy teams, but you can afford to take your time here. And I feel like this is the difference between these sort of amateur level teams and teams like Single Bind, who have that experience, who's just kind of, they feel like they can sit back, let the game slowly come to them. They know that Team Aces will just kind of throw everything at the wall. And when you do plays like that, you're kind of forced in a position to make mistakes. And that's exactly what's kind of happened here in this game so far. Team Aces have just made a lot of mistakes.
Hydra's in trouble, did get picked off, feels of love, followed by a heart bomb stun, and Aurora's there with paralyzing spit. Charge Prey brings Hydra to safety for now, but Sino's not giving up on the chase. Walking through the jungle, maybe Alpha Claps around the corner could save Hydra's life, and the 2 is a bit off the mark, but here comes Alpha.
Good body block.
May be able to save. I mean, that was a really nice body block, but Sajin Torment will bring Alpha in a pretty bad way. Alpha's able to walk away, though. Rimakami on the chase still. Alpha can't get too much farther. Sir, that bracket's just a little bit faster. Rimakami gets the kill. 2 dead members of Team Aces. And, I mean, what happens next? They go to Firebrands here in a minute. You stole away a red buff. Everything just looks so good for Single Bind right now.
Yeah, everything going their way so far. There's not a lot Team Aces can do about it. Hydra, I feel like at that point, you just got to let Hydra go. Go for a play on the left side of the map. Let the Sobek go. He's just the support. Instead, you end up losing Alpha Claps. Zek gets soloed again on the right-hand side there by Remakami. It's just all falling apart here for Team Aces. I feel like they're just not respecting Single Bind and the damage that they still have and the CC that they have early on.
Yeah, exactly. And look at Aurora here on the left side, too. The beacon's in control for Team Aces, and Aurora is keeping Alpha company in his own jungle. I mean, Aurora feels so confident, 2-0-3, and so tanky with that Resolute Mantle. I can just walk at anyone I want. But look at Remikami on the right side. Charge Prey, plucks him back, and Axiom's got damage to follow. Remikami wants to fight. You're bringing the damage to me. A Water Trickster gets a kill over in duo. Alpha cleans up on Remikami. 2 dead members of Single Bind across the map. Maybe Single Bind want more, though. They might want revenge, but Team Aces aren't going to let them have it. Way to get some momentum back your way, Team Aces.
Yeah, nice little solo kill there for Water Trickster. And look at this build he's gone for. It's the Tekko Kage first. And I've been curious, like, when are we going to start seeing this item bought on ADCs now that attack speed has been added to it? And on a character like Newt, who can really rely on her abilities, it's a nice pickup here. Going to have a ton of movement speed added to just casting out those abilities. So a nice pickup here and an early kill for Water Trickster. Now putting himself 2-2-0 on this character. I feel like there is some life left here for Team Aces.
You know, it's funny because I've seen a lot of Newt recently, but never in the carry role. So I've been curious, too, as to how itemization looks for them. But enough itemization talk. There's a fight here in mid. Fields of Love gets good damage onto Axiom and a Stygian Torment to follow through. Now Aurora's on a killing spree. Ghastly Breath slows him down, and Sino's going to hit the final touch of death to follow through. 2 dead bodies in middle lane. And now where do we go? But look here on the left side. Water Trickster chasing down Donut Doug. Hydra's around the corner, could find a pluck, but Aurora's there to zone, saying, you're not touching Donut Doug if I have anything to say about it. Aurora zoning off with the Ghastly Breath, but a pluck to fall through. Maybe we take down Aurora here, lurking the waters, on the chase, looking for the Skyfall. Execute could happen, but a little bit off the mark damage-wise. Cataclysm to create some space, and Single Bind's duo are safe. But, you know, Gold Fury can't be taken because Single Bind's team is still alive. And look at the siege here in mid lane.
Oh, but they could get punished for it because you can see Hydra wrap around the backhand side. Lands the pluck, but forces the beats out of Moswell. Moswell 1 HP, though, and he gets Axiom.
Oh my god, 1 kill on each side. But what is going on in duo 2? A shutdown on Water Trickster, but Alpha chasing forward. Maybe Donut Doug's in trouble. Throws the lamp, but it misses. That's unfortunate. Alpha runs up the wall, maybe looking to clean up here, but Donut Doug rolling in. He wants to finish off Alpha. He's not done with you yet. You're stuck in here with me. I want to get in the lamp. I'm sad that you missed because I want you dead. Shockwave leaves Alpha with 50 health, and Donut Doug gets the final rocket off. Another kill for Single Bind. And what an action-packed game we're in here, Book. It's 10 minutes in and 7-16. What is this, arena?
Yeah, it's just chaos across the map here for both teams, but it's Single Bind who are getting the better end of these trades every single time. Donut Doug answers back on the left-hand side, finds a kill into Water Trickster, now finds a kill into Alpha Claps. Hydra just on his own here in the mid lane, and Axiom, again, just caught too far forward here in the mid lane. Thought that they could force a play, but Moswell survives in that scrap with just so little HP. I feel like he ends up taking a spill there, but no, just ends up living. And so unfortunate there for Team Aces. They're not able to find these kills that they need to get to their favor. As here comes Sino on the Cupid, hunting down Axiom.
No, Fields of Love, but there's a fight over here. Maybe Donut Doug gets dove under tower. This could be bad news. Hydra walks forward looking for a pluck, but Lurny Bow creates some space. Hydra doesn't feel comfortable tanking it for long. Hydra's already down to half, and Donut Doug didn't catch any damage. But look at Alpha, duking it out with Aurora. Aurora is the same level as the jungler. Alpha walks over the wall, but Serb jumps over as well. Hydra's around to maybe peel, but instead Single Bind can just walk towards this Gold Fury, and if Team Aces are scared, they have to give it up.
Yeah, they have to. I don't think there's a world that they can steal. Maybe Hydra can make a Hail Mary steal potential. There's no Sunder on the side of Single Bind. He's going to try.
He didn't even walk in. I don't blame him either. I mean, how crazy would it have been for a sickening strike to just steal that away? I was hoping, but you know, the odds just aren't too high. But it is what it is, Hydra. I understand your thought process entirely. Now looking at what is that, an 8K gold lead? 7K, 8K for Single Bind? Just in control of the chaos. You mentioned it. I think you're right. It's a lot of chaos, but Single Bind seem to thrive in the chaos right now.
Yeah, especially their composition. As soon as they have ultis available, they can fight. And every time that Team Aces have fought them, they've had ultimates available as they're looking for a play on the right.
Speaking of ult, Volcanic rush forward. Zek going in for a fight. Into the lamp we go, but
no.
you can't get under the tower. The bracket wall will block you in. Sino goes into the lamp to maybe take down Alpha, and Remakami's in a bit of trouble, but still pretty tanky, and a shell will save their life. Remakami gets the kill. Alpha, Zek, and Water Trickster all dead. Who's next? Hydra's getting taken down by Moswall. 4 dead for Team Aces, and the only one left alive is Axiom, who does not want a piece of anybody. He says, take what you want. The jungle, it's all yours. I don't care about my red buff.
Yeah, there's not a lot that Team Aces can do anymore. I feel like they're just way too far behind. They don't even really have late game now as the game goes on. They have some in the form of the Merlin, but really just not enough. Aurora gonna dive the tower as well.
We're just playing with our food at this point, man. Let Axiom live. He's hiding behind his tier 2 tower, and they throw the Fields of Love out. The paralyzing spit, just like nuking Merlin's health bar for no reason. Like, bro just wants to farm. Let him breathe for a minute.
Listen, they did it more because they can, right? There's nothing Team Aces can do to punish them for a play like that. So yeah, why not just assert dominance in the mid lane? And yeah, we'll dive the Merlin for free and not get punished for it. As you can see, Sino's here on the right-hand side. Zach should go down here.
Zek should, but over the walls,
not.
Alpha goes in. Lamp's not ready just yet, but Alpha still wants to scrap. Decent damage dealt, and enough to get Zek out alive at least, because Sino did have the upper hand there, but once the the numbers game does not look even, especially not over here in duo. Donut Doug just took out Water Trickster, though. Donut Doug is soloing the duo lane for Team Aces, while the rest of Single Bind chase Zek under the tier 2 tower, but then walk away and probably go for a Pyro, or maybe even... do they go for maybe a kill on left? There's nothing left, though. Axiom cleans up on Donut Doug. It took 3 to kill one lone Donut Doug. That's bad news.
So there is a reason we don't see a lot of Aladdin right now in the meta. It's kind of exactly this reason. You can just kind of run at the Aladdin in his own jungle, and that's what's happened to Alpha Claps. You can see same level as Aurora, and that's because Aurora multiple times now has run into the jungle of Alpha Claps and just done small invades, taking away the back harpies, taking away the side harpies, making sure that mid-neutral farm is going their way. And so that's kind of taken a lot of farm away from Alpha Claps. Pluck onto Sino.
Okay, Fields of Love to follow. Nowhere for Hydra to go. No charge prey available. Remakami gets the kill, and Zek getting chased down as well. And look at the damage from Sino. Heart Bomb lands, and it's going to do the last little bit of damage. No, Moswall will get the kill instead. 2 dead for Team Aces. Axiom hiding out in mid lane here. It looks like that Queen Naga will go the way of Single Bind. Remakami here to zone to make sure that Axiom stays under tower, and you stay put there. You stay put and don't leave or we'll kill you. But look at the left side. Alpha going towards Donut Doug, but like we've seen earlier, Donut Doug wants to scrap. You cannot keep going back to him unless you've got numbers. But the rest of the team going after Queen Naga instead, and it goes their way.
I feel like if Fire Giant was up, Single Bind could have gone for it. Obviously, it's that Naga Queen, and so they can't, but Lamp on to Donut Doug. They have to kill him.
Oh, they do. They do. Thank goodness it's worthwhile. Alpha needs every little bit of gold and experience they can get their hands on, because the snowball's not working out good for Team Aces. It's working against them, as a matter of fact, but maybe a Gold Fury pull right here. Aurora walks forward. We've seen the paralyzing spit steal, but Team Aces just look at Aurora and say, oh, crap. Like, let's walk away.
Yeah, no mid priority here for Axiom to rotate on first without being seen by Moswall, so Single Bind will be aware of that objective pull, so that's why Team Aces call it off more than likely. If it's not free, there's no reason to go for it, because we'll likely lose the objective and probably a couple of members as well. Remakami's rotated on over to the mid lane as well. I feel like this is potential for Single Bind to just start grouping now. Look to Death Ball. Force Team Aces to fight as 5 now, because the lead is so insurmountable that don't give Team Aces time to farm to get themselves back in the game.
True. Exactly. It's pedal to the metal. You've got the lead and you can't give it up. 17 minutes in, and Gold Fury 2 for Single Bind. They've got a 9K gold lead and 23 kills compared to Team Aces 9. I mean, this just, it doesn't look uncomebackable, I don't know if that's a word, but you know what I mean. Like it's just, well, you know, it doesn't look great. But wait. Alpha wants to go for Donut Doug. We want another kill. Lamp isn't ready just yet, but Alpha still feels fine taking a fight. But the numbers game doesn't favor. You walked into their jungle and you wanted to walk out alive? I don't think so. Sino goes for Hydra, forcing out Lurking in the Waters with just a mere Heart Bomb. And now Gold Fury going the way of Single Bind. They get their third Gold Fury this game, and I'm pretty sure each one has been uncontested.
I mean, it's for moments like that where, I mean, I don't understand that play at all. Alpha Claps, you mentioned it, doesn't have ult. Why go for that play there on the left-hand side for Donut Doug if you don't have ult? Especially because Single Bind, they were not forcing anything. They kind of sat back, sat on their hands. Just didn't really go group into mid, push down any towers. They were just sitting back. And then again, just punish the mistake that Team Ace has made. And now it nets them a Fire Giant. And it's free too, unless Hydra could do something about it.
Hydra maybe win Sprite forward. Not able to get it though. Unfortunate. Hydra charge prays away. But Single Bind aren't going to let Hydra live. Down he goes. Fire Giant belts around all 5 members of Single Bind. So Pyromancer are going to go their way too. They just got the trifecta of objectives here at 18 minutes, and all Team Aces can do is farm and take down the tier 2 tower on the left side. No, they can't even get the tower over there. It's still up. Never mind.
Oh, Sino now in a 1v1 against Zek, and Zek does not want this trade at all. He's going to go down, and now Single Bind have a clear avenue to a Phoenix. They're going to push down this right-hand side.
And we'll look at the invade on the other side through the jungle, looking to catch out Water Trickster, but hiding away under Hydra's rear end. I think that's the best thing you can do, is just kind of hide behind the tanks and hope they create enough space for you to throw some abilities out and let you live. Look at the gank from Alpha. Alpha wants to get some momentum started. You've got to find a kill. Aurora's out of position. Maybe we go in with a lamp. It is ready to go, but Axiom is getting targeted. Aurora wants to go into the Titan room to pick up Axiom, but Bede's forced away, so he doesn't get picked up. Hydra's able to nail Aurora down under the tower, and that'll do the rest bit of damage needed. Mozball on the retreat. Same thing with Donut Doug. Ramakami's not around, so the defense is successful. They didn't lose the bird, but Single Bind are still around.
Single Bind still grouping here. They feel like their lead is pretty strong enough that they can just force this, and Team Aces, they used a lot there to try and kill Aurora.
Oh, a big knockup actually did a lot right there from Alpha, and it forced the dagger away from Donut Doug, but he's back to full health. Shockwave out, and it just slammed Water Trickster. Down goes Hydra as well. Axiom's doing everything they can, just chunking abilities and trying to do some damage, and a lot of damage was dealt, but still standing tall. Single Bind have 4 members right next to the bird, and they're going to get it here. Axiom force it back away. A flicker will save Axiom's life, but it won't save the bird. Right side bird is down. Now they go for the tier 2 and mid, or it's probably just retreat.
No, I think they will group for tier 2 and mid here, unless Alpha Claps can do something about it. Sino lands the stun, and so Alpha Claps has to pay respect to that. But I mean, it's not all doom and gloom here unless Alpha Claps falls down.
Yeah, I think, Alpha's going to have to play it safe. There's just no opportunity to go in. Without an ult ready, there's only so much you can do. You don't have wishes. You don't have much to work with for Alpha. Look at Aurora jumping straight in. Stygian Torment knocks Axiom up. Lurking in the Waters, force away. Maybe we can find a sub-execute on Ramakami, but Donut Doug here to take down Hydra, and Ramakami just healed up. Remy's okay. Hydra's not, though. Axiom kills Donut Doug. That's a huge shutdown. Water Trickster taking a lot of damage from Mozball, and again, the siege has been they keep their middle bird, but they lost the tier 2, and still chasing Single Bind have an opportunity to walk forward here. I don't know if they can take this bird, though.
No, they can't. They'll have to back up here. Gold Fury is going to spawn soon, and that's likely where Single Bind is going. But, I mean, Aurora just goes way too deep there onto Axiom, who he previously forced beads on, and that's why he's going for that play. But a lovely CC chain there between the backliners and Hydra as well there onto Aurora to stop him from casting that ultimate onto Axiom. Keeps him up. Beautiful flickers as well to reposition. Avoided that ultimate there from Sino at the end. Just in time with the help of that flicker. Lovely reaction time there. They do lose all their towers, and they do lose the right-hand side Phoenix, but the right-hand side Phoenix is the best case scenario for Team Aces because it means they can still afford to contest the next Fire Giant.
Team Aces have been beaten, but they're not dead just yet. They've got a fighting chance, and it's going to take a crazy comeback, but I believe it still can happen. But Ancient Fury, that's Gold Fury, still going to get taken here. Single Bind's 4th Gold Fury of the game, and all of them have been uncontested. Team Aces can't even be bothered to look at it. They're so forced with, letting their Titan room redevelop a little bit. They lost a bird. The middle bird's down some health. They need to get as much farm underway. I mean, what's the game plan here, Book?
If your team aces, I feel like you're just trying to find whatever gold you can before this next fire giant. You can see the right-hand wave pushing down this tier 1 on the right-hand side. That's the first tower to fall outside of the duo lane for the side of Single Bind. So team aces, they're just trying to find whatever gold they can, hit whatever spikes they can afford. And look at what Alpha Claps has gone for. It's a full kind of defensive utility build that he's gone for. I have a Rebus, Helm of Radiance, and Voidstone as well. Just tons of sustain in terms of tankiness. A very different style of play that we're used to seeing on the Aladdin, who normally goes for a full glass cannon build, dives the back line, one-shots someone. This is more of a, I'm in your face, I'm just going to try and dash on someone and knock someone up on the back line, and the rest of my team will do the damage.
As we're going for another fire giant, Single Bind, have all 5 members here for the burn. And nobody from Team Aces is even around. Did you see how fast that burn was? Skyfall, I don't blame Water Trickster for trying to steal it there, but it was just so late. I would have missed it too because the burn was so fast. I mean, the DPS from everybody over there, Moswall, Sino, Donut, Doug, it just melted quick. And now with Fire Giant, yet again, they're walking towards the mid lane bird and look to take that down. Water Trickster's here to try and defend, but walking forwards Remakami to provide some breathing room. And everybody targeting Remakami right now that's going to let the bird fall for free. And alive is still Remakami. He tanked everything with ease. And Ultimate's coming through. Donut Doug gets a kill. So does Sino. But into the lamp, Alpha takes Remakami. Can they get the kill? But Single Bind joining the fight in the lamp. Axiom takes down Sino on the outside, but the revive up for Alpha there to defend. But Single Bind say, we got what we wanted. There's no way we end here.
No, I don't think they can. Sino going down means that Single Bind will have to back up. The right-hand side Phoenix has respawned, and that's likely going to be the target of them. And Team Aces, man, they're just having a really hard time of chewing through this front line. You saw Remakami tank up so much damage, force the beats out of Axiom as well. So now Aurora, with his ultimate, has a clear line of sight onto the Merlin, who has to run away here. Too much damage from Doug.
Yeah, Doug is just slamming out basics right now. There's just no fighting up against that guy. I mean, and they're trying to let the Titan room breathe a little bit, but minions are making their way in from mid lane, and now they've got 2 lanes to worry about fire minions from. There's no way they can contest objectives. You're going to have to do so much as far as wave state, as far as managing camps, this and that, to even think about sealing an objective. I mean, what are the odds? 25 minutes in, 13-32, and Single Bind are in the lead by a long shot. That's about a 15K gold lead. Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that there's not a lot Team Aces can do in terms of contesting objectives. But again, to me, at the end of the day, it's still not that left-hand side Phoenix. You could, in theory, try and go for it. Although if Alpha Claps gets caught here on his own, it could be, well, doom and gloom as they just can run down this left-hand side Phoenix now that they have a 4v5 advantage.
Rain clouds above the Titan room for Team Aces. 3 members of Single Bind look for this other bird, but whoa, they're going for picks. They're going for picks. They want Hydra dead. Down he goes. 2 members of Team Aces are dead. This could be the green light for Single Bind. They've got all 5. They've got Fire Giant belts. I mean, this could be the move. This could be endgame here.
Yeah, this should be the end here. Single Bind gonna group up here, have a couple of ultimates to use just to try and burn down this Titan.
And look at the bird go. In goes on a Doug with a Cataclysm to take down Axiom, and everybody else focus on the burn, and it will fall here. Single Bind are going to get the dub.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how it kind of should have gone. Single Bind just are a very strong team, and they are, a team full of ex-pro players versus an amateur team in Team Aces who clearly really struggled a lot that game. I feel like just made too many mistakes in the early mid game around their laning phases and just got absolutely punished for it by Single Bind, who is just, again, one of our top contenders, arguably, still not as strong as our Clocked Ins or our Once Upon a Time Witchcrafts, and now I think it's Top That, if I'm not mistaken, is their new name. But yeah, it's just, a tough one there if you're Team Aces.
I think really where it fell apart was we saw Alpha go in very early on before ultimates were even online, use two wishes to try and pick up kills. You tried to get some momentum going from there. It's right here. Here's the replay. Goes in, two wishes thrown out to try and force a kill, but the one was off the mark. The Q-Fic didn't land, and Axiom does provide an assist from that gold buff, but still, it's not enough to get momentum going. Alpha was shut down from here. The moment you lost those two wishes, there goes your tempo.
No, I completely agree. And again, like I mentioned, Aladdin is a strong tempo character once he hits level 5 and has access to that power wish where he can lamp someone, hop out, lamp another person after killing them. And it's just a nice little cycle there. And it all stems from that play there. The over-aggression in mid, diving the tier 1 tower to try and get... And if you get that play, it's huge for Team Aces, right? You're off to a great start. You've killed off the mid 2v2 of Sino and Moswell. You've put the Merlin and the Aladdin, two scaling characters, in a great position. But again, it feels like Singlebind, they didn't have to look for a lot of plays. They just let the plays come to them. The aggression is all on the side of Team Aces, and Singlebind just got to sit back and let the plays come to them.
You know what really shocked me too was Zek taking on Kabrakan, but Remakami came out on top for a good amount of these exchanges. What we saw yesterday here on AGL was Snatty up against somebody else, and Snatty was on the Kabrakan and got ran at by Pele Snatty was 0-8, and you rarely see that from Snatty. But to see Remakami come out on top with this Kabrakan pick up against Pele, that's a shocker. I mean, we saw the exact same matchup yesterday, and it went the complete opposite. So it threw a curveball my way.
Yeah, I agree. I fully expected this Pele solo to kind of run over the early game, but I feel like the exact opposite happened. And I think part of it comes to the fact that the Kabrakan just got an early lead off of that solo kill. Actually died before the Pele did, and I feel like Zek just got punished by his lack of damage and not really knowing the exact numbers of how much damage he can afford to take there in that matchup. Because you saw in that moment, the Kabrakan just, keeps walking forward, ignores the damage that Zek is doing, then turns around and just starts slapping back and ends up getting a solo kill. And again, it all stems from just one single kill there in that lane. Do want to give a shout out to Axiom, though. I feel like Axiom played really well on this team, on the Merlin in particular. Didn't really have a lot of tools around him to make plays, but still was towards the top was the top damage chart on his team. Did very well to get out as much damage as possible before he got dove on.
Well, that's going to wrap that one up. Singlebind going to move their way up the bracket. Team Aces, we'll see you next week. It is what it is. Learn from your mistakes and just clean things up. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next matchup down the bracket. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime's April Circuit. We're here in week 1 starting things off, and we got some games coming at you. My name's Morty, and I'm joined by the Prime crew. We've got Jithens, we've got Test Die, we've got Rosie. And next to me here in the booth is none other than Spirited Book. What's up?
How's it going, Mort? We're, we just watched kind of an easy one-sided game, I gotta tell you, man, but I'm excited for this next one. I think we might see a little more competitiveness in this next matchup.
I'm excited to see who we're going to watch as we take a look at the bracket and see who beat who won, and who lost. We did just look at Team Aces up against Singlebind, but a lot of other games happened as the Mushroom Kingdom make their way up. Hold That versus McDonald's Sprite still going on, Clocked In, and Garden of Sneeden is happening, but we're going to be taking a look at the Oni Warriors versus Mind the Gap.
Yeah, you keep mentioning this Oni Warriors team. I'm excited to hear your thoughts personally on it, but most importantly thing I want to talk about is the return of a couple of players. Panatom hasn't been playing the game for a bit, is now back in the jungle role for this team. Stewart is here as well.
As we make our way into the picks and bans, and we'll be able to see the rosters, who is playing who and who's going to be where. One player I'm excited to talk about, Genetics.
Yeah.
Cinema. I love that guy.
I know you're a big Genetics fan, so I'll let you talk about Genetics. But first, I want to talk about the return of Stewart. This guy was insane in Smite 1. Made it to Worlds Finals in Season 9. Lost out against that Camelot Kings roster that had Genetics on it once upon a time. So once again, teaming up here in the dual lane. Excited to see his return. Pagon obviously has done very well in mid lane. And this is kind of a return to most of that Oni Warriors team that we saw in season 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strong team altogether. Genetics, Pagon, Stewart, Panatom, Solo Patrol. This is an SPL throwback if I've ever seen it. But then you've got a pretty big team on the other side as well. Rangyu, Betty Q, Layers, Dishonor, Tuba. This is a hectic battle for 5-on-5. I mean, this is a lot to look at here.
Yeah, there is a lot of talent here, I think, in this game. Some newer, some older for sure. But I would just say a lot of talent in general across the board. So excited to see what these two teams really bring to the table. I'm not entirely certain if the Mind the Gap roster is on the same level as, say, this Oni Warriors team, though. I feel like Pagon is just mechanically so good. Panatom, again, mechanically so good. Gilgamesh is in the game. That, I think, has to be a huge talking point. Panatom literally has a skin based off that character for him. So excited to see if that's something that he pulls out today.
Could be, very well could be. We haven't seen Gil picked up just yet. This is his first week of competitive viability, so maybe he gets picked up, but maybe not. Maybe we opt for something else. Serb is going to be the first pick, and we've seen a lot of Serb in competitive recently, but Serb has been such a strong talking point. I mean, he offers so much damage, frontline crowd control. You've got a lot of healing in your kit as well, especially if you land the 3 on a lot of bodies. I mean, there's so much to love about having Serb.
Yeah, and Genetics' Serb in particular is pretty disgusting, I gotta tell you. He's landing a lot of those paralyzing spits right now, been very successful on this pick as of late, and allows him to just be aggressive and in the faces of his opponents, and that's what we saw Roar do exactly last game. It's a very similar style to Genetics.
As Newt is going to be joining the battle, maybe so in duo lane. Can you imagine Stewart, Serb in duo? I mean, just Stewart and Genetics, Serb and Newt, like, I don't know, it's going to be crazy, but CERN is joining as well. And I'm kind of wondering where CERN fits in here. I mean, probably for Tuba, yeah, right? But it is, I don't know. I mean, it's so weird to see CERN out of all carries joining the battle so early, a top pick like this. I mean, is this worth?
I'm not sure. I'm not certain, honestly. I feel like this is a character you don't see a whole lot as of late, and that's because I feel like his damage numbers aren't exactly in the best place. His build pathing is kind of odd compared to most carries. He can make some of it work. Obviously, the Oathsworn item works really well on him right now. You can kind of flavor in some crit, or you can go for a hybrid build, whatever you'd like. But we've also seen some CERN jungle to a lot less success to, I think, more CERN ADC. But again, I agree. I'm really confused by the priority of this pick.
You know, we did see a while back Tegvir taking Cernunos into the jungle. No aspect, by the way. Aspect of Strife, disabled. So, range CERN jungle, I've seen it on Prime. I'm just saying. It's happened before. But, you know, I'll leave that for Tegvir. I think this will probably be going to Tuba for now, but a couple more picks coming through. Merlin going to be going to Benny Q, Thor probably hopping into the jungle, Kabrakan going to solo for Dishonored, but Daji got left open. That's a Panatom pick if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is one of his better picks from back in the day as well, and is very successful on the Daji, can be really aggressive, but also just play that kind of classic assassin style. Dive the backline, one-shot them, pop into the powwow. You're incredibly safe in that moment. And paired alongside the Newt and Hui Yi, that's a lot of long-distance, impactful ultimates. You know, Hui Yi can throw the suns from a distance, you know, on top of the powwow. Newt, same situation, drop the ult from a distance, pulls people into the suns as well. So there's just a lot of CC setup for this Hui Yi last pick here for the Oni Warriors. I love it so far. This is a great comp for them.
Yeah, it really looks good. Their team fight looks disgusting. But what another thing too I'm thinking about here is it's hard to find a weak spot for them because they've got good scaling, but early game damage doesn't look bad either. It seems like they've got all fronts covered on the side of Oni Warriors, but mind the gap. I mean, what do you think their strengths and weaknesses are?
I'd say it's a lot of aggression once they hit level 5. Once Thor hits level 5, they can start to make an impact on side lanes. But I agree. I feel like it's hard to really mess with what the Oni Warriors have. I mean, they have early game in the Osiris. That's a lane they can lean on. Dodgy can lean towards that and impact there. Then you can facilitate to the dual lane, which can also kind of be aggressive in the early game. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one here. I feel like both these two team comps are pretty good, but one's clearly better to me.
Well, let's see who's better and who's worse as we make our way into the game. Week 1, April Circuit, Smite Prime coming at you here, moving down the bracket with Oni Warriors up against Mind the Gap. If you're just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew here today. Jithens, Rosie, Test Die, and Spirited Book with me here in the booth. And now that we've got everybody in place, what are our thoughts?
So I would be remiss to not mention, of course, that the classic Benny Q and Pagon are, of course, brothers IRL. So we'll see these two go up against each other once again. And I do want to touch a little bit. I feel like Benny Q in Smite 2 has had more success compared to Pagon, who had more success than his brother in Smite 1. So this is a battle of blood between these two. But going to the compositions as a whole, you mentioned Mind the Gap. I feel like this is potential for playing towards a dual lane aggression, which is Sobek Cern. Send layers over there pretty early on. Maybe once he hits level 5 or even before a little bit, can impact with the wall. And has gone for the aspect on the Thor as well. So is playing for more of a setup style on this character rather than a full-on carry. So maybe that is the avenue. Facilitate the Cern. Get him to a spot where he can be aggressive in this early mid game.
You know, it's funny to see this Pagon Benny Q matchup here in mid lane. This is Obi versus Anakin, right? You say that Pagon's had more success in Smite. Benny Q has had the most success in Smite 2, MVP for Las Vegas Founders Series Finals. I mean, this is the GOAT of mid laners, what we're looking at, right? But Pagon here to remind him, hey, little bro, time to step down a notch and let the big dog take over for a bit.
Yes, because Pagon in Smite 2 has kind of moved around a little bit, has gone towards ADC a little bit as well. He's kind of role swapped here and there, but now back in his main position and on in a team where he's very comfortable, right? Like has Panatom, who he's laned with before in that 2v2, has Genetics, who he's played with before as well. Solar Troll in the solo lane, obviously, so he's worked with him. Stewart is the odd man out in this roster, but Stewart, we've seen him just kind of slot into a roster and do his job. Back in season 9, I believe it was, where he joined last minute to the Tartarus Titans to make it to Worlds and play on that roster, made it to Worlds Finals. I mean, just an ADC that just does his job, pretty consistent as well. Isn't going to make the flashy, crazy plays, but just does his job very well.
Pagon walks forward into the left side jungle, maybe looking for some damage onto layers or just zoning while they get the oracles, which is good early experience to suffer a tiny bit of damage in the process, but nothing too crazy. Now walk me through this duo lane role here, because you've got Serb and Sobek up against or Serb and Hu Yi up against Cern and Sobek. I don't think I said that right.
Cern and Sobek versus Cerberus and Hu Yi. There's a lot of C's over there in the duo lane. But no, I feel like this should be Mind the Gap in the early game. They have a strong aggressive comp. They can look for plays off the Sobek pluck into the Cern route on the 2, the Bramble Blast. Versus Oni Warriors, I feel like their two characters are just stronger in team fights or can make kind of flashy highlight reel plays as Stewart gets plucked.
Bad news, Ghastly Breath to follow through. Sunder's forced out and look at a body block, but Genetics can't catch up to him. Rongyu's going to pick up first blood.
Rongyu went Sunder early on, and that allowed them to get that first blood. And I mean, that's what I mentioned. Off of a good Sobek pluck into Bramble Blast, and Stewart just with late on the beads. Unfortunate for him. He takes an early spill here already in this game.
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate. I think the best thing to look at, though, is that it went to Rongyu and not Tuba, because Tuba taking off with a snowball, that's bad news. Rongyu gets a little fed. Okay, it's not great, but, you know, I think it's better than Tuba, right?
I mean, you say that, and normally I would agree. However, lately we've seen a lot of Sobeks lean towards these Aegis pickups once they've upgraded the Sunder into an active item. So I feel like giving Rongyu an early start like that allows him to kind of get a little bit of extra gold early on, can start to get those items and get to that point where he has the Aegis as his relic slot, and that Sunder now becomes an active item. So look towards that as an avenue for Rongyu to build towards.
Looks like Mind the Gap had the numbers game on the Firebrands for just a moment, but Oni Warriors walked up and said, no, we'll take this. We'll take this. As walking forward is Rongyu, looking for a potential pluck. Finally hits it. Genetics in trouble. Wow. Tuba gets the final basic out and a Bramble Blast. Down goes Genetics. That's another kill going for dual lane, but this one goes to Tuba.
Yeah, that's a great early start here for this duo lane already. And here's Lairs helping out with the aggression on the left-hand side to just make sure they get a successful invade on the purple buff and can walk away to safety. And now Lairs is going to just go clear his own jungle here. It feels like Mind the Gap are just winning out right through this duo lane. And you asked me, where's the aggression? I said it's in this duo lane. And again, Wrong You and Tuba, they're just kind of hand-stiffing Genetics and Stewart right now. They're being aggressive, and this dual lane is not respecting the aggression that Sobek and Cernos can bring in this early game.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage through, especially thinking that, yeah, I mean, Genetics can body block all he wants, but the protections debuff from Cern's 1 is going to let him melt quick. It doesn't matter how much health or prots you build. Cern's going to destroy. We talk about Anhur being the #1 tank shredder out of all the carries. I think Cern isn't going to beat Anhur, but pretty close up there too, right? I mean, a lot of damage you can throw out with Cern just through consistent basic attack damage with the 1 buffs.
You want to note, though, while I agree with you, that the side of the Oni Warriors, their 2v2 in mid, have been successful on this right-hand side. So it is a battle between the two sides of the map so far. Mind the Gap are winning this left-hand side completely, while Oni Warriors, I mean, they're getting this neutral farm, the speed buff here. They've gotten the Firebrands now a couple times. So it really is going to be a battle here between where the priority is and where the leads are going to be on the map. So is the duo lane going to be able to transfer a lead to these early Gold Fury objectives, or are Oni Warriors going to maybe kind of give up a little bit on the right-hand side and pay attention to this left-hand side?
No, you're absolutely right. It all depends on where you take these leads. If you keep the leads in lane, sure, you're going to shut down Stewart. I'd like that. You can shut down Genetics. I'd like that if I'm a fan of Mind the Gap, right? But it's about moving that lead around. Can we grab more Firebrands? Can we get Gold Furies? And speaking of Gold Fury, look, we've got 3 members from Mind the Gap there over on the Gold Fury. Solo Patrol, Dishonor duke it out. But look at Genetics walking over to maybe steal the Gold Fury away, Siging Torment and Thunder, but doesn't quite steal. Rangu is able to secure a humongous play there from Rangu to secure Gold Fury. That's going to let Mind the Gap continue their lead. It's not too much, but look at Pagon going into the jungle. Bennyq's in trouble, and look at the damage there. Panatom's got swipes, and Pagon's got damage. Take it down a notch, little bro. I mean, Pagon's got a lot to offer here.
Rangu pops his ultimate because he knows Genetics is on the way there, so he's in the ultimate early. He does not get pulled, and that's how he's able to get the Sunder off to secure that objective. A nice little answer back there from the Oni Warriors, though. Aggression there onto Bennyq and Lairs, who can't really fight once they've used a lot of their cooldowns. And that pull from Mind the Gap is all because Oni Warriors, they send a lot of members to the right-hand side. Almost too many members over there.
Look at Stewart going in, who just showed up. It's Panatom dashing straight towards Rangu, but a charge spray forward will get them under the tower, into the powwow. Panatom's ready for the fight, and Genetics is able to get the kill. Rangu dies. Another kill for Oni Warriors. A huge play there. Great rotation for Panny.
While on the right-hand side, Lairs is going to try and invade this red buff, is able to secure it and walk away to safety here. So now the dynamics are switching. Oni Warriors, they pay attention to the left-hand side, while Mind the Gap pay plenty attention over here. Lairs has ultimate to be able to get away with, and is able to steal away the blue buff from Solar Troll. So again, just so many switches here. I feel like Lairs has been doing a good job here so far of finding the right farm and being where he needs to be at the right time. Yeah, he's going to get Firebrands here, but it's well worth. They get the Gold Fury. They lose one member on the left. It's just a support, but you get the gold, and now you invade the red and the blue buff on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's humongous. That's huge for Lairs. You get a lot of XP, a lot of gold off that, and you're denying some farm away. I really like that. I'd sacrifice Firebrands for that much in such a short amount of time. It is what it is. Sometimes you've just got to let it happen. As the Beacon's being fought over, numbers game favors Mind the Gap right now. Only 2 members of Oni Warriors here, Genetics and Pagon, watching the rest of Mind the Gap. But look at Panny on the left side. We're going for Tuba, but the final bit of mana used for the Horn Dash gonna let Tuba get under the tower, as the Beacon going to be going towards Mind the Gap. And look at the rocks just making it rain here in middle. That's a lot of XP going their way.
Dishonor does give up pressure here on the right-hand side, though. That rotation is going to cost them a fair bit of farm here. They do get the neutral blue at the very least, and the ritual as well. So that's something going the way of Mind the Gap. But the fact that Tuba was able to survive there on the left-hand side, didn't even have to burn his beads there. And that's why Mind the Gap played aggressive in mid. They knew where Panatom was on the left. They knew they had Dishonored on the way, and that's why they stepped up to contest those rocks there.
Yeah, very good communication. I was really, really big on that. Okay, Panty's over there. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Because they don't stand a chance fighting right now. Pagon's got damage, but they need Pan. Whoa, wait a minute. What's happening over here? Thor ganking over, dives under the tower through the hammer teleport, and a Bramble Blast will follow, but beads utilized, so no root landed. And thank goodness that Stuart knew to use beads there, because if he would have got rooted through the Bramble Blast and that basic attack hit, I think he'd be dead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. And that's the power of that aspect Thor. Just one auto attack there, and it slows him down right away to where he has to use beads, has to avoid the damage there from Tuba. And so Stuart lives, but it costs him his relic. And he's gone for a build that is kind of similar to what we saw to Water Trickster last time around. It's that Tekko Kage first overall, while Tuba's going to be a lot slower to his power spikes, the Devourer's Gauntlet. So the ADCs are in an interesting dynamic here. Tuba knows he has to scale and has to try and match the power of this Hui in the late game, so he's gone for a more late game build. This does mean the CERN's power spikes will not be at the same rate as this Hui.
As the Firebrands get taken down by Warriors once again. 10 minutes in and 2-2. Gold lead favors the Oni Warriors ever so slightly. It's not really a gold lead. I mean, yeah, there's been a Gold Fury taken, but Oni Warriors are just farming a little bit better right now. And I'd say it's a still pretty even game.
Yeah, it's basically dead even here at 10 minutes in, and just small victories across the map for both teams, and both teams answering beautifully to what the other team does. So a really good job. And just this almost to me feels like a bit of a classic SPL game over in EU, where both teams are finding small wins here and there, but there's just not a whole lot of action happening. As wrong, you Plux Genetics.
Oh, a Bramble Blast to root him in place, but forces out the Stygian Torment. Look at Thor leaping in, looking for Genetics, but instead, Genetics leaps over the wall and leaves Stuart to die. You got to do what you got to do sometimes. Genetics lives, Stuart can't say the same. Another kill goes for Mind the Gap.
Beautiful play there from Mind the Gap. They know Stuart doesn't have access to that beats, and that's why they pay their aggression over to the left-hand side on a purple buff invade. It looks like just a simple invade. Okay, we're going for the buff first, but no. All that play is there was to go for the kill onto the Hui Yi, and they got it. So a nice little look there from Mind the Gap. It doesn't really net them a lot, though. The Gold Fury is still available here, and they actually have to be careful, Mind the Gap, if Oni Warriors could have taken advantage of some backs there, that they weren't the ones going for that objective, but instead it'll just be a kill and an invade going the way of Mind the Gap at the end of the day.
It's still better than nothing, right? I mean, you're grabbing everything you can get your hands on at this point just to try it. You know, I think it's good because you're not forcing anything too crazy, right? I think that was kind of an issue what we saw with last game is you can't force anything unnecessarily. But look at Panatom going into the jungle. You've got the numbers game. Might as well capitalize. Down goes Benny Q. Panatom's going to get the kill. Skyfall into the air, but Solar Troll rotates over to get a kill for himself. That's great. That's a huge rotation for Oni Warriors. Now they can get Pyro or they can get prior brands. I mean, Solar Troll is just throwing out abilities at layers saying, hey, stay under the tower, stay there while the rest of my team goes for Pyro. But look who just walked over. Dishonored's here to maybe try and walk towards him, but I don't know if Dishonored can steal this.
I don't think he can ever step up here against Solar Troll. I mean, this Osiris is just so tanky right now. And what a beautiful play from Pagon there, just playing so aggressive there, gets all the shots that he needs. Benny Q ends up taking a spill early on, then Rongyu's being chased out. Lairs tries to peel out for his support with a wall, but Pagon just pops the ult right at the right time to get CC immune, goes up to the sky, drops the last bit of damage there to take down Rongyu. I mean, Pagon just one of the newer characters. Newt really didn't see a lot of pro play at the end of Smite 1. Kind of one of the newer players or characters here in Smite 2, and Pagon so far piloting it beautifully so far.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job. A lot of comfort, right? Oh, the powwow. What is Panatom doing? Going for a pull, but didn't quite work out. In big trouble. Sunder almost found the sub-execute, but Panatom's okay. Paralyzing spit locks him in place. Rongyu's dead. Panny gets the kill, and Rongyu is dead. Skyfall down, looking for more. Benny Q barely jukes out, but a great Bramble Blast will lock Pagon in place. Tuba cleans up on a kill. Genetics walks forward. Paralyzing spit. Stygian Torment forces beads away. Tuba is safe for now.
Lairs up. Lairs gets the stun on down. And he's going to keep on going.
Stuart's in trouble. Stuart is dead. Look at Lairs just changing up the battleground entirely. One ult decided a lot there. Mind the Gap, able to capitalize. Oni Warriors on top.
But I mean, Mind the Gap, they get some kills, yeah, but they're not getting any major objectives at the end of the day. Solar Troll with the great rotation means that they can't go for that objective. Yeah, but I mean, at some point you have to push the big red button and pull the objective. And yeah, mind the gap. They have the first gold, so they're in a comfy position at the end of the day. Again, the gold is dead even here. It's 400 separating these two teams. Not even. Like, look at that graph. Every time it starts to go one way, it bounces right back down to dead even. So both teams just answering back to each other in multiple different ways. Want to give a shout out to Stuart there with that beautiful Hou-Yi bounce there onto Rongyu at the start of that fight to peel out for his jungler. A lovely little play there. Love to see bounces like that.
Yeah, Stewart is in his zone as the Firebrands get taken down, and the Queen Naga is about to spawn. And with as even of a game that we're at, I mean, I'm kind of wondering who's going to take this. Gold Fury's up as well, and Oni Warriors have vision on it. Mind the gap, a little cautious, but they do have numbers over there. Maybe we split the map. I'm thinking about what's your game plan if you want to get ahead for either team, really?
Yeah, I think both teams are pretty content of waiting for the right time to strike. I mean, Lairs has ultimate again, so we already see him paying attention to this left-hand side. Stuart has been his target pretty much all of the early and mid game. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes over there to the left-hand side yet again to pay some attention to the Hou-Yi. But on the right-hand side, we see Panatom and Pagon just looking for any potential avenues here, because Panatom also has access to that ultimate, and he pulled a ton of beads in the last fight. But a lot of those relics are going to be back up, and Oni Warriors, they're going to have to take their time and pull the relics yet again before the next big fight.
Pyromancer gets taken down. Pagon and Panny take it pretty quick, but oh my goodness, that was so close to a steal. Did you see they lost it for a second? They lost aggro, it went back, and almost stole it. Was Benny over the wall.
Oh, Panatom. Got aggressed on there by Dishonored, and that's going to be the go button for Mind the Gap. They're grouped in mid.
Yeah, Genetics is in trouble, gets plucked down, and a Phantom Shell won't save your life today. Lurking in the waters, Rongyu wants to kill Solar Patrol by themselves up here in mid, but 5 members of Mind the Gap ready for a big push. They might as well rotate over to this Queen Naga and take that down. Oni Warriors might not let it happen for free, though, but instead, they split the map and go towards Gold Fury.
I mean, why not? Stuart's here on the left-hand side pushing for that tier 1 tower. Gold Fury available, while 4 members go to the right-hand side. Yeah, let's go for this objective. Go for the Gold Fury. I mean, I'm kind of a little confused, but at the very least, I mean, mind the gap. Dishonored's over here, so Oni Warriors are afraid to pull this objective in front of just one guy. It's just one guy. At some point, you got to pull. I get Stuart's on the left-hand side pushing. He's got himself a small power spike now that he's back because of getting extra gold. So I'm just a little confused, I guess, by the lack of aggression from both teams of pulling this Gold Fury.
You know, I think in a perfect world that Stewart drops the tower and goes straight to gold. That way they have the number actually there, right? Because you can get that tower later on. It's still going to be there. It's not going anywhere. This Gold Fury, a little more important, but it is what it is. These things happen. You know, just a bit of misprio. But in here in mid lane, pluck on Genetics, pulls him for a ride. Genetics in trouble now. Dishonored gets the kill, but a Wild Hunt's a follow. Look at the damage from Tuba, just cranking out numbers. Stewart forced to leap into the air and back away at Pagon to do the same, but Panatom onto the Pal-Out looking for a pull. Rongyu extremely low, but doesn't die now. But Panatom goes in. It takes down the Layers. Rongyu's in trouble. Tuba's very low, but Dishonored kills Panny. Very low health bars across the Oni Warriors roster. 2 dead members as well. They are not going to get the favor of the Beacon. Mind the Gap on top for now, but the fight's not over from here. Rongyu goes for a pluck, but Stewart predicts and leaps into the air to walk away. Pagon wants one more kill before the fight's over. Cleaning up scraps at the after party, but no scraps left.
Pagon has the damage to kill both members there. I mean, that was a very dangerous pluck there from Rongyu at the end of that fight, but Moonlight Ritual does go the way of Mind the Gap, and some important kills there. One on the Panatom, one on to Genetics, and Genetics again just caught too far forward. Gets plucked there by Rongyu to start the fight, and Mind the Gap ready for it. All in onto the Cerberus, and they take him down pretty early. It just so far doing a great job of being on the same page, and I gotta give a bit of an ugh to Stewart's build so far. Not a lot of power here. Tekokage, yeah, sure, I get it, but Obo second here doesn't have that axe finish just yet. Where's the elbow that we're used to seeing? Where's the kins that we're used to seeing? The Titan's Bane now finished up here is important here for Stewart at the very least, but this oboe here is throwing me for a bit of a loop. I'm kind of surprised we see it this early on, as Mind the Gap on the objective.
Gold Fury burning it down in quick time. Genetics hovering, but decides, I won't sacrifice my life to get that objective. You know what? I don't blame him either. The paralyzing spit could steal, but look at Solar Patrol on the Pyromancer. Dishonor walks by him and goes straight for Panty, and I cannot blame him. Into the air with the powwow, but even higher in the air is Layers. Who's going to get the pull? Skyfall down as well. Ultimate's thrown across the board. Where does Layers land? But a great juke for Phantom will get him out of the fight. And a look at Sot going into the back line. In deep trouble is Betty Q, and getting chased down. Stewart gets the kill. Layers in the back line saying, oh crap, where's my team? Somebody get me out of here. But a great wall will lock Oni Warriors in place, and Rangyu goes for the kill on Stewart. Sot could be executed. You've got to get out of there. Asunder lowers him down, and chop goes Solo Patrol. Rangyu gets the kill, and Pagon extremely low, barely able to get out of the fight by the skin of their teeth. Pyromancer being looked at by Mind the Gap, and with Tuba around the corner, surely they could get that. Or no, they're going to go for fire?
I mean, they can. Tuba's here, has Devos at 87 stacks, so he's got a ton of strength in the build. Genetics is aware of it, doesn't even have access to that Sunder, but I think the call is going to be made to back off. They tried to make a bit of a sneaky play, and Oni Warriors was aware of it, so instead they'll settle for the Pyromancer. But shoutouts to Layers and Tuba there. That fight was all Oni Warriors until a great wall from Layers and a better ultimate from Tuba, and they were able to make that fight turned around, and Genetics will pay his life here as Layers will get the Pyromancer, and now you can go towards the Fire Giant with an extra pick. I don't like that play from Genetics at all there. Gives his life. That's your Sunder here up in 20 seconds. And now Mind the Gap have a clear avenue to the objective.
Yeah, I would much rather have that steal potential for this fire rather than the Pyromancer, because in the air is Layers looking for more kills on Oni Warriors. Where does he land? But Panic kills Benny-Q in the back line. Stewart is into a lot of trouble there, but Dishonored kills Panatom. That's two dead members of Oni Warriors, but Benny-Q's down as well. Now we're headhunting. We're looking for Layers, and a big slam dunk from Pagon will kill Layers. That Fire Giant chance is no more for Mind the Gap. That's a great defense from Oni Warriors.
I thought Layers made a great play there where he says, guys, I'll sacrifice my life, just get the objective. But Solar Troll showing up on the fire means Mind the Gap don't feel comfortable committing to that objective, and they pull off of it. I mean, look, it's unfortunate there because Benny-Q's not there on the objective, isn't there to do all the DPS shred and a little bit of extra secure oomph to their team. And he gets caught trying to rotate on over by Panatom. Gives his life, sure, but I mean, again, I'm just kind of confused a little bit by Mind the Gap. That looked like a free fire to me to an extent where you just group as 5, Genetics is dead, that's the Sunder steal, commit to the objective and force the 5-on-4 fight at the very least, but Mind the Gap never really grouped to force that 5-on-4.
21 minutes in, make it 22, a 3K gold lead for Mind the Gap, and now we're starting to see a bit less of an even playing field, right? We've talked about how it's been pretty dead even all game, but as of the past few minutes, Mind the Gap are starting to take control of these team fights, of the macro game. They got a couple Pyros, they got 2 Gold Furies, and Fire Giant was almost there. It's just a slight mishap prevented them from getting it, but now with all 5 members up and ready to take it down, no Gold Fury for them to look at. Fire Giant's the only objective for them to be around, and I think they should just go for it.
I agree. I think sooner rather than later here, because you're allowing Stewart to keep farming up and now has that tier thing completed here. 4 items for both ADCs. Again, I love Tuba's build just a little bit more because that Devourer's Gauntlet, he's got 94 stacks on it, so he's in a really good position for how much strength is behind his build.
True. Very true. It's all about the strength and just throwing out damage. That's really what it is. And you're going to see a little bit more for Tuba for right now as Penny jumps in. But look at Mind the Gap. They're around the corner. How does this fight start? Ults up, all 5 for both teams. But except for Layers. Layers is not ready for this. But wait a minute. Here we go. Here we go. The Meteor Shower. Powwow lurking in the waters. And Layers jumps in once more. Who's going to slam down? Sigi Torment forced out. I get a little bit early there, Genetics, a little bit early. And Layers slams down, but teleports out. Couldn't get damage done. Look at Solo. We're trolling the front line, zoning out every member of Mind the Gap. Oni Warriors come out on top, but they're forced to go back to base. Mind the Gap extremely low. They go back as well. Nobody gets this Fire Giant. It's a stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wins at the end of the day, and nobody loses either. Nobody dies. Nobody dies in all of that action there at the end of the day. And I feel like Genetics, it looked a little odd, but popped that ultimate because he figured Lairs was going to be the one ulting him there, and Genetics was going to be the target of Lairs' ultimate, but it just looked a little funny there. And now both teams are going to have to sit on their hands for a bit and wait for their ults to come back up before they look for a fight. But still, engage potential on the side of Mind the Gap and Gold Fury available, and they're 5-man grouped in mid. They'll take the tier 1 and look towards a Pyro or maybe a Gold Fury here.
Pyro could be the move. It's the easiest, most like non-committal objective, right? Because Fire Giant's a burn. You got to get that done. Same thing with Ancient Fury. Pyro could be snuck pretty quick, but them stepping back like this is going to allow for vision for Oni Warriors. They're going to be able to get vision all across the Fire Giant pit in case Mind the Gap want to take it down. But Ancient Fury is up as well, and that's a really big objective too.
Feels like both these two teams don't have the best secure available to them, and that's why they're both a little bit afraid to pull and commit to these objectives, as Pyromancer will be pulled here by the side of the Oni Warriors, as they'll pull it here. And Mind the Gap, they're on the left-hand side, but I don't think they'll look for this Gold Fury at all.
As Pagon takes down the Pyromancer, another objective for the Oni Warriors. And another Pyro Bomb for them to work with. Now Genetics got another. He used it earlier to try and steal away Mind the Gap's Pyro, but now he's got that same bomb back and can use it for Fire Giant because Oni Warriors are starting to burn. The ult's out from Stewart. I mean, they're committing to it. They really want this, but is this a bait or do they want this FG? Sieging Torment forced out, does take Dishonored for a ride, but Lair lurking in the waters is forced out. Slam dunk into the air, and what's going to happen here? The Powlow's out. 2,000 health on the Fire Giant. Who's going to take it away? Wow. And Oni Warriors secure it. Oni Warriors get the fire. The only one left to enjoy the belt is Pagon, but they got the Fire Giant, but Mind the Gap just killed 4. Now they can go for Ancient Fury. They can go for this mid lane beacon. The world is their oyster, and they're here to shuck it.
As soon as you see Stewart commit that ultimate there to the Fire Giant, you know you're not playing for the fight anymore. You just have to get the objective. They do, but it costs them everything. 4 members dead. You're going to lose the tier 1, the tier 2 as well in mid lane. Probably the Phoenix, and maybe the Gold, or sorry, the Gold Fury as well. The third one going to go the way of Mind the Gap, unless Oni Warriors feel they can contest here as they are respawning.
Okay, mid lane Bird is down. Dagger utilized. It just got used. The dagger's off the table. The mid lane beacon goes their way. Ramakami Dishonored stayed back just a moment and got it. And Ancient Fury is burning here. Mind the Gap are going to start it now. Genetics walks forward, but might get zoned out by Rangu. Tail whip down. Ancient Fury's at 5k. Genetics can make his way in. Can he go? But he gets stunned in place. Who's going to take it? And it is going to be taken by Mind the Gap. They secure the Ancient Fury. And that's huge. They might not have gotten fire, but they got a middle bird. They got Ancient Fury. They got the beacon, so pushers are going down lane. It seems like Mind the Gap won that war, even though the battle was pretty even at first.
I agree, and I love that little sequence there between Rangu and Dishonored. Rangu steps up first, peels away Genetics from getting closer to the objective, and then Dishonored steps up next to just drop his CC to keep Genetics away. Just a lovely sequence there between the two frontliners on the side of Mind the Gap, and still, despite not having Fire Giant, you can see them on this left-hand side grouping as 5, looking for a pick and looking to force these objectives, especially the towers that are now weakened here for the side of Oni Warriors. Is it Warriors? Warriors? What, how do you... To me, it's Oni Warriors because that's the classic, right?
I've been saying Warriors because that's what I see on screen. It's just easier to just read it. That's what I do. I don't know.
Okay,
I know what you said. It makes sense what you're saying. I just, you know, I'm just going off of reading. That's my...
It's clearly a play on the Oni Warriors, their team that they used to go by, right? And that's, you know, we love those names. Love the Oni Warriors. You don't know the Oni Warriors?
Just messing with you. I'm rage baiting you here. It's so easy to rage bait. Look at where we're at here, Book. 28 minutes in, 17-9. Mind the Gap in control. They've gotten 4 gold Furies this game, one of those being an Ancient Fury, a 7k gold lead. We're really starting to see a lead here. It was even for quite some time, but it's really developing in a certain way now.
Yeah, and it all comes back to just that Fire Giant pull. It just overcommitment there by the Oni Warriors to just try and all in that objective and get away with it, but they don't. They lose 4 members for it. Yeah, Pagon gets the buff, but not worth at the end of the day. And mind the gap, they're happy to take that little trade. They're happy to kill 4 members and lose the objective at the end of the day. And yeah, now they've got themselves a pretty sizable gold lead, 6,500 in their favor. Love to see that if you're a mind the gap fan, if you're a fan of any of these players.
A rough Fire Giant call led to a disastrous moment for some time, but good news for them at least. Even though the call was a little rough, at least they're still alive. They lost a bird, they lost an Ancient Fury, but the world's not over, right? I mean, you still have a game to play out, so things are good as we're awaiting some technical difficulties. We'll find out what it is and get back with you in just a moment. I guess we're going back in. We figured it out. Hey, I guess we got Geek Squad on standby.
Yeah, you said just a moment, Mort. That was you. You willed that into existence, my man.
Hey, it is what it is. Sometimes I speak and these things happen. So, Oni Warriors take the win. Go! All right, I guess not. I gave it my best shot.
You can hope. We're supposed to be unbiased up here, but there's a lot of bias over there on the chair one side of things I can hear.
Okay, I was not in my contract. Jithin's told me nothing about this.
Wait, is that true?
I don't think Jithin has ever told me to be
different contract.
You signed? I don't even remember signing a contract at this point. Look at Power Man. So the only contract being signed is Mind the Gap taking the bomb away. We've signed it. It's ours now. And Fire Giant not up just yet, but they want to get vision. They want to get ready. Ancient Fury not up either. So really all Mind the Gap can get is kills.
Pay attention to where Lairs is going to be positioning here in this next fight. Though Thor walls have been crucial to Oni Warriors and their initiation plays. It'll be a Thor wall into a Sobek pluck, and that is the go button here for this team. So pay attention towards where Lairs is positioning, where Rongyu's positioning. Do want to note, though, Rongyu has not gone towards that Aegis pickup here, has kept towards the Sunder, and that's just because of how even or ahead the Mind the Gap roster have been. Rongyu just hasn't really been punished for his over-aggressive plays.
This is a rough moment for Oni Warriors. They have to play back. They gave up all their towers. But good news on the horizon. Mid lane Bird respawning now. They can finally let the mid lane breathe a little bit. That tier 1 tower about to fall. I mean, Oni Warriors have a lot of catch up to do as far as towers go. Even if they do win some fights, it's going to be a while before they just end game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they need at least 2 fights here at this point. 2 really good team wipes here. They can take the Fire Giant and then maybe go towards mid, take down the mid tier 1, tier 2 Phoenix. That gives you an avenue. Maybe you go and just bomb rush the left-hand side here instead, so you have just one more good fight, and your next Fire Giant fight will be a little stronger because someone on the side of Mind the Gap has to pay attention to the left-hand side Phoenix. Otherwise, they'll just lose the game to the Fire minions. Gold Fury available for both teams, but we can see here 5-on-5 around this objective.
And hiding in the bush, awaiting to pounce. Solo Troll walks up. Panatom in the middle lane. The rest of Oni Warriors 1 step further back. As the Fire Giant is being looked at, but the burn isn't starting just yet. We're awaiting the perfect opportunity. I think that Mind the Gap want to catch somebody out. We get a pluck on Genetics again, or we get a pluck on somebody, take them down and make the numbers game favor us, then Mind the Gap go for the burn. But for now, we just got to get a fight started. But how?
I don't feel like you can commit towards these frontliners anymore. Solar Troll is really tanky. Genetics has 4 items as well as Mind the Gap. They're on the fire.
Okay. Fire Giant burn a little bit, but then they drop. It's a lovely song and dance here, Spirited Book. We see it every Saturday. It's a lovely song and dance. How do we start the Fire Giant burn? And it's just unsolved mystery for now. But look who's very far forward. Dishonored walking up. Layers in the air. Who do we pluck on? A great charge prey. Well, look at the back line. Meteor shower from Stewart. Does find a pull. Stygian Torment in response. Dishonored very low. Dishonored's dead. Stewart gets the kill. Double kill for Stewart. Benny Q's dead. And into the air. Stewart, Pagon's going for a slam dunk. Massive damage coming through. Rongyu kills Panatom, but Sot kills Tuba. Sot's going for more. Double kill. Layers is dead, and Rongyu, the only one left alive, is Genetics, chases him down. Who wins? Crocodile or a 3-headed dog? We'll find out on our next episode of Animal Planet, but instead we're going for the mid lane tower.
Rongyu is nearby, just trying to cut the wave right now to stop the aggression from Oni Warriors of really going towards the mid Phoenix. And that's just Mind the Gap kind of not hitting their ultimates in that moment. Lair's ultimate isn't good enough to really hit anyone there, and just tries to overcommit there with the dashes as well. Just no key buttons hit there in that fight by Mind the Gap. Benny Q, as soon as he tries to be aggressive, gets gone on by Panatom. Rongyu nearby doesn't have Sunder, but he's just trying to... Wow. Okay. Wow.
That was a pretty slow burn. I don't blame him. It was a slow burn. Sunder wasn't up, but Charge Prey and a Pyro Bomb could have stole that. I don't know. It was a little bit of a gamble. It wasn't a crazy gamble, but a little bit. 80-20 odds, and I was in Vegas, Spirited Book. I know exactly what it's like to have those odds and still come out on bottom. So, I think, you don't want to gamble anymore. You want to play it safe, play it smart. There's a lot on the line, especially now that this Fire Giant is enhanced.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Genetics went to Vegas as well, and he did not roll well when he was there. He ended up losing there, and I believe it was game 6 technically, because it was 5, a bracket reset, and then they lost in 1. Yeah, okay. That's what happened. But Mind the Gap, I mean, they're still in a pretty good position now. They didn't lose a whole lot. I mean, they just gave away some shutdowns at the end of the day. Everyone's going to have their ultimates. Everyone's going to have their relics back up here for this next fight, and they only lose a tier 1 tower in mid at the end of the day. I mean, we talked about how Oni Warriors, they had to win multiple fights here. I still feel like it's 2 again. Despite them winning the 1 of the 2 previously, I still feel like they have to win 2 good fights here if you're the Oni Warriors to get back in and win this game.
Pyromancer is being looked at. A lot of looking, not a lot of doing, because the opportunity hasn't presented itself, but a lot of looking. We must be at a museum here. But these sculptures can be taken down if you so please, Oni Warriors. The mid lane beacon will be the first target as far as sculptures go. We're going to take this and claim it as ours. We're buying it from the museum, or we're just taking it, really.
I feel like this is a good look here by the Oni Warriors. If they get this, they have pressure on this left-hand side to maybe take down that tier 2 on the left-hand side. And that maybe gives them a window should they win one more fight. You can see Mind the Gap grouped a little bit better, are going to gain control of the pit. Panatom's still hovering on this left-hand side, took a bit of poke and had to go heal up. And that means Genetic's going to go in.
Wild Hunt fought by a pluck. This is bad news. Tuba kills Genetics and down 1 member. Oni Warriors on the bottom, but Skyfall. Layers is in the air as well. Where does Layers land? Going for Stewart, but leaps in. But Stewart's dead. Sot is dead. Panatom fighting for his life. He takes down Tuba. Look at the low health members in the back line. Panatom just went crazy to turn this fight around, and Pagon says, it's nothing but scraps for me to clean up. Down goes Layers. Betty Q almost dead. Betty Q is dead. Dishonored finally cleans up, and Betty Q is what just went down? I mean, the only one left standing is Dishonored. What do you even do? You go solo EFG?
He's got to go clear these minions, these empowered minions, the Naga minions on the left-hand side. Actually, the bird is being taken down over here. There must be a huge wave that nearly that Phoenix on the left-hand side goes down. I mean, there was a Naga Queen, there was a power minion there. Dishonored's gonna get the bird, and that's a huge win for the Mind the Gap.
Can you imagine he dies to this? Okay, no, I was about to say, like, what are the odds, right? He's got a look.
Oh, he might. Genetics is hunting
Genetics
here.
Just back up. Genetics is up. The 3-headed dog. He smells way better than every other dog. He's chasing down Dishonored. Leaps forward. Ghastly breath. Off the mark. Paralyzing spit, but just a little bit faster. Dishonored's going to be out.
Oh, maybe not. Sot's on the hunt, though. Has ultimate.
Oh, hits the slow, leap over the wall, and a roots of follow. Paralyzing spit on the mark, did find a stun, but the wind sprite barely helped out Dishonored. But now, Mind the Gap have all respawned, and we need to get out of here. Oni Warriors on the retreat. Now that we see Mind the Gap have officially all come back, we need to get ready for the CFG fight, fellas. Let's stop duking it out here for just a moment.
Now you have to be careful here if you're Oni Warriors, and this goes to another Fire Giant stalemate. As with that left-hand side, Phoenix being down, minions will push over here, favoring Mind the Gap, but that Naga Queen will deny that push just for a bit here. So Oni Warriors will have to make a play sooner rather than later. I want to give shout outs to Panatom from that last fight, though.
Yes.
Sot dies, Genetics dies, and it looks all doom and gloom for Oni Warriors. Panatom finds 2 members, nearly kills Benny Q. That allows Pagon to finish off Benny Q and Layers in that fight at the tail end. I mean, Dishonored being the lone man standing at the end of the day was just unfortunate for Oni Warriors. They lose that left-hand side bird. but still they have potential here. We've seen the fights go their way just a little bit more as the game goes on.
And the game is still going. 37.5 minutes in. This is an EU game at its finest, really. I mean, look at what's going on here. Oni Warriors are still in. They have not given up hope just yet. Their mental's in check as they have control of the EFG right now. They know what Panatom is capable of. We're in the late game. This is the end game here, Book. We know what Panatom can do. We know what Pagon can do. Yes, we do need to target Solo Patrol. We need to get Stewart off the map. Sure. But we cannot forget about them yet again, because that fight could have went a lot worse for Mind the Gap.
I agree. And you say it's an EU game. Honestly, this to me feels like a classic SPL game where it's just slow, methodical gameplay of looking for the right plays at the right time, pulling off some cool combos as Genetics goes in looking for an ult.
Okay, Genetics goes forward and forces the blink out. Benny Q is in trouble. Panatom on the Palau going for damage. Tuba has the beads, and the Meteor Shower forcing away Dishonored. Genetics gets the kill. Dishonored is dead, but Benny's dead. Benny gets the kill on Genetics. Pagon getting chased down. Pagon by themselves. It's a massive two-man route, and Rongyu barely alive, but oh my God, did you see that? Did you see the bounce?
Stewart with the triple bounce to take down Rongyu. Benny Q with the blink of his own to find Solar Troll at the end of the fight. Only Stewart left alive. 3 carries on the side of Mind the Gap. Can Layers tank this objective up for his 2 carries? I don't know, man. Stewart doesn't have ultimate, but I feel like he has to try and make a play here and contest with the health bars that can get taken down very low from this objective, but the damage just might be too much. EFG
is getting burned down. Nobody there from Oni Warriors. Stewart goes for a bounce, doesn't quite hit it, but man, that would have been cool, and flies away through the wind sprite. Stewart's out of there, but EFG belts around the waist of Layers, Benny Q, and Tuba. This is bad news for the Oni Warriors.
Gen X, again, just going way too far forward, I feel like. The rest of the team not really in range to back him up. The engage looked a little decent as the fight went on. Panatom gets the backline, pulls the beads off of Tuba, but, I mean, that's all that's happening. It's just relic pulls, and now that blinks are available for both backliners, for Benny Q and for Tuba, they can buy a lot of space here to avoid the engage from the side of the Oni Warriors. And that allows Layers to find the direct avenue to the backline. Dishonored buys so much time there on his own, looking at Stewart, looking at Pagon and Solar Troll there. And then Layers shows up just in the nick of time to bail out his solo laner. A lovely play in a fight from Mind the Gap, and it nets them the EFG for 3 of their carries. Only the frontliners without it.
EFG is in. Mind the Gap are on the push, slowly but surely. Oni Warriors defending for what could be their last time of the game. They need an Alamo-level defense to save this game. 41-minute banger could be over soon. The nail is in place. All Mind the Gap have to do is drive it in, and the coffin will be closed for this match. Hovering around the bird, 2 members of Mind the Gap in the middle, and 3 over here in the left. Weakened birds all across the table, but where's the go button? How does this start?
This is the strongest point for Mind the Gap, and there's the go button.
There it is. Digitorment forced out. Bramble Blast forward. Wild Hunt used. Stewart's in trouble. Genetics goes back to base. And the left side bird is down. The mid lane bird also down. In goes Layers. Panny's in trouble. Panny's dead. Oh my God. And a great pluck will take Solo Patrol up for a ride. Benny Q capitalizes. Now 2 dead for Oni Warriors. Mind the Gap have nothing to do but run it down from here. Walk forward and take this Titan down. Pagon barely survives. Sky falls up and Tuba kills Genetics. Stewart's in trouble. Stewart will be dead after this. Barely gets back into the fountain, but healing away. But Mind the Gap say, we don't really care about the kills. We're here for the Titan, and they're able to kill it with these. Oni Warriors have just lost, and Mind the Gap came out on top.
Talk about a banger there for Mind the Gap. I mean, wow, what a game between these 2 teams. That was back and forth for so long. And then just one objective call that doesn't go their way. and Oni Warriors end up falling so far behind 6,000 going towards Mind the Gap, and they just run away with the rest of that gold lead.
A great play on the EFG. I mean, it was a small fight. It seems like such a trivial detail, but things started falling apart here and there like a domino effect. One thing went wrong, another thing went wrong, and next thing you know, EFG is getting taken down, and they just ran it down from there. This is the enhanced Fire Giant we're talking about, so it looked pretty easy, and I mean, this is how it all started here.
I mean, it's just nice little plays here on the left side of the map. Lovely plays on the right side of the map. I mean, both teams did a good job, but I mean, shout outs to Wrong You, man. These plucks, and specifically Wrong You and Lairs working in tandem off the Thor walls into Sobek plucks. That was their engage majority of these fights. Lairs with multiple beautiful ultimates on this Thor and looked so comfortable on this pick. Lairs in Smite 2 at the beginning looked a little rocky, looked a little shaky, didn't look the most comfortable in the game, but lately he's looked so good, and specifically on this Thor pick was impactful and a key part of winning multiple of these fights.
And fight after fight, it just ended up even. But around this replay right here, this is when Mind the Gap started taking control of the game. Tuba is melting health bars. And yeah, but we're seeing a lot from Pagon. Solar Patrol can't frontline too good. Pagon is able to get kills, though. It seems like the backline's really strong for Oni Warriors, but Genetics and Solar Patrol had a hard time tanking.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Genetics multiple times just got his engage stopped there. I mean, there we saw it perfectly. He jumps in and Lairs drops the wall and just stops him from walking any far forward. And that's just stunting the engage significantly. Here was another engage from Genetics where he just goes in, pulls beads with his ultimate. But look at this, Dishonored on 2 members, and Lairs shows up to clean up the pieces there at the end. A great game from him, a great game from Wrong You. Tuba as well, an unsung hero, I feel like, this game. Multiple wild hunts off the back of setup here to just stop members from playing the game outright, turning them into little pigs where they can't play or do anything.
Whew. I mean, just a lot went down. A lot went down that was very, very, rough towards the end game. Things, back and forth here and there. But you know what? Book, it was fun to watch. I think above everything,
really
I had a great time watching that. Obviously, I'm upset. I think I'm just kind of coping with the fact that my goat has lost. Genetics, rest in peace. But you know what, dude? I think it was a blast. It was really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree. That might have been one of the most fun games I've ever casted. I'm not gonna lie. That was really, really fun to just the back and forth, the caliber of play between these two teams, the type of players that we got to watch. It really did. It just a little bit of nostalgia, I guess, is welling up in my heart just a bit.
Yeah, I feel the same way. But we're not done just yet. The best part about it, we've got more games to look after. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few with another exciting matchup. Hello, everybody. We are back with April Circuit Week 1 here on Smite Prime. We're going to watch over some big games clocked in here to take another dub. We'll see if it happens. My name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew with us. We've got Jithens, Rosie, Testai, and with me here in the booth, none other than Spirited Book. We've had a great day so far, Book.
Yeah, we started off with a one-sided game, and now we're back to just even footing between two really strong competitors. And now we're excited to see 2 other strong competitors.
Yeah, let's see what they're fighting for, first of all. We're working our way down the bracket for a reason, right? And it's for this right here, $7,000. The first 3 weeks are all a bunch of open circuit teams fighting to make their way down the bracket, earning points. And then the final 8 teams on top of the points chance will make their way to the closed bracket final week and fight over $7,000 for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are all fighting for that as well. Don't forget about our giveaway for today from our lovely art shop. You can get a little, what is it you called it again? A koozie? How do you say it?
Do y'all not have those in Canada?
I don't know. I've never had one. I've never used one before. It's just not, we keep our water naturally cold because of how cold it naturally is up here,
It's not water, my friend. That's not what koozies are for.
Oh.
At least not where I'm from down here in old Texas. Just we're looking at the Smite Prime. Sorry, my accent came out. Shop.smiteprime.com. We've got all types of merchandise for you to look at by Smite community artists, and they get a bit of commission for checking these out. So if you want to support your local art team, then you know, why not go ahead and check it out? Also, use code SMITE. You get 10% off. Code SMITE. Get 10% off of the shop. Let's take a look at the brackets though, and see now that we're back here on the game. Let's take a look, see what these teams have been doing. Who's winning? Who's losing?
Ooh, Hold That versus Mind the Gap is ooh, that's gonna be a banger. I mean, whoever wins that one's going on towards the finals, and that's with how Mind the Gap just looked. I feel like Hold That, which of course is that Zapman Sunprod team, I feel like they got their work cut out for them today. That should be a banger of a game, but we're gonna have to hold and wait on that one, as Clocked In versus Smoke Break is our matchup for right here, right now, and these are two pretty, you know, one's just by far the best team around the block right now, and that's Clocked In. Smoke Break, they're on the way. They're working things out, and they're figuring kind of how they want to play the game, and Adapting is looking to be in form as of late, looking really solid, but still I feel like has to find that, almost that 10th gear, right? Has to find that final gear and really find true OG Adapting once again.
Yeah, Adapting has been doing great so far. My true goats, Banco Dardes frontline duo, disgusting.
Yes.
Just dominating. Banco has been in his bag since coming back, and then same thing with Dardes. The first time we saw Dardes, me and you both book, was on the EU Conquest, and Dardes says, you know what, I think I like Smite Prime. I think I'll stick around a little bit, and it's been really fun for us to watch too. I mean, we talk about how good the genetic Serb is. I think Dardes might be a little bit better.
I agree. I would agree. I feel like Dardes is the best Serb support player right now in Smite Prime, maybe in general, in the whole Smite 2 community. He's been really solid back in the support role, especially because he's been playing mid for so many years as of late. Switching back to a frontline role, it can be a little difficult if you've been playing carry as a mid laner kind of for a while, where you kind of want to avoid everyone. You want to avoid all the damage. While now he has to play the style of jumping in and taking all the damage and taking all the cooldowns and setting up his players to do good work. But I mean, Dardes is just such a solid player. Even switching back, he continues to just be solid, consistent, and make these pretty hype plays, in all honesty.
Yeah. It has been absolutely crazy to see. I mean, he pulled out the Amaterasu support, and me and you were sitting there thinking, what is this guy doing? And then he just like fragged out. Like, it's so crazy to see him doing what he does. But yeah, I mean, a whole team of GOATs, right? If you want to talk about any team taking it to Clocked In, it may or may not be Smoke Break. But we'll find out as we make our way into the picks and bans and take a look at who is where, what's going to happen. And I mean, here's a team. Here's a team that might take down Clocked In. Sap 7, Streak, Adapting, like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty solid players on the side of Smoke Break. But I mean, Clocked In, they are the team to beat, right? And this is NA versus EU. We kind of don't get to see a lot of these matchups in terms of scrims. Are these two teams scrimming each other? Probably not. Smoke Break going to be, of course, scrimming their EU friendlies and whatnot. So there is an interesting dynamic here. Are Smoke Break going to pay respect to what Tegvir does on some of his most famous picks, the Tsukiyomi, the Achilles, the Susanos as of late? Or is it going to be targeting, you know, Hydrogen on this Jingwei that he likes to go towards, the Neath sometimes, the Huyis? It is an interesting dynamic between these two teams, and that one team I feel like is very comfortable of where they're at and don't have to worry so much about banning out their opponents and their target characters.
And I mean, so you got, yes, for sure, the Jingwei has been very strong, but you got to keep in mind, Honor too is a ban-worthy pick that we've seen banned away a lot recently. Same thing with Geb. Geb has been one of the top carries. Who would have thunk in the Big 26, by the way, right? I mean, it's just why I still can't believe it. Every time I see Geb throw rocks, I'm like, is this real? Like, I can't believe it. See?
There it is. Get banned away. I mean, you called it. It's just such a strong character, hard to get to in terms of dive. And you got to imagine, if you're the side of Smoke Break, you really want to give Adapting an easy access character. Someone to get to the back line, be effective, dive, not have to worry about a Geb that's going to pop the ultimate and knock you away from diving the carries in the back line.
And Jingwei gets banned away too, respecting the carry. I mean, Hydro, Streak, these are some goats that we're talking about, right? I mean, no disrespect to Donut Doug, Kaveka, Zapman, you know, you name them off, but Hydrogen and Streak, these are some big dogs. I mean, top of the totem pole when it comes to the carries, you know?
Yeah, but I'm kind of surprised Clocked In decided to ban that one away. I mean, Hydrogen's on that team. They have first pick. Maybe it's just maybe it's a team decision that they don't feel comfortable of first picking Jingwei overall. They're not going to get the most value out of that character in the first slot. Versus on Chaos side, you can get more value because you can top to it. You get another pick alongside it. So instead, it's the Cerberus hover that they're going to go towards. And I mean, we've been seeing this character all day long. I'm not surprised at all to see it locked in here first for this team.
You know what I think when it comes to this is my personal opinion here. A Willix, okay. Right? You take a god that relies so heavily on being in the air. A Willix capitalizes, and I know what you're thinking. A Willix in the Big 26, nobody's playing a Willix. We just saw Sunprod yesterday in AGL go 18-2 on the Willix. I don't know. It's possible, right? What are the odds that we see a Willix picked up as a counter pick? It's definitely possible. Are a lot of Willix players around? I don't know. I'm just saying there's counterplay that's out there. Let's try and avoid it altogether.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't feel like Willix is in the best spot. While I do agree, yeah, Sunprod's pretty sick and I feel like you could give Sunprod whatever, right? You can give him Izanami and he'll still look pretty solid on whatever you give him, right? But yeah, I mean, I already am really scared for Smoke Break here. I mean, Cerberus first, pretty good. You answer with Naja Newt. I mean, Newt probably going to go to Streak. We've seen him play it a fair bit, though we've been seeing Newt more in the mid lane than in the ADC role. Wouldn't be surprised if Sap7 has maybe picked that one up. But then you go back the other way and you're like, Hydrogen on her. You already brought that up. And now Tsukiyomi, one of Tegvir's best picks. This is a spooky situation here if you're Smoke Break. I feel like you have to start formulating what you want to do. I would love to see some big burst damage following up off of these Naja ultimates. Immediately I'm like, no, this Hekate doesn't really do that, so I'm already really worried about this Smoke Break composition.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts here because I feel like Nisha, Pele, Newt, run at them, run at them. Like we're looking to dive, right? But Hekate doesn't feel as divey, right? I think Hekate's scrappy, but Hekate is completely fine. Let's bring the fight to me. Sure, you can get a bit of damage out through the magic shield, give it to one of the homies in the front line, big damage, extra shield. Okay, I get that, but I'm wondering if Hekate fits well into the Smoke Break comp that they're assembling right now.
Kind of. I feel like both Newt and Hekate kind of can play the same way, where they can play forward, but also play walking away or play to pull the fights towards them. So these two will synergize off each other. To me, it's just a worry of, does Smoke Break's front line facilitate with their back line? And so far, I'm not really seeing that avenue. And that's where I think the disconnect is, especially with what Clocked In have now drafted, where it's Princess Bari, an anti-dive character, Kabrakan, a just CC lockdown character. And I love this last pick here for Smoke Break. I'm a little worried about their damage, but their CC setup is pretty good here. I mean, the Humbots last overall. We've seen Adapting go crazy on this pick. Pele is going to go towards Benko. We've seen solo laners do really well on this pick. To me, honestly, the only outlier is this Neja first for Dardes.
Yeah, it's, I've seen a lot of good Neja recently, but it kind of seems to fall flat if you can't get the early snowball. We're very dependent on getting things started early. Laning phase has to go very well for Smoke Break for this Neja pick to see its full value. If we get behind, this is bad news. Comeback chances are low, especially because you're a support. You're the last to hit level 20, especially if your team is behind. You could be in a 30-minute game and still have a support that's not level 20 because it's hard for a majority of them to just go clear camps by themselves. Granted, Neja won't really have that problem because it's Neja, but still, it's going to be a little bit rough if Smoke Break can't get the early lead. So they need early game pressure, and they need it fast. Thankfully, Newt can provide that, but laning phase is going to be very dependent as far as tempo goes.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And a lot of what you mentioned is a lot of the issues of what we saw on Neja in Smite 1. This was where this character really struggled, was if you get off to an early start, you're golden, you're snowballing, you're making plays, you're in a great spot. But why he started to fall off as of late and as meta has progressed is because other characters could just provide more with a lot less. You didn't have to worry about, always landing that ultimate to be impactful. I mean, you look across the way, you have a Cerberus that has so much AoE CC set up.
So let's find out how this setup goes. Can Smoke Break set up a dub, or will they fall flat? We'll go back in a minute here. I was faking y'all out here. Just a test. Just a test.
Another bait from Mort once again. I was so ready, so excited to see what Smoke Break we're gonna do to try and beat Clocked In, and yeah, now it's once again Mort.
I'll keep you on your toes here
every time.
I keep you on the edge of your chair. It might hurt your butt after a while, the way I keep you on the edge of your chair here. You got to be ready for these things. I'll throw you curveballs. I'll throw you split balls. But let's throw you a straight ball here. Throw us straight into the game. A fastball, if you will. Let's get this game on going. This is Clocked In up against Smoke Break here in week 1 of the April circuit of Smite Prime. If you're just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got Rosie, Testai, Jithens behind the scenes, making all these pretty colors you see on screen happen. And then next to me here in the booth to talk about it with me is Spirited Book. And now that we've got our aces in our places, 4 aspects on the side of Smoke Break. Goodness.
Yeah, that's a lot of aspects there for the side of Smoke Break. I mean, lots of Aegises too as well. It is 4 Aegises versus 4 beads. You know, who wore it better is going to be the question of the day for these two teams of, is it the damage immunity on the side of Smoke Break, or is it the CC immunity and being able to keep casting on the side of Clocked In? That is an interesting dynamic, but I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy with where these aspects are. I feel like Neja aspect in support is just so much better, and Nisha's aspect in general feels so much better than non-aspect because of the ring toss can bounce off of yourself. That allows a lot of 1v1 potential for the character versus before you kind of needed a couple of other members or opponents nearby to really be impactful. Newt aspect, we've seen Streak go towards this multiple times to just be really safe on this character, be more of a supportive ADC rather than an outright carry for his team. I mean, adapting with the aspect on Hunbots makes a lot of sense. Just more CC setup for the Hunbots outside of just that ultimate. And then, of course, Banco on the Pele. I mean, there's not much to be said about that. I feel like Pele solo aspect is just very good, can carry games right now.
Oh, an early Aegis forced out, disperse forward. Hydro wants the early game as well. Hydro and Happen really want to take this duo lane straight to Smoke Break just as much as Smoke Break want early aggression too. So that's an interesting transaction. But you know what? I think you said something that stuck out to me in Picks and Bans book is that you're worried about damage, right? And I think I'm starting to see that come to life because how you mentioned, Neja, you're a little bit tankier. You have a little more setup for the team. When you're using aspect of the Cosmos for Newt, you're sacrificing some damage, but you're giving crowd control immunity for the team. But adapting and looking to get a dub for the team. First blood goes to Smoke Break. Sap 7 able to pick it up, and a great play from adapting.
Where did all that damage come from? Honestly, it's just the shield from Sap 7 as Hydro on the left-hand side. They find Dardes, so an answer back from this dual lane on the left-hand side for Clocked In. Lovely look there, but man, so much aggression from adapting in Sap 7 out of nowhere.
Spirited Book, I can't handle another arena game. We've got to slow things down here. We've got a lot more brackets to work through. Please slow it down for my sake. It's hard to talk that fast this much. Please.
I don't know if they're going to give it to you, man. Already on the right-hand side, Tegvir's there and adapting, trying to get the stun on the Paul, lands it.
Are you joking me? Paul just had full health. Smokebreaker coming out swinging.
Lovely look there. I mean, adapting just putting pressure on this mid jungle 2v2 early on a character that kind of wants to, sit back, kind of take their time, hit level 5, get access to that ultimate, and then run in there and pop it and pull off everyone's beads and then find the back line and take them down instead. Adapting's just started from minute 1, and I feel like at this point, you just keep the gas pressed to the floor. You just keep running around the map, hit level 5 as quickly as you can. Firebrand's going to be available soon as Benko has to be careful. Tegvir level 3 to Adapting's level 4. He's taking farm from his soul laner to try and get level 5 as soon as possible. That's going to be really bad for Karmic.
Firebrand's just now spawning, and 2-on-2. Paul's still in mid. Benko's still in solo. Karmic walks forward, looking to take some brands. I think Smoke Break got the upper hand on the brands, but Clocked In got their hand on a few. What are the aquarium rocks? Is that what they're called?
I just call them rocks. They're just the rocks, You pick up the rocks, you get some bonus stats, and yeah, I feel like Smoke Break got the experience and gold from them. And that's why we see Tegvir on the right-hand side, and he does this a lot, where as soon as Firebrands are spawning, He goes to the right-hand side. Is Adapting's level 5?
Nah, Fear No Evil's out. Tegvir's in trouble. He's very low, and Sap7 takes him out quick. You love to see this early aggression. Smoke break in control once again. Hey, let's take red buff while we're in the neighborhood. Stop and smell the roses.
And all of that stems off from that first kill that Adapting got onto Tegvir, where he forced beads then. He knows Tegvir doesn't have beads there. Tegvir's not level 5 yet. Adapting is because of that first blood that they got themselves. And so he's able to just run at Tegvir on the red buff spawn. They kill him there, take the buff as well. Smokebreaker on fire in this early game.
And it might not look too wild considering, like, yeah, they don't have much of a gold lead. They do have only 1 kill above, but you know what? It's still something. I think it's about setting a tone, right? Is really what it is. You're affecting mentalities for Clocked In right now because they're only, you know, less than 5 minutes in, but Ultimate's online, just showing that Adapting might be a little bit better, might have a little more aggression. But look at this Learning Bow pickup from Adapting. Very interesting.
We've seen this quite a bit of on Hanbots in particular, especially when you go towards the aspect side of things. If you're going to stun someone and lock them in place for a bit, why not just get a bit of extra bonus damage? It does mean that his, you know, cooldown ratio isn't going to be as strong as it would be if you had like a Hydra's or a Jotun's first overall, but still just bonus damage in this early game can be pretty disgusting. And already you can see a lot of first items completed here for the side of Smokebreak while everyone's still on tier 2s. An first item completed here for Happen at the Screeching Gargoyle, and that is a nice little pickup there for the Cerberus, who's going to be jumping into the back line, going to be popping that, denying a lot of the cooldowns from Sap7, who wants to cast from a distance, denying Adapting as Dardes could get caught.
Oh, a great leap out. Happen doesn't get pulled by Open the Gates. Stygian Torment finds a pull as well, but able to escape from there. No real risk of death or anything. Just kind of an interesting exchange of ults because one's looking for the other, but counterplay available. That was played very well from both sides, really.
Yeah, nice little look there as Dardes has to be careful here on this character. Can get caught out and doesn't really want to have to commit the Windfire Wheels as a defensive tool, really wants to be using it to pop someone up into the sky and make sure they're not impactful in the fight. So maybe looking towards Happen would be a key target as well, as Adapting finds Karmic on the right-hand side.
Ooh, that's not good. That is not good at all. Smokebreak in control yet again over in solo side. They've gotten all the firebrands, and they're getting kills over there. I mean, Adapting's getting a lead in 1-0-2. Sap7's 2-0. It seems like this right side of the map has been very, very nice for Smokebreak, but Clocked In still seem to have a little bit of an upper hand over here on the left. Not too crazy. It's pretty even.
Adapting's been involved in 3 kills and just now gets himself his first kill. I mean, so far, being the pace setter in this game, it's only 7 minutes in, about to be 7 minutes, and has just been everywhere. Has been in the mid 2v2, fighting it out against Tegvir, running him down in his own jungle, now pays attention to the right-hand side, and look at this. Now Smokebreaker on the Gold Fury just 7 minutes in, only Happen nearby, but that is going to be enough to deter them from pulling the objective and committing.
This is a little overconfident, so I'm glad they backed off. I think Gold Fury would be a hard rip there, especially not without a risk of getting it stolen, because we've got a lot of ults up still. Tegvir can just dive into the back line and shred health bars. Happen could even pull that with a paralyzing spit. We've seen that multiple times from Baroneri, so I think it's completely okay to just drop that. We'll wait for better days, and look where Adapting is yet again. Firebrands are the name of the game, and Smokebreak in control on this right side of the map. We talk about how, okay, they've got a couple kills. The gold lead's pretty minute, but these rocks in general are going to provide so much more of an upper hand here in the early game.
And putting him on Adapting, who has been driving the pace here, has happened. Dashes in, looking for this neutral camp as he's got Paul nearby, but I don't feel like they can contest this with 3 members of Smokebreak also here.
3-on-3 near the mid lane beacon, fighting over this neutral farm, and then the beacon will be the next big objective for them to look at. It's pretty stationary so far. I mean, they're going a little bit towards Smokebreak, but Artillery stash forward, followed by the Windfire Wheels. Dardes goes in for a kill, and Happen is dead. A great initiation followed by a death, and now Smokebreak gets this beacon here in the middle. Maybe Gold Fury gets looked at. I don't know.
The sash into the the sash into the ring toss into the Windfire Wheels. A nice look there. And with Sap7's damage as well on top, this is going to net Smokebreak at least an objective pull. Paul and Hydro are nearby and adapting, trying to zone them away. He has ultimate and he's going to use it.
Down to 2,000 health, down to 1,500, and oh my
Paul
goodness, Happin's able to get it. Oh, Paul's able to steal. Paul just stole it. Paul stole Gold Fury, and Tegvir's going to clean up on Darda. Smoke Break set a step back, and now Locked In are walking forward. They've had the lower hand this entire game so far, and now that they've got Gold Fury, they say, hey, let's hit the gas pedal. Let's get one more kill. Way to capitalize. Obsidian Torment off the mark, but that's okay. Ghastly Breath has damage. I don't think Clocked In really feel that afterwards. Paul's already walked away. Happen seems to be in a bit of a rough spot. You might have been off a little bit more than you could chew. You'd think you could do some pretty good chewing with 3 heads, but I guess it Happen's going to have to back off.
I mean, that just looked a little awkward there, but from Happen. But I mean, Smoke Break feels like they commit their ultimates there to just try and zone members away. And once both ults, the Hecate ult and the Fear No Evil from adapting are down, it feels like Clocked In could just walk forward. There's nothing to keep them away and nothing to keep them from walking forward. And they just run them down. And then there's no ultimate tools for Smoke Break to stand and fight. So they can't even fight after they get the objective stolen. They have to turn tail and run. So unfortunate there from them. Their gold lead, it's now favoring Clocked In. It's just one play, man. This team is so good. One play, even if you're losing early the way they just were, one good play and you're right back in it.
And 10 minutes into the game, 2-4 is a 2K gold lead for Clocked In, a little bit less than that. Smoke Break have had the upper hand for quite some time, but tempo has just reset. And it seems pretty even yet again, right? I don't know if it's a huge lead or any type of lead in general for Clocked In. I feel like we're still in an even playing field, considering the firebrands that are sitting with adapting right now. I think it's a pretty even game still.
It is, but it just feels like Clocked In... It feels like Smoke Break had a pretty sizable tempo lead. It feels like they were making all the right plays. They pick Happen in mid lane, and they then go towards the Gold Fury, and then they get it stolen. Oh yeah, and then they lose a member afterwards. It's just small little plays like that that allow Clocked In to get themselves into a winning position. Because you look at their composition, they have pretty good mid to late game. They have a Tsukiyomi that can 100-0 a backliner as the game goes on. Karmic we've seen be so effective on this Kabrakan. It's adapting has to be careful here because 3 members are nearby to contest him.
Okay, but nothing happens too much afterwards. Hydro's here for some damage. But look at the gank over in the mid lane. Paul's taking for a ride, but the beat's forced out. Great reaction time from Paul. Duking it out with Darda as Hydro just killed Streak, but adapting's here in middle lane with a great ult to save his life. And here comes Karmic. Wait, Dagfear's here too. What is going on here?
Karmic was wrapped around the backhand side, but adapting already dead. Just wasn't in range to help commit to Paul there. And the look there from Dardes was nice. Force the beads, sure, but then walk away. That you got the win there. Instead, Paul drops the ultimate and is able to just kind of walk away to safety. It's really hard to all in a Princess Bari because of that ultimate. That death immunity is so strong, and that's what Smoke Break have to be careful of, is avoiding proccing that death immunity, and just has to play a little safer and a little smarter, I feel like.
Look at the damage coming in from Karmic, but even more from Banco. Good lord, Banco's just walking forward, and Karmic says, I tried to fight you, but it's just not working out.
Yeah, this is how this matchup is supposed to go, by the way. This is the Pele with Aspect, for some reason, is just so disgusting. Doesn't really take a lot of damage, as well as have some self-sustain as well to just kind of keep topped up. So a lovely look there for the Pele, who should have more aggression here on the right-hand side. Again, to me, it's where does the Pele transfer this lead, though? Do they go towards this next Gold Fury that's already spawned? But actually, Smoke Break, they could have gotten caught backing there. They're 4-man grouped around this objective, and only Sap and Streak nearby.
No way. Happens walking up to zone. The rest of Clocked In go for Gold Fury. This would be their second one of the game, and they could rip this pretty easy because Adapting's on the right side of the map, gunning for Karmic and going under the tower here. Karmic's in trouble. They realize all 4 are on the other side. We go for a dive. We kill Karmic here, but Karmic's fighting his way out, throws an ult away and tries to save his life, but Adapting cleans up and gets the kill. Down goes Karmic, but the rest of the team got Gold Fury. I'd say that's worth.
Dardes had to be careful there. Actually did a good job of poking down Happen. So Gold Fury goes the way of Clocked In, but they do get a kill on the Karmic. If Smoke Break can then transfer this kill that they've just gotten to a Pyromancer, it could be a bit of an even trade, but no, they'll take their time. And so I feel like Clocked In come away with the better end of things. Damn, this is just so good here for Clocked In so far. They're just finding the wins. They're finding the right angles. They're grouping a little bit better at the right time. Just like clockwork almost, no pun intended, as they're there on the objective while everyone backs off to base. Adapting, though, is trying to find small victories. We saw that gank onto Karmic be very successful. Benko, you can already see how tanky he was, just tanking up so many tower shots while diving onto Karmic there. So would like to see this Pele get involved sooner rather than later on the rest of the map.
You talk about small victories. Yes, those are small victories. Another one that we got to mention, I feel like I've talked about it a lot, but I got to bring it up again. The Firebrands, because he just got another round of them. He just got, like, as you were saying it, talk about small victories, more Firebrands. Like, he's going to be, what is that, like 30-something strength already? 30, I don't know, like it's just a crazy amount. But Stygian Torment to counter the Artillery Sash. Happen has great counterplay off of that, but open the gates. But up downs, it happens ready for anything.
A nice little kind of balancing act between the supports and then the mid laner getting involved as well, as Adapting still hovering here on the right-hand side, maybe looking for another play onto Karmic. Has access to that ultimate, and Benko dropped the ultimate on the right-hand side, but a fight in mid.
And goes Happen, but Windfire Wheels takes Paul for a ride. I don't think Paul is going to live his way through this one.
Okay.
Sap 7 gets the kill. Paul is dead, but when Dardes extremely low, and Hydra's able to clean up with the Desert Fury. Down goes Dardes, one dead on each side. No, Karmic's dead too. Two dead for Clocked In. The Queen Naga is ready to be taken, but I don't think Smokebreaker ready to press the gas pedal for it yet.
I don't understand why. Adapting still has ultimate. Streak was in mid. Both ADCs were in mid. It was a 4-on-4, I get. No, it's a 4-on-3. Why not go towards that objective with everyone grouped around mid? Go pull the Queen Naga, get something to your name if you're Smoke Break, especially off of a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. You only lost your support.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a gamble. I felt like that was low risk, high reward, but you know, it is what it is. These things happen as we're 16 minutes into the game. The Queen Naga's ready to be taken. So is the Pyromancer. Gold Fury about to respawn, and we'll call it 45 seconds or so. The beacon spawns in 30. A lot of objectives for either team to look at. Now is the time for macro play to shine, and Clocked In are known for their amazing macro play. How will they go about this?
Benko continuing to be aggressive on this right-hand side, almost has access to that Pele ultimate, and really has been a thorn in the side of Karmic so far, just continuing to push him out. Look at the tower health difference. Benko continually pushing waves in her tower, continually trying to kill off Karmic, forcing him to get very low, and punishing him for ever daring to stand under that tower. The Ritual is in mid. It seems like Smokebreak are in the area first. They're actually looking to hunt down Tegvir in his own jungle.
Tegvir's in trouble, and goes Adapting. Does have some crowd control ready, but hiding for now. Able to get away. Adapting took a little bit of damage, but he's A-okay. Hydro running straight towards Dardes, who Artillery sashes forward towards Karmic, looking for a way out, but ends up getting pinched. Down goes Dardes. Hydro gets the kill. Queen Naga looks pretty nice for Clocked In. Are they going to grab it, or do we go for the kill? I'd say start the burn.
They did get Tegvir's beads, but it just doesn't matter. It feels like this Naja, again, it is very all-in-y. Once you're in, it's hard to get out, and walks into the face of Karmic. So Queen Naga goes the way of Clocked In, the Ritual as well, and the Pyromancer. You can see they're just pulling all these objectives and not really allowing Smokebreak to breathe anymore and do any objectives themselves.
Pyromancer gets taken down as well. Two big objectives go the way of Clocked In, and this beacon will make it 3. Send some pushers down lane, give your team a little more experience. That could be huge for the early game. Look at Benko walking forward. That pillar goes out to try and save Hydro's life, but look at the rest of the back line. Smokebreak's in trouble because Karmic and Happen are walking forward, and Karmic is able to kill Sap 7. Look at Adapting, sneaking around the corner. Didn't want to use the ult. Instead, he walked away. This is a bad fight for Adapting, but Dardes goes forward. Artillery sash towards 1, but Hydro's able to clean up yet again. 2 dead for Smokebreak, and Clocked In. That's 3 big objectives, a couple kills, now a mid lane tower, but oh no, here's Adapting. He's going to catch Hydro, but Hydro leaps away, and Clocked In says, sick him. Oh, fear no evil, but it doesn't do enough. Hydro's barely alive, man. Oh my God.
Adapting just needed an auto attack, and that would have been a huge shutdown for him. 4-0 on this on her so far, and that's just an unfortunate dropped kill here for adapting. Just maybe expected a little bit more damage for his ultimate there, but maybe just realized he needed to walk away to safety rather than try and commit to a kill. But that is unlucky there for Smoke Break. They end up taking another bad fight. Dardes gets caught out again from the Kabrakan ultimate there. Isn't able to get away to safety. Had to use the Hecate teleporter from the ultimate to go in deeper. And all the while, Hydrogen just on the Gold Fury. And Smoke Break are nearby, but I don't know if they can stop him.
Gold Fury is down to half health. Look at happen. Around the corner. Lands the paralyzing spit, but Armillary Sash, but gets impaled into the wall. Dardes has to get out of there. Very low on health. Dardes still hovers along with the rest of Smoke Break as the burn goes back on the Gold Fury. It's at 1,000, and down it goes. Hydro is able to secure. Look at happen in the front line. Oh, Beads pulled away. He almost up down the open the gates, but he had to use Beads.
Oh, Adapting's here.
That was a close call, but look at Adapting. Adapting going forward. He's looking for a cleanup. Paul is extremely low. But Tagfear goes straight for Adapting, says you're not going to touch him, not without revenge. One dead on each side so far, but Benko walks forward. A great pillar will save Hydro's life, but Tagfear in extreme trouble. The Caltrops will slow them down and save his life again. Not a lot of objectives for them to look at except this Fire Giant, but that'd be a little egregious, I think.
I mean, they're going to go for the tier 1 in mid, I would imagine here. They're talking about it. You can kind of see they're positioning a little to the right-hand side for a moment, but no, they'll commit to this tier 1 in mid, get some gold to themselves before backing off. And Benko just gets stunted there by Hydrogen with a great pillar. That would have been so scary for Clockton, because look at Benko. He's at level 18, 1-0-2 on the Pele. He's built clearly to kill this on her with all the physical defense he's got. He's designed to just run forward and hold everything. Clocked in, grouping as 5 around this Fire Giant. Smoke Break on the way.
Okay, Fire Giant burn is here. And it's slow, but it's sure. But look at Benko in the pit. A great pillar from Hydro puts Benko in a weird spot. He takes a bit of damage. Happen got taken for a ride. Windfire Wheels took Happen up, but Happen still A-okay. Tagfear's in the back line. Down goes Streak. Stitching and Torment pulls Adapting. Hydro gets the kill. This is the go button for Clocked In. They don't care about the Fire Giant anymore. They're going for kills. Paul takes down Sap 7, 3 dead for Smoke Break. And Dardes had to go back to base. The only one even close to a round is Benko, but Benko's hiding by the solo lane. Benko's not going in on this. That's a free FG.
That was textbook by Clocked In on how you punish members on the enemy team for walking from base to defend against a Fire Giant pull from your team. They isolate members like Streak, who's on his own on the left-hand side. They isolate Adapting from the rest of the team. Sap 7. Dardes, who walked a little too far forward there, and Happen walks in aggressively against him, gets pulled to the sky, but it doesn't matter. He's just the Cerberus. He's already done his job of being the one that gets sent to the sky, and Streak gets isolated, killed off early. Just textbook by Clocked In. Isolate members, pick them off, and take them out one by one, and then get yourself the objective. Clocked In running away with this one.
Yeah, you know, it seemed like it was pretty close. Even Smoke Break had an upper hand for a moment, but once the macro game came into play, we talked about it earlier at the 15-minute mark, macro play is huge here with the Beacon, with the Queen Naga, Gold Fury, and Clocked In got just about everything. Look at it, 3 Gold Furies. They got Queen Naga. They've gotten Pyro Bombs. There's one in pocket for Happen. Obsidian Dagger for Paul right now. I mean, the objective game is really where Clocked In shines, and they're really showing as the game goes on. They're hovering around Gold Fury because it's about to respawn. It's the next thing for them to look at.
I want to just give a little note here. To me, this game, it feels like it all comes back to that one stolen Gold Fury by Paul at the start of the game. It all stems from that to me, because that gets Clocked In tempo back into the game. That stops Smoke Break from continuing adapting. Because look at what Adapting did. As soon as that fight goes wrong and they get that gold stolen, Adapting stopped doing anything on the map. He slowed right down. He started farming. He started power farming, sure. He gets the rocks on the right-hand side, but just stops looking for these aggressive plays on a Tagfear, stops running him down in his jungle. Benko has to be careful here. He's getting CC locked down.
But an ult volcanic rush, to be specific. Banco is safe now, but the mid lane tower is taken down. CG and Torment forced out. Windfire Wheels in response. Ult for ult from the support, so that's fine. Clock didn't say A-OK. That's one less thing that Paul has to worry about. The tier 2 in mid lane will fall here. There's no way they go for Bird here, right?
They might. They see Sap 7 on the right, and they see Adapting in mid, I would imagine, with the wave. Adapting is just trying to cut the wave here, so all Smokebreak need to do is try and clear the wave, but they can't even do that. Midbird gonna go down here.
Whew. That's bad. I mean, where's Banco going? You know, I mean, okay, Adapting being gone, sure, I understand the thought process, but Banco's going for farm, or do we take a tower? Now the tier 2 is falling in left, and half the team for Smokebreak is not even around.
He's trying to push the wave as far back, but already going in here. Karmic with the Cersei's.
Okay, open the gates, goes for a pull. Happen just leaps back forward, but Dardez going in, but Dardez has to teleport out. Banco teleports in. Skyfall hits a massive pull. Happen gets knocked up. Same thing with Karmic, and a great ult from Bari will save their lives. Clocked in are now going to turn back around and say, hey, if you want to fight, we're down to fight, but we know you don't really want to.
Again, to me, there's just not enough damage on the side of Smokebreak. Look at all the CC they had. They had a 2-man knock up there on the front line. Then they had the ultimate from Adapting there, and Bari's ultimate just stops all of that. It just immediately Smokebreaker like, okay, we can't commit. Even if you deal damage to people who are death immune in that moment, you can get them so low to the point that as soon as the death immunity runs out, you kill them. But Smokebreak, they just don't have the damage.
Let's take a look at the map here. A weakened Bird on the left side, and a weakened tier 2 tower on the right. Fire Giant belt's about to wear off, but let's just say that they get another. This is an easy push down lane to win this game. Adapting's able to secure the Pyro with a sliver of health to his name. What was it, like 50? That was crazy.
That was scary. Call. That was very scary, I'm not going to lie. I was a little worried that we were about to witness something very horrendous from a very good player.
No, it's calculated. It's calculated. It would never happen. I ran the numbers beforehand. He's got the learning bow. It makes.
If Adapting dies there, he says, "I'm not wrong. Math is wrong."
Yeah. Wow. That's what is he? Chuck Norris to Smite now? This is crazy.
Too soon, man. Too soon. All right.
Yeah.
Smokebreak
right.
in a I mean, Clocked in. They're in a commanding position. They're gonna get this ritual pretty much for free, right? There's nothing that Smokebreak can really do about it. It's just Adapting's done a great job, right? He's done a good job splitting the map, finding farm where he can. He's level 20. He's got Titan's Bane completed. He's in a pretty good spot. He's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting going into this next Fire Giant siege, I feel like, because he is a majority of the damage on the side of Smokebreak. Streak is in a good spot. He's got 4 items. Snap's got 4 items, but you look across the way, Clocked in, they're starting to finish up their builds here pretty soon. They're on 5 items.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Clocked in just have the upper hand by a long shot. Thanks to this 11K gold lead here at the 26.5 minute mark. 12-8 is the kills, and yeah, it's not too heavy for Clocked in kill wise, but objectives are huge, and Clocked in know this. They've got just about every single one this game. It's like too many Gold Furies to count. A couple Pyromancers. Adapting got the last one, but Pyro Bomb still in pocket for Happen. And Smokebreak just having a hard time getting anything done. Windfire Wheels in response yet again. So ult for ult as far as supports go. And we're seeing some more ults respawn for Clocked in. Fire Giant Burn begins here. Let's bait Smokebreak in for a fight. Or we just take FG, or we kill both. Look at Karmic in the back line. Maybe Karmic's in trouble. Fear No Evil's out, and Adapting almost got the kill, but having to get away. Karmic's A-okay, though. We dropped the burn to maybe save Karmic, and I think it was well worth it. We need Karmic around.
Yeah, I mean, Smokebreak at the end of the day, they have to be careful. They have Queen Nagas pushing their waves, or pushing their Phoenixes, excuse me. That left-hand side Phoenix is weakened, remember, so it's going to take a lot of damage here. The mid one's still being down means someone has to respond. Adapting on his way means he won't be here to contest this Fire Giant, which is being pulled yet again. Left-hand side Bird is likely going to go down for Smokebreak. It does.
Down it goes. The mid lane Bird is respawned, but it is weakened. Paul going straight for Banco, trying to zone him off, but we've dropped the burn on the FG. We're looking for the fight now. Skyfall out, but it gets up down, but Karmic's extremely low. Smokebreak going in for a fight here. They've got what it takes, and in going for more. Streak lands a nasty 2, but a pillar out from Hydro will maybe provide some space. Ults out from Paul as well, but look at adapting in the back line. Going straight for Paul, but having to leap to safety. Techgear is going towards Dardes and kills him instantly. Down goes Streak as well. 2 dead members of Smokebreak have turned this fight around entirely for Clocked In. Dispersed forward, knocked into the wall, and Karmic shuts him down. 3 kills for Clocked In, and Smokebreak hiding around the corner, watching the fire giant burn. Maybe there's a seal. Maybe there's a world where it works their way. Let's see if it can become a reality. 3K on the FG, but Clocked In have dropped it. They stopped the burn. We need to go for kills. Fear No Evil's out. Adapting dies. Hydro secures the fire giant, and Clocked In on top once more. Sap 7, the only one left alive. Paralyzing spit locks him in place, and Tegvir wipes the floor with his head. That's a deicide for Clocked In and an FG pull. Is this endgame? Can Smokebreak do anything against Clocked In as they march their way down victory road?
Dardes and Streak the only ones up. Benko up in 4 seconds. I don't know, more. I feel like this is gonna go the way it Clocked In. Streak has to come up with a crazy defense here if Smokebreak want to survive.
They walk towards all 5 members. The Titan's in trouble. In goes Dardes. Takes Hydro for a ride through the wind fire wheels, but the rest of Clocked In are on the burn. 9K health. Sigine Torment takes 1 up. Skyfall to land, but it gets up down by Hydro. 3K on the Titan. Make it 2K. And another deicide to finish things off. Looked at Clocked In go. That's another game dub for them.
Clocked In just again the team to beat here at Smite Prime, and they look so strong with their macro play. I mean, just impossible to beat off of plays like that. They just look so good. It's hard, man. It's hard, Mort. We've been talking about this for a long time about how good Clocked In are, man. It's just a lot of reiteration at this point. It feels like the same things. They look so good. One good play, and they take the driver's seat of this game and don't let go of it. I mean, just crazy plays. This, to me, is so crazy from Smokebreak. This, to me, looked like it was all their way. I'm like, oh my gosh, Smokebreak, they're winning the early game against Clocked In. They look so good. This play from Adapting and Sap 7, who looks so beautiful, working together. But this play right here is the downfall of Smokebreak to me. Just the Gold Fury steal into a kill onto Dardes, and it all goes south from there.
And really what it is, we can talk about early game pressure. We can talk about leads and this and that, but when it comes to objective play, when it comes to macro, when it comes to playing around Gold Furies and team fights, nobody does it better than Clocked In. That's not a theory. That's a simple fact because it shows. I mean, the objectives start coming online around this part. You mentioned it started there with the Gold Fury, and it keeps going right here. The beacon goes their way. They've got 2 Gold Furies at this point. They already got the Queen Naga. It's one thing after another as far as objectives go that favor Clocked In. Smokebreak had one good opportunity here. They took down Paul. Tegvir cleans up and finds a kill in response. And Smokebreak able to get a little bit out of this, but this game ended with Smokebreak having 8 kills. They didn't get a single kill after what we just saw right now.
Yeah, that was it's a toughie for sure. And this right here is just what do you do, man? Just everyone is split up, and I feel like Smokebreak, once they lost a couple of fights, they just started to lose a lot of their fundamental plays. They weren't grouping as effectively. This actually was so good from Smokebreak. Watch Tegvir in this play. He's just hovering, waiting, and boom, blinks in, gets the disarm on the 2 and helps set up for the play. A beautiful play from Tegvir to win them that fight outright.
Yeah, it was amazing from Tegvir right there. Tegvir knows when to hit the green light, when to hit the gas pedal. That was perfect. And really, look, I'll throw, this might be a hot take. I think we got a little bit of a chance to talk about it earlier on, but I think this game was lost in picks and bans because look at what we see on Smokebreak. It's a lot of aspects that are put towards helping out the team, right? I think Adapting is an incredible hyper carry, but with less damage through the aspect of disruption, it's hard for him to get all that damage out the door because aspect of disruption helps out the team. You get more tank from Pele based off the aspect of Obsidian, helps out the team. Same thing with Dardes, aspect of the Righteous Flame for the team. Aspect of Cosmos, you separate a little bit of damage for CC immunity and such for the team. But the team altogether couldn't capitalize. I mean, there were multiple fights that you called it out afterwards. There was a huge amount of crowd control for a smoke break, but not enough damage to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's D'Lo and I that keep talking about this Neja pick and why we don't think it's that good. It's just this character that, well, maybe it's not even Neja. That's not good, but for some reason, teams aren't drafting this crazy burst follow-up off of Neja ultimates. As soon as you're taking someone to the sky, you want them to drop back down, and you have something like a Raw ultimate or a Yanis Unstable Vortex or ultimate ready for them when they land. Teams just aren't drafting that. I feel like Neja has a lot of potential, but for whatever reason, teams are not drafting to his potential. So that is my critique of that character. And if you're not going to draft to that potential, stop picking that character.
Well, we'll see what characters are picked for next game. In a couple minutes, we'll be watching over Hold That versus Mind the Gap. We'll be back in a few minutes to go over it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. Week 1 of the April circuit is upon us, and we're about to dip our way into the semifinals of the bracket. My name's Morty, and we've got the whole Smite Prime crew next to us today. We've got Jiffins, we've got Rosie, we've got Testai, and next to me here in the booth is none other than the most passionate piece of papier. It's Spirited Book. What's up, my man?
That's high praise, Mort. I appreciate that. You know what? Feeling good, feeling passionate. We've seen some pretty hype games today. Some pretty crazy plays. Shout outs to Tagveer with that crazy blink stun, the disarm into the stun at the end of the game. Excited for this next one, though. Really excited for this next one, more.
As we take a look at the brackets and see who's played today and who's done what, how has it gone? Here we are, Clocked In versus Single Bind on one side of the bracket. Well, we just watched Clocked In. I take a look and let's go see Hold That versus Mind the Gap.
I'm really excited for this one. This might be look. Oni Warriors versus Mind the Gap was really fun to watch, and I think that might be the game of the day. But this has potential to top that. I mean, Hold That is a team that is looking so strong right now. A lot of veteran talent in terms of Zapman, and then some newer talent in terms of Snatty and Sunprod, obviously on this roster, versus this Mind the Gap roster that I feel like should have, in theory, lost to Oni Warriors on paper, based on all the talent that Oni Warriors team really has on their team. But Mind the Gap look so strong. They look so cohesive as a unit right now. They might be the ones to try and beat Clocked In the finals at the very least.
I think you're right. I think if anybody's got to take it, it's got to be them. But we got to find out first if they're even going to make it to the semifinals. We've got a game to look after, but it is a best of one, so upsets can happen. You never know when it comes to these early weeks who's going to come out on top and who's going to, make their way and try to take down the kings known as Clocked In. So I'm excited to see it go down.
Yeah, especially because this Zapman roster in terms of Hold That I feel like they looked really strong, and they kind of had that, the honeymoon phase, as people deem it, where they look really strong at the beginning of the season as we do get set here for picks and bans of this matchup. But this team looks so strong when it was formed, and now as the seasons progress, or as the circuits progress and the time goes on, they start to look a little shaky. A lot of vulnerabilities in this roster, and some mistakes being made that I don't feel like they should be making. So to me, this is a really good testing week. Is this a team that's looking really good and can beat teams like Mind the Gap that look so strong and so cohesive together? Or is this team going to fumble and make silly mistakes like they have the past couple weeks?
That's true. That's very true. There's, and everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Shout out Hannah Montana, 20th anniversary. I don't know if y'all noticed, but big Hannah fan here. What can I say? Big Hannah fan. I might not look it. Y'all might think I'm Wu-Tang Clan or something, but hey, I know ball. I know ball.
Yeah, okay. Anyways,
I'm glad that let's get into the game.
I'm glad we've added that to the Mort lore now as time goes on. Mort, once upon a time, a big Hannah Montana fan.
Sorry, chat. Not very professional of me. Let's get back to the game. So bands coming through: Thor, Pele, and Neja on the other side.
Whoa.
And I'm glad that we're getting the Neja band. I don't want to see it. personally. I think I'm
Yeah.
tired of seeing the Nija ban fall flat on its face. There's, it's a good pick. I'd say it's almost even a ban-worthy pick. It's banned quite a bit, but the lack of follow-up can make it not look so good. And some of these teams, like you said, that we've got things we need to work through on our side as far as communication and getting these plays aligned together. And when you have Nija around, you need that to be happening. You need to get CC chains and everything else all together at once. You can't afford these mistakes. So let's just take Nija out of the equation. We'll pick up Serb instead and on her to counteract it.
Yeah, I love the Thorban as well from the side of Hold That. I think that was a nice little shout there to Lairs and his performance earlier in the day. So a nice little look there for that ban. And Pele as well, taking away a character that we've seen a fair bit in the soul lane. We saw Benko do pretty decent last game. Earlier, we saw it once again. I don't know, man. I feel like this has potential to be a really close game. Hold That, have Serb. We've seen that first picked all day today. All day we've seen Serb being first picked. Mind the Gap answering back with nice little picks. The On Her, more aggression in the dual lane. It's very different style to what we saw from the CERN, but also can facilitate the same way where he wants to be aggressive in this early laning phase. I would like to see it paired alongside maybe a potential of another Sobek.
I'm a big fan of this Ardio pickup here for Snatty because we see it a lot in solo, right? Especially when you're able to stance switch and utilize Boomba's Cudgel, you're able to throw basics out, and you'll get so many procs from Boomba's. I think it's well worth. But another thing, too, is that you're so safe. Are you going to win lane? Maybe not all the time. Are you going to lose lane? Well, you're never going to die. I mean, that's the thing. You've got so much healing, and you can turn into a bear and just run away. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to get so far so fast. It's going to be impossible to kill Snatty with the Ardio pick.
I can't remember the last time I saw an Ares pick. I'm not going to lie. I'm really surprised that we see this locked in here for Mind the Gap. That's got to go to Wrong You, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Look. In theory, it's in response to Ardio, in theory, right? Because Ardio really relies on that dash to be safe. Jingwei as well wants to be safe on the dash. Cerberus as well actually can kind of get stunted by the cripple field as well. Paired alongside the Poseidon as well, Hold That, have a ton of mobility that just gets stopped in its tracks by these two characters already locked in for Mind the Gap. I love this idea. My concern is going to be, is Wrong You going to be as safe as he was on the Sobek? Probably not. And we saw Wrong You be very impactful on this character that could be so aggressive, but can be safe at the same time.
And we talked about this with the Nija pick last game. I think it's still prevalent to this game too. With Ares, you need to be ahead. If you want to be the mini boss that Ares can be, you need to stay ahead. And keep in mind, you're with On Her, right? You're with Tuba playing On Her. I think you'll be fine. Zapman's a very rough, matchup for any player, really, but you've got On Her on your side. If anybody can take him down, it's probably Tuba, but you need to stay ahead. You cannot fall behind by any means. And up against Serb, there is a decent chance that you take this down, but with Apollo, with On Her.
Yeah. Someone is going jungle that doesn't traditionally go in jungle. So who is it going to be? There's a couple of ideas here, and in theory 3 of these carries can go in jungle. We've seen all 3 of them play jungle before. On Her jungle, Poseidon jungle, Apollo jungle. Apollo for me is the one that we've seen the most as of late, so I feel like that to me could be the one that Lairs goes towards. But outside of that, I mean, in theory, even Ares could flex into the jungle. We've seen it once upon a time, a long time ago, but probably not as of late. This is there's a lot of flex potential on the side of Mind the Gap for sure.
I think that you're absolutely right with the Apollo jungle call out. We saw that yesterday in AGL, and we'll see if we see it today. Let's make our way into the game and find on out. The semifinals of week 1 of the April circuit are upon us, and we're about to watch it go down. Here we are. If you're just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew with us. It's Jithens, it's Rosie, it's Testai, and with me in the booth, Spirited Book. And take a look. It's that Apollo jungle that we talked about.
Yeah, so Lairs is going to be able to apply a lot of global pressure on this pick. But overall, I feel like Sunprod has potential to make a lot of more flashy highlight reel plays on this Daji, can kind of dash in, assassinate a backliner, and get out to safety with the help of the powwow, versus Apollo is a lot more, you're going in and someone, either I'm dying or you're dying, and there's going to be no in between. That's just how it has to be. So there's an interesting dynamic here between these two junglers. But I do want to bring us back to this Poseidon Ares combo. This is one of the oldest combos in the game, where Ares pulls in members into a Poseidon Whirlpool Kraken, and that member or multiple members just end up dying there. So the response from Hold That is to go towards a couple of beads, but Bayonary and Snatty, more importantly, do not have access to that relic, is going towards the shell. So both frontliners could be a prime target in the early game to some shenanigans from the mid and support on the side of Mind the Gap.
And also, too, there's a couple of crowd control immune ultimates on the side of Hold That, which will make Rongyu's job a little bit harder. That's what I'm really worried about, is not only do you have to get beads, but at any point could either, upgrade the shield, get the rebuke, and then get beads on their own. These shields can be upgraded, and then they have beads as well. Or we get team beads later down the road. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of options that negate no escape to make Rongyu's job very hard. Yes, this is one of the oldest tricks in the book, the Ares Poseidon combo, but there's been a lot of counterplay invented since then. So will that work in today's day and age? I don't know. I mean, chess tricks are as old as time, so we'll see.
Yeah, but chess doesn't really change, right? Like, chess is the same game since its invention, I believe. And so it's been a game as, old as dirt, honestly. So here in Smite 2, we get ever-changing metas, and just little things change here and there. For example, Zapman has actually gone towards an Aegis rather than a Beads, which is interesting. One would in theory think like, oh, just go Beads because they have Ares pull and then a Poseidon Whirlpool, but he's got CC immunity in his ulti, like you mentioned, and can kind of avoid a lot of the follow-up damage rather than avoiding the initial contact of CC. So a nice little pickup there. And Zapman has to be careful. He wants to kind of play safe in this lane. He has to avoid a lot of the early aggression that this Ares and this On Her can bring to the lane. And so has to have access to that relic where he can avoid a lot of the damage from this 2v2.
Now, I'm wondering how this mid lane matchup works without Ares and everything in the act. I mean, Benny Q on Poseidon, which we haven't seen a lot of recently, but we did see it yesterday, but before that, not a lot. Kind of surprised. Oh, no. Oh, Impale almost into the wall. That would have been Bayro's death. A slight flick of the wrist saved Bayro's life. That was very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. Going back to this mid matchup, I mean, Kaidon kind of wants to spend a bit of time farming. He'll be more of a setup style, wants to use that as a means to set up for Zapman and Sunprod and all the damage there, to stop people from playing the game in moments like that where they're grouped up, especially because Mind the Gap are a comp that wants to be grouped together pretty effectively, as Sunprod is actually down a level to Layers over here on the right-hand side as they're playing for Firebrands or a gank here.
Look at Dishonored, Snatty, duking it out. Sunprod around the corner, waiting for some way to get on in there. Snatty's just kind of poking away at the bear, but Snatty is the bear. Kind of makes things a little weird here. Dishonored maybe wants to, I don't know, neither team wants to just run on in. We're really waiting to throw all of our abilities at these Firebrands, which have just now spawned. Benny Q gets there early, and Dishonored throws a 2. Down the Firebrands go. Mind the Gap, get all of them.
And that is something to note when we talk about these mid matchups, is the Poseidon just has early pressure, has early clear over the Discordia and over most mages in general. And that is an underrated part of his kit, is he could just be on the map elsewhere quicker than you by the help of the movement speed, by the help of the early clearing of the wave. And that's why those Firebrands go the way of Mind the Gap so freely. Early pressure in mid from Benny Q, then walks over to the Firebrands first. Kaidon is still stuck under his tower, clearing the wave still. And so Mind the Gap, they get themselves the first Firebrand. So it's early objectives like that Mind the Gap have to use their Poseidon for.
And no kills within the first 4 minutes, but ultimates are starting to get online. As a matter of fact, all of them are online except for Layers. So I'm wondering where we might see this first blood at. I mean, we talked about it a little bit as far as early game pressure goes, but where can we expect Layers or Sunprod to show up at and really find a kill?
Oh, Bayro has to be careful, avoids that chain, and that would have been death, I imagine, for the Cerberus, but at least his ult force maybe, but I feel like action on the left-hand side could be viable here for Mind the Gap. Again, their dual lane is just so aggressive, but honestly, they can kind of be aggressive anywhere. There's no one place. They can be aggressive in mid with this Poseidon. They can be aggressive in right with the early game Osiris. There's no one place that they have to play. They have a lot of options versus hold that. They kind of have to, no pun intended, hold back and just kind of wait for the game to slowly come into their favor because they got to get some items online before they can be impactful.
You're very good about making puns unintentionally. I'm very jealous of you, but very jealous of Serb, who's I'm not so jealous of. He gets taken down. Orangu chains him up, and Tuba is going to put the Desert Fury on him. Down goes Bayro. First blood goes to Mind the Gap.
At the very least, hold that. Are able to secure the Firebrands on the right-hand side, but just too much aggression from this Mind the Gap, and there's nothing that Bayro can really do about it because of the shell pickup. He's not able to really avoid the CC, the cripple effect from Ares. And look at this. Mind the Gap want to get the ball rolling early, and that's what they need to do with this comp. They're on the objective.
3,000 on the goal, but Mind the Gap drop it because Bayro and Zapman walked on over. And that's fine. You don't want to risk the steal. I mean, you want to... I think it's worth getting these objectives uncontested, putting it right in front of the face of Bayro. Keep in mind, not just a week ago, Bayro sold 3 objectives in one game with paralyzing spit. This is crazy. The objective sealer with Serb. That's what I said when I found out. Well, I was there, so I didn't just find out. I mean, I was there to watch it. But yeah, it's definitely a little risky to go right in the front of the face of Bayro. No escape. Pulling 2, but into the air goes that man. Stampede away, and that's going to negate the slow.
Oh,
but in goes a Layers. One more basic, but forces the jump. So beautiful. Ooh. Off the mark. But look at the other side. Sunprod goes in. Sunprod looking for something, able to take down Orangu. Down he goes, but Zapman's going to get the kill. Going for a pull. Forces beads away from a Layers. Sunprod had a great ult there. But what's next? Do we just keep going into the jungle? Maybe steal a purple buff away?
Yeah, probably going towards this purple buff here. Bayro too low, so they probably won't commit to the Gold Fury. But what a nice little knock up there from Zapman, dropping it at his support's feet. So as soon as Layers goes in, he gets knocked up into the tower, takes a couple of shots. Sunprod shows up late to the party and still manages to make an impact. They find an early kill there onto Wrongu, and they manage to pull Layers' beads. So now Sunprod, in theory, should have a better, 1v1 potential against the enemy jungler, especially if it goes to another fight. But look at this, Mind the Gap. They might have caught hold that snoozing, and they're on the objective, and it's for free.
Okay, so I mean, Gold Fury is big here. Mind the Gap able to capitalize on a little bit of macro. I mean, it's good. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good. I'm just wondering, is that a real big lead here? What does this mean?
It means that it's something, right? Like, it's momentum. They get small little leads that are, towards item spikes. They can maybe get their second or third item a little bit faster than hold that. It's less about the first Gold Fury, more about the first pip, and then balancing out the map, because a couple times now hold that have gotten the Firebrands, in a row, and they're starting to get a bit of a lead for themselves off of it. So Mind the Gap do a good job of taking that Gold Fury off the table for hold that to continue to snowballing their power lead that they have behind these rocks that they're picking up for themselves. As Snatty has to be careful on the right. He's alone.
Snatty's in trouble. Layers goes in for a nasty mez. Dishonored has a little bit of damage to follow through, but Snatty's A-okay. Able to just walk back towards the tower. It is so hard to kill Snatty. It is going to be impossible to gank this lane, especially as Layers, but not so hard to get a kill over in duo lane, diving under the tower and taking down Tuba right next to it. Zapman did not care, and with this pusher in lane, that's got to be a free tower, right?
Yeah, that's a ton of gold that's going to go the way of Zapman here. Has to be careful because Benny Q is on the way, so he can't fully commit, but I mean, what? That's not how that matchup's supposed to go. Honor's the one that's supposed to be aggressing onto the Jingwei, stopping her from free casting, stopping her from pressuring out. Instead, Zapman getting the better end of things so far early in this game. A nice solo kill going the way of him. I mean, that's classic Zapman, right? Like, once upon a time, back in the early days of Smite 1, we're talking season 1, 2, and 3, that's all Zapman did, was just run at the enemy ADC, and either you were dying or he was dying or everyone was dying around them and they were still 1v1ing. And then Zapman got punished a lot for a long time. And then he kind of got a little smarter. He slowed down, started to make the smart play, started to get a little bit of farm here and there. But here in Smite 2, I feel like he started to find some of his old days back of just running at the enemy ADC. And he's been very outspoken on Twitter at some of the enemy ADCs that he has to face in Smite Prime, in Smite Comp, about their builds and about how they decide to play the lane and whatnot, and how Hydrogen is the only other ADC he thinks is pretty solid. So Zap being very outspoken of what he thinks of his role still in the year of our Lord 2026, and still being effective here in the ADC role.
Well, Tuba's got some big shoes to fill from what it sounds like as we get our way towards the Gold Fury for 10 minutes into the game, 2-1. A gold lead for Hold That, pretty minute but still present. Gold Fury going to respawn in about a minute or so. We've got a little bit of objective to look at as for now, but I mean, it seems like it's just a slow, methodical drive down the field rather than long throws going for first down after first down. We're fine with farming and waiting till 20 unless we're Sunprod. Sunprod goes under the tower, nails the Pal out. Kaidon throws the golden apple out, but not even necessary. Sunprod just grabbing kills under tower, matching Zapman's energy of just diving towers, grabbing kills, and escaping with their lives. You've got to love the energy.
That is a demonic play as Lairs looking here on the left-hand side, but the two-man ultimate, the pillar, to stop them from being pulled under the tower, though. A nice play there from Tuba, but Sunprod in mid lane, I mean, what is he... BennyQ's like, what is this guy doing? He's dashing on me under my tier 1 tower. And Sunprod drops all the damage, pops in the powwow. There's no damage to speak of to answer back into what he's doing, and he just solo kills BennyQ under the tier 1. A lovely play from Sunprod, and Sunprod, we've talked about before, is a tempo player. He will just get a kill, and then suddenly a few minutes later, he'll have 6 or 7 behind him. So watch out that Sunprod doesn't turn this one kill into something crazy on the map.
I know you keep saying no pun intended, but that's like your third 6-7 joke. Eventually, I'm going to have to say something. I got that's your last one.
What did I
that's
say?
your last one. That's free, dude. No escape. Barrow's getting pulled and into the whirlpool. No, barely out of the whirlpool. Barrow's okay. Doesn't get pulled.
Stampede.
And Gold Fury getting looked at. 3 members of Mind the Gap on the gold, doing the burn. Barrow's here. So is Zapman walking forward. Barrow zones with ghastly breath. Provides a little bit of space, forcing Mind the Gap off the gold.
And Hold That. That's all they need to do. They just need to take a step back as Sunprod looking for a potential pick here.
Oh no, oh no, Poseidon off the mark with the Kraken, does a little bit of damage, but doesn't quite find a kill. Who does find a kill is Kaidon with the golden apple. That's huge and makes Hold That now 4-1. But what do they do next? I mean, Gold Fury looks like it's going to be hard to pull.
Sunprod in left, he has no ultimate, but still just hovering over here. Again, he's just looking to make plays now. And with the support on the side of Mind the Gap still having to respawn, they're kind of grouping around this objective, but they're not really looking to fully commit just yet. They're taking their time, and this is a composition on the side of Hold That that really scales well. So I think they're pretty content with how the pace of things are going. They're winning these small little scraps here and there, and they're getting themselves minor leads, and as the game goes on, it can start to net to something, as Snatty's in trouble here.
I did say it's going to be hard to gank Snatty. I didn't say it was impossible. Snatty is going to die here. It took 3 members of Mind the Gap, but maybe that's the green light for Hold That. They're going to go for Gold Fury here.
I mean, when you show up in solo, you go towards duo and get the Gold Fury. Tuba's nearby, and he outconfirms both these 2 members, so Zap and Sunprod do the smart play, and they back off. They can't commit to that objective with Tuba on the map, with access to that ultimate and access to the spears. Very hard to outsecure on her in the early game.
This is a rough spot for Hold That. I mean, they're finding little bits and pieces of gold. As a matter of fact, they've got a 4K gold lead. That's nothing to, be ashamed about. They're doing a good job of holding momentum, but macro play has been a bit difficult considering the secure game for Mind the Gap, how they're able to just run team fights. I think that Hold That want to get as much as they can off the map before team fights roll around, because that's when Mind the Gap will start to get a little bit stronger. Keep in mind, we're weighing down Orangu right now. He can't show off to his fullest potential with the Ares pick. We can't let BennyQ get online. We're doing our best to make sure that Mind the Gap don't get too strong, but once team fights roll around, I mean, comps are comps, you know?
Sorry, I'm just so happy with how this dual lane matchup has gone. I mean, again, on her, supposed to be the one winning all these trades, supposed to be securing all this neutral farm because of the spear. But Zap got himself the speed buff and then went to the left-hand side and got those camps as well. I mean, it's just so fun to see vintage Zapman almost for a bit. Sorry, I'm fanboying a little bit. But I agree. I feel like both these comps hold that. They're happy to, again, keep this pace going, you know, kind of mosey along, but mind the gap. They are looking for little plays here and there that have got themselves small little wins. It feels like they're the ones to the fight first, and that's all due to Lairs and his ulti. He's able to get to places around the map that hold that have to kind of walk towards while he could just fly towards. And Snatty's actually done a good job here. He's pushed out this right-hand side pretty effectively, and that's kind of forced the side of Mind the Gap to have to respond to him pretty consistently to not allow this RDO to keep bullying this lane out. And actually, Snatty's got himself a 3-level lead despite taking an early spill here.
Queen Naga is getting burned. It's about to fall. No way. Look at Zapman rotating over. Way to split the map. That's exactly what that was. Way to split the map. The macro play for Hold That is pretty solid. Now with a 6K gold lead and a permanent strength and intelligence buff for the rest of the game. The rest of the game. Hold That are just a little bit better for the rest of the game.
Yep. And there's, I mean, Mind the Gap just nowhere close. And Sunprod did a great job on the left-hand side. And Sunprod has to be careful here because Lairs is nearby. But this Daji is slippery. It's hard to lock her down. Kind of similar to Jingwei a little bit, but it feels like the roles are reversed for now. While Sunprod kind of doesn't have any farm on the map he needs to be going towards to take, he's happy to farm out this lane while the Jingwei rotates towards the objectives on the other side of the map and can focus them down. Especially now that Zapman has some of that crit in his build, he can start to really swing on these objectives and help PvE just a little bit better than anyone else on the map for his team. So I love what this map play from Hold That so far. They're just doing a great job of being there before Mind the Gap, kind of being in places where they aren't really expected to be right now.
It's a little rough for Hold That. You know, they're doing a great job of macro play, but Mind the Gap, I mean, it's they're grabbing onto little bits and pieces, right? Hold That are leaving a few things here and there, but
oh, Snatty.
I don't know. Look at Snatty, though. Dishonored up on the right side, very low, but they realize, Mind the Gap, let's just go for Snatty. Let's just go for him. And Tuba walks forward, looking for a way to lock him down, barely out of pillar range.
They won't
Snatty
catch him.
Extremely fast. It's going to take 4 members.
Oh, don't turn around.
But look at Layers. Look at Layers. A great whirlpool. Snatty just killed himself. No way. You turn around and look at the price you have to pay. Juking the Desert Fury, though. The bear run was up again. And he just skirted his way out of there. Snatty is still alive. Good Lord.
I mean, I feel like Snatty should have fallen down there as soon as he turns around, but just some missed pillars there early on. So the side of Tuba can't really lock him down. But look at this grouping from the side of Mind the Gap. They're around this fire giant, 5 men strong. Lairs has ultimate available to them, but Kaidon's looking for a play first.
Golden Apple off the mark, but look at Dishonored going into the back line. Kaidon is in trouble. A great Stygian Torment, but look at Layers in the air. Sun prods in the back and kills Tuba. Low on health is Dishonored. Down goes Benny Q. Rongu's in trouble. Dishonored might be dead as well. Zapman cleans him up. Kaidon throws a 1, and Layers is the only one alive, running away with no mana, and surely will fall here. Zapman gets the kill. Deicide for Hold That as they go towards the fire giant.
What a crazy play by everyone on the side of Hold That. I mean, Kaidon plays aggro first, onto Benny Q and Dishonored, who are there first, then Dishonored plays aggro onto Kaidon. Kaidon gets back to the safety of his tier 1 tower, is able to stay alive with the help of Baronary, who gets a 2-man ultimate onto both frontliners, then stuns them both under the tier 1 tower. All the while, Sunprod is in the back line, killing Tuba, killing Benny Q, and then they chase down Lairs at the tail end. Everyone on Hold That was impactful in that fight. And all the while, look at Snatty on the right-hand side yet again, taking the tier 2 tower, level 19 on the bear, and he's gonna solo Dishonored here in a second unless the team can help out.
No. They can't help Dishonored. Not yet they can. Look at Benny-Q. He's in trouble of his own. Snatty is 3v1ing. Took down 2. And Rongyu's next. He's on the chopping block. The bear cannot be killed by anyone. A huge play from Snatty. Fire Giant belts around all 5 members of Hold That's Waste as they walk down the right lane and look to take down the bird. But will they stop at the bird? I don't think they can end here, but hey, maybe they grab some more kills.
They might go for an end. No, instead the call is made to back off and take both Phoenixes here with Zap and Sunprod in the mid lane. They'll take down the mid bird. 3 members on the right will take down the right-hand bird. No, Zapman's actually hunting for a kill into Lairs. He needs one more auto. Isn't going to get it, though. Oh, but Sunprod finds it instead.
You're joking me. Zapman might be in trouble. Forced to use the Jingwei ult. Dagger still in pocket for Zap. And they're going to have to back things off. Hold that did get 1 bird. They wanted another, but Kaidon over the wall. Sticking around. Throws good damage. Sunprod dives in. And Kaidon throws some nasty damage out right there. Sunprod to follow. And very low on health. Wrongview and Tuba both forced to go back to base. The middle lane bird is getting targeted. Snatty is taking that thing for days, but throw down the pyro bomb and walk away. Sunprod gets another bird, 2 dead for Mind the Gap. Let's get out while we can. We got a lot out of that transaction. Look at where we're at here, Book. It is 21 minutes into the game, 13-2. 2 kills for Mind the Gap compared to 13 from Hold That. And it's only been 1 Gold Fury on each side, but they've gotten so much objective-wise. Hold That have been in control, to say the least. But look at Layers. Look at Layers diving straight onto Kaidon and a Kraken to fall through. Shut down is Kaidon. Benny-Q got the kill, but Sunprod gets revenge. Layers is dead. The great pull off the Stygian Torment, locking them down. Orangu pulls them away, but Bayro's got damage as well. Sunprod barely falls there. 1 basic from Tuba took him down, but 3 dead for Mind the Gap. But they did get 2 awesome shutdowns. I'd say that's worth.
Yeah, I would say it's absolutely worth, though. Mind the Gap, they have to be careful they don't lose more members. Snatty's got a ton of damage, looking to take down the Ares, and Wrongview falls again.
You could say all you want about the burst damage from Sunprod and Kaidon. It is nasty, sure, but look at the player damage chart down there. Snatty is up by a mile. Oh my God. This is real, by the way. This is not fabricated. This is not AI. This is factual, what you're looking at.
Snatty has 10,000 above the next closest member of Kaidon, who's been scrapping a fair bit as well. I mean, that's a lot of credit to Kaidon and Sunprod, who have just been everywhere fighting as Bayro goes in, looks to ult, but can't find it. Actually, doesn't even have access to ult. He's just jumping in for the sake of jumping in, because why not?
And another Gold Fury. Did Zapman just solo that?
Yeah, of course he did. He can. He's Jingwei with Devos. Why not?
Why not? Win in Rome, right? Win in Rome. Just, might as well celebrate a little bit. Hold that. Going towards the Titan room. 2 birds down. Stygian Torment pulls 1 away. Wrongview into a little bit of trouble, but a no escape to follow. Bayro does get pulled. Tuba's got a bit of damage, but Zapman's around the corner, going straight for Tuba. Desert Fury landed, and Bayro falls, but Zapman cleans up on Tuba. Very low on health. Wrongview tries to escape, but you can't. Zapman gets a double. Zapman's going for the triple, but Dishonored leaps back to safety into the fountain. We're going for the 3rd bird. No, we're just going for kills. Zapman gets a triple, and Sunprod dives under the Titan to maybe kill Dishonored, but maybe we just go for the burn instead. Do we kill Dishonored? It doesn't even matter at this point, because this game is over. Hold that. Get the dub and move on to the finals to take on the challengers.
Wow, I mean, just what a great performance by Hold That. They look so good across the board. Everyone is firing on all cylinders. Aggression from a composition that doesn't look like it should be that aggressive in the early game. I mean, the Jingwei kind of wants to sit back, farm a little bit, cozy on up to the late game, get 3 items. We saw that Devos, the Wind Demon into Deathbringer, so much crit early on, and then just Zapman finds a solo kill onto Tuba and then just runs away with the game. And Sunprod runs away with the game after 1 early kill, diving the mid tier 1 tower and killing off Benny-Q. Again, this game started with Bayonary taking an early spill on this left-hand side.
just wild. Look at Zapman diving into the tower. No cares given. And look at Sunprod diving into the tower too. Says anything Zap can do, I can do better. Hold that are just going pedal to the metal from the get-go and never let off the gas pedal. Snatty in a bit of trouble here. An unfortunate spill, but for the most part, I mean, Snatty doesn't die all that much.
I mean, I'd have to go back and watch this game because how does Snatty have a 3-level lead in this lane? It's honestly a disgusting performance by him. How was he so far ahead in this game? And look at this fight. Sunprod on the back, the frontliners in the front. Zapman shows up late to this fight, by the way, so it's just a 4-on-5 to start it out, and then just has the damage to clean up the rest of the members. Hold that from minute 1. Well, not even minute 1. Honestly, after that one play in the dual lane where they answer back after Lairs tries to go for an execution play onto Bayro, and this is just disgusting from Snatty.
Look at him go. 3-on-1. Granted, Dishonor was already probably dead, but Benny says, okay, maybe we'll try and shut him down. Maybe we can do something. And Benny trying to put on the juke shoes, but the bear claws hurt too much. Benny dies here, and Rungu falls on the golden apple too. Like, just going, they just go so well together. This team is so good.
Yeah, they actually look like they're kind of their old self from early on when they first formed, where as a team, they look so cohesive. And towards the end of last circuit, I was kind of a little critical. They looked decent in some games, and then other games, they kind of looked a little flat. They continued to struggle against Clocked In, where they kind of made weird drafting decisions at moments, and they looked decent again at other times where they got the right draft, but then really struggled. And I believe that game 3 in the last circuit, the finals, they ended up just kind of falling completely flat, and it wasn't even a close game. Maybe this is a return to form after, you know, a quick rebrand for this team. Hold that, look good again.
You know, I think what adds a little bit of layer to the lore for these teams, right, is that so Benny Q and Sunprod played together in AGL. The AGL season just started, and while they play together every Friday, now every Saturday they got to play against each other. Like, it, you know, adds a little bit of texture to, okay, Sunprod knows what Benny can do, and Benny knows what Sunprod can do. So that changes like how this specific matchup goes. I wish I would have brought that up earlier.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little dynamic. I mean, a lot of these players kind of play with each other on different teams and different leagues, you know, OSL as well. We'll see some of these players play together on their draft teams and whatnot. But I mean, overall, again, to me, hold that, excuse me, just look, yeah, they look so good. I mean, it was fun to see Zapman kind of look like his old self again, where he's, you know, running at Tuba under the tower, solo killing him off of a great performance. And yeah, I mean, we're going towards finals of week 1, and I'm excited to see what our matchup is. Who are our opponents? I imagine it's Clocked In, but it's not been confirmed yet. But if this is another rematch between these two teams, I'm excited to see how it goes.
Well, will we see a rematch, or will there be new opponents for Hold That? We'll hold that thought. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're here with week 1 of the April circuit, and we're about to watch over the grand finals. My name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew with us today. We've got Testai, we've got Jithens, we've got Rosie, and next to be here at the booth is none other than Spirited Book. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. We grabbed a quick, or at least I did. I grabbed a quick bite to eat before this next one because I feel like we could be in for a good series here, Mort. This should be a good one.
This should be good as we go over our next graphic here. Take us over, Tess. Thank you very much, my good friend. The April circuit. $7,000 on the line. This is week 1 with 3 weeks for them to fight over who can be the final 8 teams to make it to the close bracket at the end of the month. And whichever team wins from there will win $7,000. And let's take a look at the bracket and see which teams are fighting for their way to get on to the final 8 bracket.
Yeah, I feel like we've come a long way here so far today in today's Smite Prime. Excited to see what these two teams, in particular the finals, have to offer us. Clocked In obviously beating out Single Bind there in the semifinals. I mean, that's a matchup that's kind of gone the way of Clocked In pretty consistently now as of late. And now Clocked In are going to be going up against Hold That yet again for another finals in a row here.
Another however many in a row. Is we do have a giveaway to talk about before we get on to the game. You might want some free stuff. I love free stuff too. Who doesn't like free stuff? So let's look at our free stuff we're giving away today is the Discordia koozie. Now, if you're a brew drinker like myself and you need something to keep that brew cozy and cool, this koozie will do the job for you. We're giving it away right here on Smite Prime. And if you don't want to wait for the giveaway, if you'd rather just buy it with your own cash, then head on over to shop.smiteprime.com where we've got koozies, we've got mouse pads, we've got pillows, we've got phone cases, and we have the almighty Horus tumbler, anything that you can think of and more on shop.smiteprime.com. One more thing, be sure to use the code on their Smite, code SMITE, to get 10% off anything in the shop.
And moving on, of course, to Vault Bands, our system that we've kind of added recently here in Smite 2 for our finals matchup. In a best of 3, once a god has been selected, it is locked away in the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So obviously in the example, if Team A decides to play Thor in game 1, that means neither team can play it in games 2 or 3. Whether it wins or loses does not matter in the slightest. If a god is picked, period, it is then gone for the rest of the set.
Now, keep in mind that if a god is banned, then that god will still be available going forward in the set. You have to ban a god the second game or the third game. So we'll probably see gods like Odin just banned all the way through. But if a god is played, they'll be vault banned. Just to make that specific as we make our way over to Bixen Band shortly. I mean, Spirited Book, we're here. We're in the finals. We've looked at this whole thing all day, made our way down the bracket to get to here, and who would have thought? Locked in up against Hold That.
I feel like a lot of people would have thought that. I feel like these have been the top 2 teams for a hot minute now. Obviously, Mind the Gap looked pretty good today, but obviously against Hold That, they still were just not comparable. Hold That just looks a cut above everyone else, and this should be a good one here. I think, Mort. I think this should be a good finals. Hopefully.
Let's see how good it is. We make our way into Picks and Bans coming at you live. Take us on over. Here we are. For those of you new to the scene here, these are the rosters, the 2 top teams that have been fighting for the crown for quite some time now. Hydro versus Zapman, that's a fun lane to look out for. I mean, You've got Paul versus Kaidon, Obi versus Anakin, really? I don't know about Anakin, maybe like Mace Windu. I don't know.
We saw Anakin versus Obi-Wan earlier today when it was Pagon versus Benekyu, no?
True. I just like making the analogy. I didn't think you'd call me out, but here you are calling me out. So I'll go ahead. I'll hold the L for now. As Hold That are going to be making their way through the bands. Odin taking off. Who would have thunk? Hercules as well. 2 of the strongest gods in the game, not making it in.
Yeah, and Odin obviously is also a target ban directly to Sunprod, who for whatever reason just makes this character look like a carry character. Just so good on this pick in particular. Probably Sunprod's best pick right now. So no surprise there to see it banned away by Clocked In. For me, paying attention to Hold Out bans is going to be interesting. And yeah, okay. Taking away the Cerberus is a changeup that we haven't seen all day today. For some reason, the 3-headed dog has been first picked every single game. And finally, someone takes it off the board.
I mean, yeah, it's a great pick, but I didn't think it'd be ban worthy. But look at this. Aside from Daji, these are all tank bans. This really says something about the meta.
Yeah, I think tanks are pretty strong right now. I also think the jungler picks in general are pretty strong right now. I mean, Herc can flex to jungle, but more than likely going to be played in the solo lane. Naja, more than likely in the support, but could flex jungle. Daji and Odin, I think, are the true jungle characters that are taken off the board here by the side of Clocked In. And that's targeting out Sunprod, who is so pivotal for this holdout team. You can see where Clocked In really do prioritize a lot of their opponents' picks here, and they're paying a lot of respect to the one player who is so pivotal for this team. Hold That, though, I like this idea here. Taking away the Achilles, taking away the Hui Yi, two picks that Clocked In have leaned on pretty consistently in the past. 2 of Tegvir's picks in particular. I like this idea already, but Tsukiyomi, Susano, still available here if he decides to go for those instead.
Now, I'm kind of wondering, because we've used the Achilles to take it away from Tegvir, right? I agree, smart move, but who do you think
Yep.
gets it? Does Sunprod take this into the jungle? Or maybe we see Snatty use it in solo?
I'm kind of curious of that myself. I'm more likely to lean on it going towards Snatty here more than anyone else, because Achilles doesn't really fit Sunprod's play style. I say very loosely. I feel like Sunprod is the carry player, and Achilles we've seen can carry, but in this current meta, I feel like it's more likely that Sunprod will lean on something maybe like a Thanatos, maybe something crazy. Oh, or the Hui Yi apparently, or Jingwei. There's a lot of flex actually on the side of Hold That I didn't think there would be a lot of flex potential on. I mean, these are a lot of Clocked In's top picks taken away here by Hold That, and maybe they're saying, look, we'll just take all these characters and make it work. We're not playing for the game, we're playing for the series win. And so Jingwei taken away here from Hydrogen and Tegvir, I believe, to an extent. Hui obviously taken away from Tegvir as well. That's something Sunprod has played in the past. Achilles also a takeaway from Tegvir. Just so many picks taken away from this Clocked In roster already.
Now, I know Snatty loves this Achilles pick, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him take it there. Hui Yi goes into the jungle, and then Jingwei carry. That's my 2 cents. Now, I'll throw my 2 cents out there. I'm glad we're in agreement. I think that's probably the most sensible thing, right? I mean, Sunprod loves the Hui Yi pick. I don't think we see it from him too often, but when we do see it, it's good. It's really good. I'm very happy about it. But Athena going to be joining the fight too. We've seen some Athena bans over in AGL too. I'm kind of curious on that.
Athena, we've seen a little bit more as of late. It's just very easy kind of engage, one could say. It's just a dash taunt in, and that's your go button, right? But the Bellona here for Karmic is very interesting. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Bellona as well in this current meta, at least, but it makes sense here against that holdout roster and what they have so far in double ADC, in the Hui and the Jingwei. And this is a very squishy composition here for Hold That if they decide to go for this E-set support, which they're hovering right now. To harp a little bit on where these ADCs are going, I'm not entirely sold that this is Hui jungle just yet. We've seen Sunprod pilot the Jingwei in the jungle previously. So this is a lot of flex potential between these two. Either one could go either way.
Yeah, there's definitely, it's up in the air. We'll find out when we get in, but I'm sitting here thinking that, yeah, you're right. This is a squishy team. Not just that, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how they engage. What's their go button, and how do they optimally start fights?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough one. I'm not going to lie. It's a lot of odd engage, right? Like it's a Hui
yeah.
Ball maybe it just passed out of air, but I'll commit right. One so is the go in, just link in, pull people in, and start a fight. Newt ult from a distance can start a fight to an extent. So I agree with you. I think there's a significant lack of engage here on the side of Hold That, and they're gonna struggle because of it.
Well, let's see how the struggle goes. Game 1 in this best of 3 of the Grand Finals. Week 1 of the April circuit starts here. Hold That up against Clocked In. If you're just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got the Prime crew with us today. Jithens, Rosie, Testai, and Spirited Book with me here in the booth. And now that we've got everybody laid out here, kind of wondering, what do you think? What would our play?
Well, I'm excited to see that it is Hui in the jungle rather than Jingwei. I feel like Jingwei doesn't offer the same level of kill pressure as the way the Hui does. The Hui can kind of set up for himself to get a kill versus the Jingwei kind of needs a little bit of help from other people around her to get themselves that kill. So I look there. I also want to give a shout outs to Gilded Arrow, which we've seen a lot more as of late. A starter item for both these two hunters that they're going towards. Really want to prioritize farming, getting enough gold as much as possible here in the early game, a little bit of extra attack speed, as well as built-in crit once they get that upgraded version of the Gilded Arrow, the Diamond Arrow. So just both ADCs looking to take their time in the lane, farm it out. Probably both of them will go towards the Devourer's Gauntlets, like we saw previously in the last game. Get some stacks online, focus on those last hits, and then show up big in the mid to late game in the team fights.
I think you're absolutely right, especially with the Hu Yi mention on kill pressure, right? Because like you talked about this before, Jing Wei likes to sit back a little bit, get some farm online. We'll get something going in the late game, but for now, just let me kill my minions. But Hu Yi doesn't exactly do that. I mean, even before you get Hu Yi ults online, you've got a stun at your disposal. You've got a huge leap that can do good damage and knock up. So a lot to look at for Hu Yi early game. I think that's huge. Make your way over to solo, get Snatty caught up, set Karmic behind a little bit. That could work out well. Maintain fire brands, and next thing you know, hold that or in the lead.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here for this to hold that team to get in the lead early. But for now, they just kind of have to bide their time a little bit. And the Susano is the one to look at here for Tegvir, because that is one of Tegvir's most notable characters in the game, as Shell and Beads are forced here on the left-hand side, and Shell forced off a Bayro as well.
So no death, but relics taken away. That's big. That's really, really big. I'd say that's opportunity. Next thing you know, guess who could rotate over? I mean, Tegvir could be easily cashing in on a first blood. Should hold that walk up a little bit too far here in duo lane, but right now, Tegvir is occupied with the Oracle. Sunprod and Tegvir duke it out. A great pull from Tegvir. Got good damage. Sunprod hops into the air, but lands back down, fighting over these Oracles. Both junglers really want them bad in a great exchange. I mean, that was really cool to see. Both jungler got one, but still duking it out here. Tegvir wants to stay around, dashes forward, Beats forced out so he doesn't get pulled. Tegvir really wants the kill on Sunprod. Paul is able to hit a root. Sunprod goes into the air, but Paul continues the chase. Every little bit of mana counts. One more basic attack. Sunprod's able to juke it away, but Tegvir is chasing still and barely able to hit the tornado. Tegvir is able to get the kill. Down goes Sunprod. First blood for Clocked In.
Sunprod put himself in an awkward position there, trying to go for that all in there onto Tegvir around the Oracles at least, but just couldn't commit in that scrap there, and so had to walk all the way around. Paul has early prio on this Newt, in particular against the Discordia, which, I mean, previous game we mentioned it, Poseidon versus Discordia, the Poseidon's going to win out every time. Similar situation here for the Newt, where she's just going to have early prio as Paul takes a ton of damage, nearly solo killed by Kydon here, but just not enough damage just yet on the Discordia. But still, I mean, Paul's just able to walk there first, lands the root onto Sunprod before he can get to the sky, and that keeps him rooted in the sky for a little bit before he can start to hover away to safety. And Sunprod just gets caught, takes an early spill, and that is a toughie here, because it goes towards Tegvir, his lane opponent, or I guess jungle opponent technically, because there's no lane that these two play towards. And so we'll see this time around what the difference is.
You know, I think it's interesting to note too that Paul, especially, you know, you're going to win that matchup so much more when Snap. Oh, okay, Firebrand's being fought over here, and a little bit goes towards Karmic. Gets killed though. Karmic got a little bit of Firebrand, but he died in the process. Sacrificed his life for a bit of an early lead, but Sunprod and Kydon cash in on that kill. Kydon gets the credit for it. Also hanging out in mid lane, but looking to walk towards Kydon and get some damage out, and does do a pretty good amount there. Kydon's at half, but so is Paul. Look at the right side. Look at Tegvir fighting for his life, but Sunprod's going to take him down. Eye for an eye. You might have got first blood on me, but hey, I'm not out of this just yet.
Sunprod pulls off the combo he tried to do on the Oracles. He up-downs onto Tegvir. Hydrogen in trouble here, has to jump away to safety because of the knockup from Zapman. But I mean, just what a play by Sunprod. Gets the knockup, and in that time, gets a triple bounce onto Tegvir in that little corridor. What an answer back from the young jungler on the side of Hold That.
Controller player, by the way, in case anybody in the audience wants to get shocked. But what isn't shocking is Happen falling here. Does get caught out. The on-her pillar wouldn't save him, and that's a great lockdown from Bayro, who's able to pick up the kill, and great early game damage, especially thanks to that conduit gem.
Shades of the smoke break game we saw earlier on. Hold That with an early kill advantage. Now we need to see them convert it into some leads around the map, into some objectives around the map. Also want to give a shout out to that kill onto Karmic. That happens because while Tegvir's on the right-hand side, making sure that they get priority for their soul laner to rotate to those elementals there. As Kaidon does get taunted, but is able to walk away to safety. But that play is there as Snatty?
Oh, Snatty killing Karmic with ease. Okay, all right. Hey, I'm here for it. That's full health on Snatty, by the way. Karmic didn't stand a chance from what it looked like.
What is happening here? I feel like Hold That are just winning lanes, and that's something that probably shouldn't happen with the composition that Clocked In have. You look at the comp in dueling, it's on her Athena, you dash taunts. I mean, look, we saw Zapman and Bayro both get their relics pulled early on, and then they didn't get punished for it, right? Like, that to me is an immediate dash taunt into an on her ult, and the Jingwei's dead, right? But so far, Hold That have played their early game fantastic here against their opponents, and this is something that Zapman for a long time has done a good job at doing, is playing against teams that have such good early aggression. I think back to the Rival and Ghost comp of PBM, PandaCat, and Fine OK, and how they just won games in 20 minutes. And for some reason, the SK and PK roster that Zap was on was always so good at absorbing so much pressure early on and finding ways to get into the late game.
And we're getting closer to the late game, little by little. 6.5 minutes in, 4 kills for Hold That and 1 for Clocked In. Granted, we've got some time to go before we can call it late game, but a 2K goal lead for Hold That definitely certifies there is a snowball happening. And it might not be too big just yet, but that's the thing about snowballs. You keep rolling them through the snow, and they keep building. So will Clocked In allow the ball to roll, or will they stomp it out before it gets too big? We'll find out as the game goes on. Gold Fury is ready to be taken. The beacon is about to be fought over here in about 20 seconds or so, and we'll see what Clocked In decide to make their way towards. When it comes to macro play like this, I don't think we ever see Clocked In really shine at this point in the game. They tend to get online once, okay, Queen Naga, now we got something to look at. Gold Fury, now we have a reason to group up and fight. Once there's things to fight over, Clocked In just moves on to another level. But for now, Hold That really have a good chance at dominating this early game.
Happen looking for a taunt on the Sunprod. He's landing it, but there's no follow-up, and he's able to dash away.
Good damage thrown out. Paul is in a bit of trouble. Skyfall out. It's going to do some good damage, but I don't think we find any kills here. We're trying to just push them off the beacon, but the numbers game favors Hold That still. Clocked In don't stand a chance at taking this
Karmic
down.
walking.
Karmic's instead going for the Firebrands is what it looks like. Does he stop and maybe get him on the way over? Does Snatty try and contest? Karmic's able to take those and then walk away from what it looks like. And Snatty with a 2-level lead over Karmic. Karmic's running for his life right now, saying, I just want to go help out my friends. Can I please, Mr. Snatty, go help out in mid? Happen needs help just so much, but Karmic can't even walk over. Look at Snatty right now. Fatal Strike off the mark as Eagles rally over the wall, saves Karmic's life, but man, the damage, did you see that?
I mean, this is why we don't see a lot of Bellona into Achilles, because a lot of her damage just gets stopped, especially on the bludgeon, gets stopped by the Achilles stun, so has to focus on leveling something like the 3, the Scourge, for sustain, or the block stacks on the shield bash, but that stops a lot of Bellona's kind of early aggression that she can go towards. So Karmic really gonna struggle in this lane matchup here for a long time, and Snatty's just starting to roll away with things.
Yeah, no kidding. Snatty's going to continue this too. We know how strong tanks are right now. In general, Achilles can be really strong. We cannot let Snatty get out of control. Clocked In need to shut him down before he becomes a problem. And there's a lot of problems on the map, really, if you think about it. Like you said, every lane is winning for Hold That. This tier 1 tower on the left side of the map is about to fall, but Sunprod and Tegveer both just showed up on left side. Paul moved over as well, but Paul now walking back to mid lane. Nothing unfolds for left for now.
You can see the communication on the side of Hold That has been pretty solid so far this game. They're doing a good job of tracking where Tegveer is on the map, where Happen is on the map, where they're walking towards. They're making sure that they're not getting caught out, in their lanes, in the jungle. They're not being too aggressive. Sunprod's aware that Happens nearby around the corner looking for a taunt, and so he's able to play safe around securing the farm, securing the vision around the Gold Fury. And so far, hold that. They have the lead. It's not gotten any crazier, though, but they are still securing these firebrands on the right-hand side. Tegvir and Karmic can't step up at all. And now you can see Sunprod hovering this right-hand side as well. Maybe just, securing his own farm instead over here. And allowing Snatty to continue to solo farm here in the lane.
More firebrands going the way of Hold That. Gold Fury can be taken at any moment. We've got some time before the Queen Naga shows up, so a little bit of time for Clocked In to recoup, farm up, get some itemization online, and get ready for it, because that will be a big fight. And around that 15-minute mark, when there's so many objectives for either team to look at, that's when Clocked In shines. Do we split the map? Do we contest? What do we do? Clocked In seems to always make the right decision, but what will Hold That do? That's my big question. Ooh.
I mean, so far, this game has been so interesting because Hold That, I feel like there are multiple instances where they can go towards the Gold Fury, but they're looking for the clean play. They're looking to force a fight before and maybe wipe off some members. Sunprod gets his bead pulled around the Oracles, but dual lane on the way.
Ooh. Okay. 4 members Hold That. Ready to make something happen. Clocked In, say, whoa, chill. There's no reason to really fight here. That's what I like about Clocked In. Have you noticed that they only fight with intention, right? They're not fighting because they're greedy. Maybe, we could say something differently about the Tegvir Sunprod fight early on. Okay, that's an exception, right? But okay, look at Kaidon getting taunted. Beads forced out. Oh, Egg is forced out, but doesn't save his life there. Diving into the tower, and Tegvir goes for more, and a Skyfall to follow through, but Paul is a little bit late on the mark. But no kills unfolding. Look at Sunprod here. And Karmic very low and solo as well. Ult forced out. Karmic's dead. Snatty gets the kill. Paul kills Sunprod here in mid, though. 1 dead on each side so far. But I don't think the fight's over just yet. I can tell that Paul wants more. Hiding in the bush. His intention is pretty loud here. I mean, the volume's quiet, but you can tell what Paul wants. He wants the kill, but Kaidon's already gone, hiding well past the tier 1. I don't think there's very high odds of them getting a kill, but the Firebrands, a higher prio. I don't blame them.
Another solo kill going the way of Snatty on the right-hand side all the while. Huge for the Achilles. Now 2-0-0 to Karmic's 0-3-0. This Bologna still struggling in this matchup, and this is shades of what we saw last game where despite not getting any solo kills on the right-hand side, Snatty had a pretty significant lead over here, just bullying out Dishonored. Now doing the very same to Karmic here. Looking very solid. Is Tegvir going to pay attention to the right-hand side? And is that the go button then for Hold That to pull the first Gold Fury of the game?
That is going to be big when that happens. 3K gold lead for Hold That, and 4 kills as well. Maybe looking to make it a little less odd. Clocked In here. Happen just showed up through Defender of Olympus, but a great Fatal Strike will save Snatty's life for now. No kills found, but we're still gearing up, getting ready. We're seeing a little bit more aggressive playstyle for Clocked In. We're trying to get Hold That ready. Oh.
Nappa's rotated here. He thinks there's going to be a big fight, and they're going to force this.
Pyromancer could get taken down here. Happen just got cornered and sandwiched. Dead. Happen on the floor next to the Pyromancer. It's getting burned by Hold That right now. Snatty walking straight towards Tegvir. Let's zone Tegvir out of this fight. But Karmic goes in with an Eagles rally, looking to start the fight, but Karmic's by himself. Down goes Karmic in a quick amount of time, but who gets the Pyro? It goes to Hold That. Runic bomb in pocket for Snatty after zoning away Tegvir. Walks back, picks up the bomb, and maybe we throw that at that solo tier 1 and get some extra gold.
That's such a smart call, and you got to imagine that's by Zapman because he's the one rotating on over. He says, guys, let's force a pyro fight. I'm strong. I got Devos stacked up here. He's at 82 stacks. He's got some early crit in the Wind Demon. This happened, looks for a taunt here, but gets silenced, stunned.
Oh no, the meteor shower rains down. Happens in trouble. Able to find a pool. Forces Sunprod off the beads and into the air. Sunprod was in trouble, but saved his life with the last little bit of mana that he had. Leap to safety. A crazy exchange for a moment. I thought I was going to pop off, but it turned out to be short and quick.
Yeah, Sunprod's ult just off the mark with those walls that get spawned at the tail end on the other side of the Hui ultimate. Not at the right angle to stop Happen from walking just between the walls, able to walk away to safety. But if that connects at the right spot, Happen's dead there. So Nice little looks there from Hold That, but Sunprod did have to use the beads to walk to fly away to safety, excuse me. So now he becomes that much more vulnerable come the next fight.
And here it is, that 15-minute mark that we've talked about quite a bit. It's here. Gold Fury, Queen Naga, and a beacon to look at in about a minute or so. A lot of objective to look at. Usually the Pyro, but that was taken down by Hold That just recently. So Clocked In have a lot of objective to look at. Sunprod by the Gold Fury. Three members of Clocked In on the left side of the map, but Zapman making his way towards the Queen Naga. That's a pretty stacked up Devos. What are the odds that Zapman solos it, right? Especially with Snatty giving so much breathing room. This looks like a split map if I've ever seen it.
Oh, I don't like this response from Hold That at all, though. They are going to get the Queen Naga, sure, but it's only Sunprod on the left-hand side here to try and contest this Gold Fury. And Clocked In will get their first objective of the game. They gave the Pyromancer the Queen Naga as well, but they will get themselves the first Gold Fury. So that's something going the way of Clocked In, especially when I don't feel like Hold That had to necessarily give that one away. They do. It is still a 3,500 gold lead, around 4,000 favoring Hold That, but just small little things like that they are giving away, like that Gold Fury, as that tier 1 on the right hand side will go down here. Snatty with a 3-level lead over here.
Yeah, in a perfect world, that Gold Fury doesn't fall to Clocked In. I get that 100%, but Clocked In know how to split this map so well. You got to think, immediately after that Queen Naga was taken down, Gold Fury in response. It wasn't like just now, oh, they're over there, let's go try and start it. They were ready. Clocked In knew the vision, the game sense was all there. Clocked In capitalized, and Hold That just didn't have the resources, I guess, or just didn't have the confidence in taking it to him. But you know what? They might have given up to Gold Fury, but now they get to fight over the beacon. Looks like Hold That have advantage of it right now.
Zap has rotated on over as well and is going to start up this Pyromancer. So Hold That. Just looking to play the objective game so far. Paul getting rooted there for a moment.
And this is wild to see both carries rotating out so early. 5 members of both teams here in mid lane fighting over the beacon. It goes to Hold That. And I'll tell you what, as far as objective control goes, I don't think we've seen this week of macro game from Clocked In quite some time. Granted, they couldn't do much there. I don't think they did much wrong other than just, lose the early game pressure as Snatty takes it to Karmic. Karmic's down to half, goes for the healing orb that rotates throughout the jungle, but I don't know if that healing will do too much for you. Tech veers around the corner, and Snatty says, that's fine, you can get out of here.
I want to give a shout out to Zapman on this Jing. He's using it very well, using the power of that passive of just rotating to the objectives and forcing Hydrogen to have to respond to him. He's rotated to Pyro first. Hydrogen still hovering the left-hand side, has to just sit back, clear waves. Zap rotates to Pyromancer again and now into the mid lane as well to force that objective fight. Pulls Hydrogen away, and Hydrogen multiple times now has been late to these objectives, and that's just the power that Jingwei has in the kit and that passive where she can back to base and get on the map elsewhere on the other side that much quicker than you can.
Yeah, Blink, Taunt, Confound, forces Aegis away from Kaidon. But, oh no, Meteor Shower to follow through. Tegveer's here as well. Sunprod just killed Happen, going into the air, landing back down. Tegveer's in trouble. Almost got taken down, but the bounce would have been crazy.
That was spooky. I mean, Paul nearby here to try and contest this Pyromancer. So is Hydrogen, but I don't know about this one. Kaidon nearby, just zoning members away. So is Snatty. I mean, you don't have any tools to try and defend against this Achilles, who's just so tanky and so far ahead right now. He's level 17.
Yeah, he's up there with Paul in the player damage chart. Have you seen that? I mean, Paul's just cranking out damage, right? It's Paul that we're talking about, right? Snatty right next door with the player damage being, what, like a 40 damage difference? One basic attack from Snatty? Crazy.
Something like that. I mean, one basic attack from Paul is also pretty effective, and shout outs to Paul at the top of the player damage. Very effective on this Newt so far, but it's only converted to 1 kill, 1 assist. I mean, despite having so much damage to his name, it's not really, it feels like all for naught, right? Like, it feels like he's just kind of throwing it out there, and it's not leading to anything. Multiple objectives going the way of Hold That. Despite not giving away an early, despite giving away an early Gold Fury, not getting one themselves, they're still pretty sizable advantage so far. That's off of little things, right? Pyromancers, the the rituals in mid that they're getting, the Naga Queen as well. It's just small things that they're winning.
Yeah, exactly. It's the little victories that add up, as Beast forced out from Hydro, disperse over the wall, and Hydro's A-OK. Getting the dagger ready as the Gold Fury is looked at by Hold That. They've got 3 members around and maybe start to burn. Yes, they do. They're starting to burn here. And they take it down to 6. They take it down to 5. Nobody from Clocked In even around. That's strange for Clocked In. They're usually on top of these golds, but Zapman secures it. Hold That. Get their first goal of the game.
Dead?
And Snatty dies to happen. What?
I mean, I get it. Force the play onto Kaidon. I was actually a little worried for Hold That with Kaidon being in mid under his tower that Clocked In would respond to the Gold Fury and they would have a numbers advantage, but instead Clocked In try and force the play onto Kaidon, and Happen just stays too far forward. It gets punished by Snatty's rotation.
Snatty has
This is bizarre,
kills.
Mort. This is bizarre. I mean, this does not feel like Clocked In. This does not feel like the Clocked In we're used to seeing. And that version is just, we run you down and we push our buttons a little bit better than you. We play the objectives a little bit better than you. But for the first time in a long time, it feels like Clocked In have lost their draft.
Just now getting word in from production that part of the reason for this is that Paul is playing with his feet. Just kidding. No, yeah, it is definitely a weird. I mean, somebody's got to have a blindfold on or something. This is definitely not the Clocked In that we're used to seeing, but this is Hold That we're used to seeing. They're playing at their prime time. Sunpra is on fire. It's Natty's doing a great job of zoning. Happen walks in, but what are the odds that Happen steals fire? Dashes in, 3k health, but they're going for the kill on Happen instead. Who's going to take it? Zapman secures the fire and kills Happen in the process. They run at Tegveer and look to take him down. Fatal strike forward. Down goes Tegveer. 2 kills for Snatty. And what's going to happen here? Eagles rally over the wall. Karmic's in trouble. Hold That got a lot just now. A Fire Giant, 2 kills, and now a mid lane tier 1 tower. Hold That are in control by a long shot.
They're looking to take down the tier 2 and maybe go towards the Phoenix as well. Happen still dead for another 4 seconds. 22 on Tegveer. Only Karmic alone here while Hydrogen's on the left-hand side trying to find whatever farm he can, and that's going to lose him as Phoenix in mid.
Down goes the bird. A pyro bomb was chunked, and it blew up the bird. Bayro secures it and Hold That walk away. They just got 2 towers, a bird, 2 kills, Fire Giant, 10k gold lead. Like, this is great. This is the biggest stomp that anyone's ever given Clocked In this year.
And remember, this game starts with Sunprod taking an early spill to Paul and Tegveer in the mid lane off of a weird little play where Sunprod doesn't hit the right combo, kind of just misses the ricochet in the little bounce corridor, and takes an early spill to Tegveer. And then takes another same fight just a little bit later, lands that triple bounce and takes and gets the kill onto Tegveer. And it feels like Hold That not let off since. And they haven't really brute forced the lead. They've just slowly made the right plays. They've let Zapman do what he needs to do. He's farmed it out. He got the Devos stacked up, got the Wind Demon, and then got the Deathbringer, and then started rotating to objectives around the map. Rotated to the Queen Naga, rotated to an early Pyromancer. And Zap has been, to me, a bit of the unsung hero this game in the terms of he doesn't have the flashy kills. He's 0-0-5. He's been a part of 5 kills, and that's it out of the 12. But he's been at every objective before Hydrogen. He's forced his team to make plays at the right time.
The left bird siege begins here. Hold That walk forward. Snatty's deep under the bird. And look at Happen just getting melted down. A great apple from Kaidon does massive damage. And look at Karmic in the back line trying to create some space, but Karmic's getting jumped on. And a Skyfall slam dunk does decent damage. But look at Bayro zoning away Hydro. Tegveer and Paul all forced under the Titan. And with 2 melted birds, Fire Giant belts, Hold That are going to walk for the end of the game. The meteor shower rains down. Sunprod's got damage all day to offer. It's down to 6k. It's down to 5. Oh my god, the game is over. Hold That just defeated Clocked In game 1.
I mean, what is there to say? That is a stomp from Hold That to Clocked In, and it wasn't close. I mean, maybe some plays in the early game, Paul doing pretty good damage for a long time, but
yeah,
to me, it comes back to the draft. It feels like Hold That had the better end of things, and you look back earlier in the day, what did Clocked In prioritize at banning on their side when they had first picked? It was the Jing Wei. They didn't ban it. Zapman gets Jing Wei, and then they're just first to every objective. They snowball the lead off of every play. Again, this to me here in the early game, I was like, oh no, it's over. Tegvir's going to just run this game. He's got himself the first kill. Sunprod's dead here.
Yeah.
It's over. But look on the right-hand side here. Watch this bounce as Sunprod. Oh, okay, we're going to go back to cams for a bit. We'll get that set up for you properly in a minute here, folks. But again, to me, it's just Sunprod got the better end of Tegvir that game.
I don't know if you're much of a Marvel fan, Book, but I don't know if you're seeing Infinity War, where
of course,
every superhero movie you expect to see the hero win. It's just what you expect, and that's kind of how we see Clocked In as a superhero, as a Smite Prime. But then Thanos snapped and won. Hold That is Thanos. They just and we are the audience shocked that it happened. I haven't felt a shock of a victory like this or a defeat for our superheroes Clocked In since then. That's how I feel right now.
If Clocked In are the Avengers, then Hold That are the Justice League. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like just really crazy plays here this game. I mean, Zapman again not getting a lot of kills really at all. I'm not even sure if he got a kill that entire game, in all honesty. He's just doing ADC things, classic ADC things where it's I'm there to DPS objectives and the rest of the team is gonna do their job and win the game for me. And as long as I do my job right, they should do their jobs right, and I make their lives just that little bit easier. And I mean, man, what is there to say, man? Hold That, win game one against Clocked In. Yeah, 0-8 for Zapman at the end of the day here on the Jing Wei.
But he did the damage. That's all I needed to do. He did the damage. That's what I expect out of my carry, right? Don't give up kills, deal the damage, burn down the tanks, and let the rest of us do our thing, right? And that's exactly what Zapman did. That let Sunprod go into the back line and pick up 2 Oathsworn Spears. Interesting. Do exactly what he needed to do. I mean, it was a great game overall. Incredible game from Hold That. I'm still in shock.
I got to give a huge shout out to Snatty, man. I mean, just rolled over Karmic that entire game. Multiple solo kills on the right-hand side. I mean, again, Karmic picked a matchup which was just not the play, I don't think. That Bologna into Achilles is just such a difficult matchup. You got to imagine Clocked In, if you're looking to bounce back, you're starting from scratch. You're changing your draft plan pretty quickly, but so many of your best picks have just been taken away by Hold That.
Can Clocked In lock in for game 2, or will Hold That keep their intro? I just cut us to a break, man. Get us out of here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. Week 1 of the April circuit is upon us, and we just watched game 1 of the grand finals. We're about to watch game 2. My name is Morty, and I'm joined here by the whole Smite Prime crew. We've got Jithens, Rosie, Testdie, and with me here in the booth is none other than a passionate piece of papier. It's Spirited Book. What is up, Bookie Book?
Oh, hey, Mort. I didn't see you there. I'm just looking over at I'm trying to look up a conspiracy theory on where Clocked In went and who's maybe playing on their PCs right now. Because, yeah, that was a tough one to watch. I'm not going to lie. They did not look like themselves. To me, it comes back to a lot of the draft. The Bologna Achilles matchup was really, really tough there. And now we're in an interesting spot. Best of threes, all the characters that we just saw are gone. That means that Tegvir's Huiyi, the Achilles, are gone. Hydrogen's just best pick, his Jing Wei, off the table here. I don't know, Mort. This is looking like it might. I'm saying it early. This is my hot take. I feel like Hold That have potential to clean sweep here today.
I swear, if you casters curse this, I will never forgive you. You
Caster's curses aren't real, man.
Okay, all right. That's not something a caster would say. Am I right, Chad?
They're not real, man. They just things happen at the wrong time, and it's people point out, this player is doing so well, and it's because they see them on screen in that moment, and they don't see the play that's about to happen to that person. That's why it's not real. It's not Mort.
Right. We'll see if Caster's curse is real as we get on through the grand finals. Is Spirited Book correct? Will hold that 2-0 sweep the grand finals here in week 1, or will Clocked In come back and really take it to hold that in game 2? I don't know. I mean, it's really anyone's game. Like you said, there's 10 gods that can't be played, and a lot of these players' best gods. But I'm keeping in mind here a couple of things. Geb is still open for either carry. Paul's Princess Bari still open. A lot of great picks are still around, so it just takes, who are we going to pick up? What are our team comps? It really does change a lot.
Yeah, Merlin's still available as well for both mid laners. Kaidon loves it. Paul loves it. That is a contested pick between these two in the past. Trying to think of what else. Obviously, Onher and Jingwei are gone. Hui's gone. That's been something that Zapman's gone for. Neath available for Hydrogen. That's kind of been one of his default fallback picks in the past, but as of late, haven't really seen it too often. Again, to me, I'm kind of sitting here with thinking, what is the play here? If you're Clocked In, what does everyone start to lean and fall back on once some of their best picks are gone and off the table? Karmic has a lot of options, though. I mean, the Kabrakan is open. The Jormungandr we've seen him go towards is still available if he wants to go towards that. A lot open for him, I think, in the solo lane.
Well, let's see what he's going to pick up in the picks and bans phase. Coming at you live right now. Picks and bans are here, and we're about to get this underway. And here we go. I mean, let's take a look at the rosters real quick. I mean, we saw these players all last game, but now that we've got vault bans in place, which we'll have on screen, I remember who they are. Okay.
Do you remember what they are? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
Wow. Jithens, you've outdone yourself. This is nice. This is very
This
nice.
is really nice.
So, yeah. I'm not going to cap. Like you mentioned it earlier. I haven't talked about this at all, but our brand new asset package that Jithens put together by himself with his little army of robots, it's pretty sick. I guess pretty wicked, dude. I don't know.
Pretty radical, as some would say as well. One could argue.
Yeah, pretty radical, right?
Pretty radical.
Bans come through. Sturb and Daji and Osiris. Odin still to be banned. Hercules still.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Hold That keep their exact same bans. I mean, that's what they kind of banned away last game was the Naja, the Cerberus. I believe they also banned Osiris as well, if I'm not mistaken. Clocked In, I'm curious. There's a particular ban they haven't gotten rid of yet, and are they going to get rid of it this game, or are they going to suffer the wrath of one of Sun Prod's best characters? That is the discussion that they are having right now, I would imagine. For now, Hold That. I think you just keep similar bans. Just don't change up what just worked. Get rid of exactly what you just had to deal with. And yeah, Hercules is the ban from Clocked In. So now Hold That need to have the conversation. Are we comfortable worrying about if Tegvir or if Karmic are going to be the ones to play the Odin here?
I should probably ask this behind the scenes, but I'm just going to let it rip on cast. Tess, do these like rotate in and out? Is there like a timer to it, or do you like press a button to change between like the rosters? All right, good talk. Interesting. So that's like a manual thing. So we can just like, so the rosters are back. This is so cool. I'm sorry, I got caught up. Irrelevant business here. Yeah, the Hercules ban, very worthwhile. One of the strongest gods in the games. You could really just like run down in a match, and that's the last thing the Clocked In want. They cannot afford to be ran down again, lest they be out of the grand finals and show up second place. And look at that rotate. I like that rotate back and forth. Geb gets banned also, so neither Hydro nor Zapman will get the Geb pick, but the Odin pick going towards. So we're taking that away from Sunprod. That's smart.
Yes.
Last game, we saw Snatty take Achilles away from Tegvir. Now we're taking Odin away from Sunprod. Interesting. Whoa.
Always an interesting answer here for the side of hold that. I mean, Odin, you have to take it away. Where it's going to go remains to be seen. I imagine this is probably going into Karmic's hands, maybe Happen's hands. Traditionally, Tegvir hasn't struck me as a big Odin player. I love this Yorm takeaway, though. I think taking that away from Karmic is a great shout out. Put it on Snatty, let him be comfortable in that lane, allow him to just be that big snake guy that gets in the back line, especially with the Kali, cause destruction and mayhem in the back line. Don't allow them to do what they want to do.
Wait, whoa. So Paul's playing Morgan. Oh, okay. What are the odds? I don't think we've ever seen it in Prime, but what are the odds? It's Aspect of the Cursed Crown. Sylvanas joining too? This is gonna be a good game.
This is gonna be a good one. There's a lot of AoE on the side of Clocked In right now. The Odin Cage, the Sylvanas ultimate, the Nature's Grasp as well. Morgan Le Fay is some self-peel, but you can't self-peel a Jormungandr ult here this game, so I feel like Paul might be putting himself in a very precarious situation here for his team. To me, I'm looking at Hydrogen. What is the 80 carry pickup here? Because Kali is flex. It can go to Sunprod, but it can also go to Zapman in the 80 carry role. But Zapman to me hasn't really been a big Kali player. I love this Merlin takeaway as well for the side of Hold That. This is one of Kaidon's most comfortable characters, as well as Paul's. And now I'm kind of curious where everything is going exactly. Baron Samedi in the support role. This is just a very different style to what we saw last game. Cernanos?
CERN. Like, I think it's pretty on brand.
Yeah.
Tsukiyomi for Tegvir. Okay. Where does Tsukiyomi go? Is that Morgan Le Fay solo? What is going on here?
Okay, so
what are these picks?
CERN ADC, Suki jungle, Morgan Le Fay mid, Sylvana support, Odin solo.
Oh.
Okay. I could see you running the numbers in your head there. Like the thought process from here to here, and you got there, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Sometimes I need me a little spirited book to connect the dots for me. I mean, there's steam pouring out of my ears right now. If I didn't have these big old earmuffs on, you'd see it. I'm still. It makes sense. Happen on Sylvanas sounds nasty. And I also like this pick going into the Yorm, because while you can't pull Yorm towards you, if Sylvanas hits the grab on Yorm, he's stunned in place for the same duration that it would take to pull Yorm to him. He's just stuck there stunned rather than pulled. So that's still a big disruption tool. Let's say that Snatty's trying to, wiggle his way. I was going to say run away, but you can't run because you don't have feet. So wiggle his way away. Then you pull him, stun him in place, and the rest of the team collapses. Okay. All right. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it whatsoever. And the Odin Cage keeps Yorm in place. Yorm can't go anywhere. He has to ult out. So,
I think it's a nice shout there. No, I agree. I think this is a good comp for Clocked In. There's a ton of AoE setup for AoE damage. When you keep members in place, Tegvir is going to get a couple of good line skill shots with the Tsukiyomi, cut through the team fight. Same thing for Hydrogen, on this Cernanos, who's going to be able to have big follow-up off the big AoE setup to big follow-up on the damage with that Wild Hunt, as well as the Bramble Blast. So a ton of AoE damage on the side of Clocked In.
Let's see if that damage will be enough to take down Hold That and make us take a game 3 into effect. As we make our way into the game, Grand Finals Week 1 of the April Circuit is live, coming at you now. Clocked In need 2 wins. Hold That only need 1. For those of you just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got the whole Prime crew here. Jithens, Rosie, Testai, and Spirited Book with me here in the booth. Let's take a look here. Everybody's in place.
Yeah, and do want to note Sunprod being on his Hunbots, one of his signature characters as well as of late, has been very successful, has gone for the aspect, and that's just a B setup style. He's there to be set up for Zapman, who has gone for the Kali and is going to just run the game if it goes to mid to late. Zap obviously being very successful last game on the Jingwei, not going to be able to have that same level of success in terms of how the objectives were played. He's able to rotate there first. Instead, he's going to have to focus on walking there first. So has to kind of do what everyone else does in the game and walk. It kind of must suck to be that guy in instances like that. But this Hunbots to me is going to be, I feel like, a make or break for Hold That. Does Sunprod make the impact and play setup style for these two damage dealers in Kaidon and Zapman and allow them to kind of do whatever they want? Because Baronary has setup and has some CC, but it's not to the same extent as, say, you know, the Hunbots ultimate, big AoE team fight ult, or Snatty with the knockups. It's kind of just root someone in place. He's the initial engage. Oh, speaking of engage.
Oh my God, the grab and the root. Horn dash, basic attack, hydro, and happen just got first blood. What a filthy combo at a minute into the game.
Yeah, and this is kind of the issue for me with Baron Samedi. Incredibly immobile and so easy to pick off and lock down. Do love this adjustment, though, from Zapman and Baronary, where they're going to these back harpies to clear those away, allow Baronary to hit level 2 here as Paul takes a bit of poke in the mid lane from Sunprod, as they will just trade out these mid-neutral objectives while Tegvir was on the left. Sunprod and Kaidon go to the right.
Okay, so we got first blood out of the way, but there's a lot to look at here. There's a lot to look at. So one thing that's been sticking out to me from the get-go, it's Zapman on this Kali pick. Now, you know better than I do that Zapman's been around for quite some time, and you would think that Zapman would stick to picks that he knows. Jingwei has been around for a long time. Cern's been around for a long time. Anher, yada, yada, yada. I feel like that's why we've seen Zapman tend to stray away from the Geb carry. Of course, it was banned for this game, but we just don't see it all the time from Zapman. But this Kali pick, Kali carry, is a somewhat new thing, right? Aspect of Destruction dropped, you know, a little bit earlier last year, and Zapman has had time to practice on it for sure, but, you know, it seems a little out of his comfort zone compared to guys that he's played for a decade. You know what I mean?
It could be, yeah. It does play a little different than how most ADCs do play. We can already see, I imagine Zap is going to play a somewhat similar style to where he went last game. Probably going to go for the Devourer's Gauntlet first, because Kali wants to scale a little bit anyways, but has gone for a different starter item, has gone towards the Death's Toll instead of the Gilded Arrow, so likely not going to be leaning on that crit that he went last game. Instead, going to go probably for a full basic attack style build where he just does tons of damage, probably an oboe flavored in there as Sunprod trying to contest these rocks, but Snatty's on the way.
It's the worm. The worm showed up, and Sunprod's now got the advantage. Kaidon rotating over as well. Beads forced away from Tegvir, running for his life, but Snatty's got the nasty breath to burn him down, and Kaidon cleans up. Down it goes Tegvir. Snatty is going to help out, and Kaidon gets the kill.
What is happening here to this clocked-in team? Tegvir just stays a little too long there around the objective. It's Snatty who has priority to walk on over. Karmic isn't there at all. And so not first blood, the first kill for Holdout goes their way. And they also get the elementals, and the rocks go to Snatty on a hybrid scaler on the Jormungandr. I love this look for Holdout already, answering back beautifully on the right side.
1-1, eye for an eye. Clocked in, did get first blood, but Holdout got a kill right after. And that gives, you know, a little bit of leverage as to, okay, Firebrands might be in control by Holdout, but Clocked in may get a first gold Fury. But this is what we saw kind of last game, is that Firebrands just going to hold that over and over and over and over and over. I mean, Sunprod had a lead with the Hu Yi pick and then just kept running back to solo. Firebrands. So I'd be interested to see if this is how it's going to go down in this game too.
Yeah, I think this is interesting dynamic here, and it shows a lot of what Hold That really prioritize on this map. And because of that early first blood, you can already see Kaidon and Sunprod, they're here on these oracles, and I believe they end up trading 1 for 1 if I'm not mistaken. Ult's on the left hand side.
Oh, life of the party takes in Happen, but doesn't do too much damage. Happen looks okay for now. think that happens going to be A-okay, but oh no, blink in, and then a stun off the overhead smash happens in trouble, but we turn around and go for Hydro instead. Tried to horn dash through the action, but got caught by the staff from the monkey. Down goes Hydrogen, another kill for Holdat.
That was disgusting from Sunprod. Preempts the overhead smash, then blinks in, gets a two-man stun, pops the ult, no beads available for Hydrogen in the moment. Pops them a little too late and ends up taking a spill. So hold that, continuing to find tempo here. And look at this, Snatty, with the help of Erebus, is just able to keep Tegvir from really walking up to him. Karmic's nearby, but the rock's going the way of Snatty.
You were so right about this Yorm pick, by the way, that it's going to let Snatty be this lane bully that he wants to be. And Snatty's able to rotate over to the Firebrands and be a bully there, too. Just kind of bullying wherever he wants to be, saying, hey, I'm in charge right now. I'm in charge. This is me right here. I'm the big worm. I'm taller than you, which means I'm in charge. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, of course. And part of that comes down to the fact that, oh, hold that, Hydrogen could be in a world of hurt. He doesn't have beads.
And we'll hold that thought as Hydrogen gets rooted down. Horn Dash brings him to safety under the tower. 400 health to his name, but he's going to be A-okay. Doesn't fall here, but happened. And Tegvir around the corner, a little bit late to the party. Hydrogen's already gone. Not much more that can happen.
No beads, or sorry, no ultimate on the side of Baronary, so he's not able to commit for that kill there. Otherwise, that would have been a dead goat man over on the left-hand side. But yeah, I mean, Snatty on this right-hand side is just able to bully out Karmic consistently and look for those Firebrands early as well. You can already see he's looking for a blue buff invade potentially as well. Tegvir's on the way, but this comes down to the fact that Tegvir doesn't really play Odin, and it was first overall.
Well, Karmic, it might be in a bit of trouble. Oh, no. Yorm's the one in trouble, having to use the World Serpent to jump on out of there. Snatty played a little aggressive, but did get caught by Tegvir, but at least you had enough mana for an ultimate. You're able to get back to safety, throw down the Eye of Erebus, and get yourself back to base. Spend that gold you've earned. You deserve it, buddy.
Oh, it's Tearfing picked up first overall for Zapman. I kind of was curious if it was going to be Devourer's Gauntlet, because Kali does want to scale a little bit, get some items online, and then be impactful. And that Devos fits that style perfectly, but is just going to go for this all-in basic attack build. Going to have a ton of basic attack power behind these items, bonus attack damage from these items. Yeah. So just going to go all in on that style. And that could be interesting for Hold That. That allows them to kind of pull objectives earlier than they looked for last game. It took a bit before Zapman could rotate. Needed the Devourer's Gauntlet stacked up to at least 75, and then had Wind Demon, and then had Deathbringer, and then Zapman rotated. So don't have to stack as much this time around.
Clocked in control of the beacon right now, although the numbers game, it's even. A great pull, followed by the knockup, and a Dragon Flight also to follow. A lot of damage coming through, but Tegvir didn't land a single ult charge, so Sunprod's still alive, but that's fine. Clocked in say, maybe no kills, but at least we get this mid lane beacon. I'm okay with that, right? I mean, Clocked in, keep in mind, they didn't get any beacons quite literally last game. So I think Clocked in are fine with taking every little bit that they can get around the early game, because we cannot let what happened in game one happen in this one.
I feel like Tegvir needs to take a breath here, because that's another mechanical misplay that we don't see often from what has, consistently been a really solid player here in the jungle. Kind of has been driving the meta for a hot minute with some of his best picks, the Achilles, the Tsukiyomi, the Susano, and he has some of his better picks both games now. Susano, arguably his best pick, and now Tsukiyomi. We saw what he could do earlier in the day, and there just missed all 4 shots on the Sunprod, who was dead to rights in that little fight there. He was like no HP. 1 tick would have killed him.
No, I think you have a really good call there, because, I'd expect it from a couple of these other players. Karmic is used to playing the Yorm, not the Odin, right? Sunprod, it deserves the Odin pick, not the Hunbat's pick. I see what you mean. That there's a little bit of counterplay here and there, but Tegvir's on a comfort god. This should be second to nothing, but maybe it's the nerves. You know what I mean? Think about it. We're in the grand finals. They already lost game 1. There's only so many mistakes you can afford to lose. So the nerves, you pick Tegvir's hand off the mouse and it might be shaking a little bit. I think it's probably the call.
I mean, to me, it's not even the fact that they lost game 1, it's how they lost game 1. It wasn't close, and a part of it was as Sunprod blinks in,
Oh my god, the Fear No Evil forces out the Aegis. Look at Paul using his ult to try and defend himself, but it barely worked. It just barely worked. Paul's alive. I expected him to fall there, but you know what? Paul had other plans in mind. Sunprod rotates back to the jungle to get some farm. Tegveer and Happen show up to peel, and Clocked In didn't lose anybody there.
They do get Paul's ultimate and his Aegis off the table, though, right as Firebrands are due to spawn. Where's Snatty and Sunprod? Right there, ready to take them off of Snatty having priority in the right-hand lane and priority in mid, so Kaidon could rotate if he needed to, but they didn't even need him. Sunprod and Snatty there first, and Tegveer, Paul kind of out of the fight there. Means there's no contest for that objective. And Snatty continuing to bully on this right-hand side. Again, a 2-level lead out of nowhere.
As we're maybe seeing some action go down here on the left side of the map. Hydro in trouble, gets rooted down. Wild Hunt in response with life of the party to provide some space. And that was close. A lot of pulls, a lot of ults, but no kills found. A lot of counterplay taken away. The ultimates off the board, and Case Gold Fury gets ripped anytime soon. I think that, it might be good for Hold That to try and punch it pretty early. That's how they won last game, right? An early game lead, just, you keep running that snowball downhill, and it's eventually big enough to take down a building. Let's take down the building already. Let's start rolling the snow around a little.
I agree, especially now that Zapman has this Odibo completed for himself. I wouldn't be surprised if they look for an objective sooner rather than later. As well as with Hydrogen's beads are down. That's all that play is there for. Barrow's on the left-hand side to force Hydrogen's beads for the next play. But look at this, Clocked In here first. And they're the ones pulling it, and they're burning it fast.
Down to 1,000. But look who's here. Sunprod's watching. Fear No Evil. Who's going to take it? Barrow steals. Barrow steals. Barrow Neri just stole the gold. Fury. A huge play from Hold That. Clocked In thought they had it free, but Hold That say, not today. Not in our house.
I mean, I get it. It's Aspect Baron. He does better damage than the average support or classic Baron even, but still, how does he steal that away? I get it. A lovely ult from Sunprod to keep Clocked In from DPSing the objective, slow down that push. And then just what a steal. I mean, again, shades to what happened to Smoke Break against Clocked In earlier in the day, where they were up. They went for an early Gold Fury, and then they lost the momentum afterwards. Clocked In just lose an early objective, and they continue to get snowballed on. It's 3,000 favoring the side of Hold That, and now a Pyromancer as well.
Make it 4. Make it 4. Bad news for Clocked In. Hold That are developing that lead little by little. And it's not just through kills, because there's only 3 this entire game. It's 1-2 in 13 minutes, which is kind of crazy to consider with how much action we've had so far, Book. I feel like we've talked about a decent amount of fights and not that many kills, but it leads to a pretty fruitful lead for Hold That, along with a Gold Fury, a Pyro Bomb now, and a lot of Firebrands going to Sunprod or Snatty. So yeah, this is looking worse and worse for Clocked In.
Yeah, I think Snatty's got a lot of those rocks in his pocket here this game, because he's a hybrid scaler, uses the rocks to full efficiency compared to, say, someone like the Humbots would. So I feel like this Hold That team has really shown that the rocks are a big way to snowball early leads. I mean, that's what the gold lead that they had for themselves before that Gold Fury was based on. The fact that they've been getting every single rock, the experience in gold, maybe not every single rock picked up for the pure stat, but they've been getting the golden experience from all those rocks, as we see a 4-man grouping for the left-hand side, just for any bit of farm that the side of Clocked In can go towards.
An infinite amount of potential for Hold That to run this game. They've done a great job so far of controlling objectives, but Clocked In looking to get their way back in any way necessary. That's why Happen's over here. I think the Happen wants to go for another pull and kill. I think it's what we're really waiting on. Happen wants to try and get Hydrogen fed in the head, because we need to get CERN online as quick as possible. Look at the Scepter buy. Very interesting. Happen's got Scepter of Dominion picked up.
I think he realizes that this is about to become very objective based in terms of where the team fights are going to be happening. And maybe just using that as a means to keep his own team alive through something like a Humbot's ult or stunning out the objective, not allowing anyone to DPS it for a moment to allow his team to get involved and get to a team fight in time, especially with this Queen Naga that spawned. But I agree, that is a very interesting pickup here for Happen. It does mean he's not going to be the most tanky in the game here, so going to be difficult for him to play as a true frontliner.
You know, what's interesting about this Scepter, too, you talk about objective play, and I think you're right. If you were to Scepter a team on top of an objective, an enemy team, the enemies can't damage the objective anymore because they're Sceptered. But you can still damage this Queen Naga. So look, Hold That are already going for Naga. They've got 3 members, but look at Happen. Happen's walking up. Does he Scepter? He does Scepter it away, but they're still continuing to burn. He was barely off the mark and still able to continue. Sunprod still kept throwing basics, and away the Queen Naga went to Hold That. Another objective going their way. That is huge as Paul forced to ult, a little out of position. Dragonflight off the mark, but a lot of resources taken away. Clocked in, they look a little checked out.
Yeah, they do. They look a little shaky here. I mean, just not on the mark with that Scepter of Dominion. Now, Paul, I want to say it's a panic ult because I feel like maybe Bayonary just pops the ult there if Paul doesn't ult in response, but maybe just wait. At least force Bayro to pop that ultimate as Hydrogen looking for a flank, but the flanker's getting outflanked.
The Fear No Evil goes through, beats forced out from Hydro, but it won't save his life. Sunprod gets the kill. Another dead Hydrogen over here in duo. That's Hold That's only 3rd kill of the game with 17 minutes in. That is wild.
I do see Tegvir here in the mid lane, so the Moonlight Ritual should go the way of Clocked In, but Sunprod wrapping around the backhand side to these Oracles. Maybe this is going to be a fight here over this objective anyways.
Happen and Paul watching as the beacon gets melted away. Happen doesn't feel comfortable just walking on in there, so we're kind of just watching it go down, waiting for Tegvir to show up. Maybe we can find a good pull or a route or something of that sort to try and set up, but look at Snatty. Up on the right side, flanking in, looking for a knockup, lands 2. Decent damage, but a Scepter to follow through. A great pull, followed by the knockup, and look who's in trouble. Forces Snatty into the ult, barely alive. Bayro gets melted down. Life of the party won't save you today, but 1 dead on each side. Happen and Bayro, both supports dead, and walking away. Snatty did the knockup thing, and then now he's gone. The rest of the team doesn't feel fine with fighting this out. That's A-okay. I mean, Hold That got what they wanted. They got the ritual, they got the beacon, the extra XP, and they got a kill. So I'd say they got the upper hand, and it shows on the scoreboard right now. That's an 8K gold lead along with 2 kills above their opponents. Hold That are doing exactly what they did last game, it seems like.
Yep, they're just slowly starting to snowball their lead off of little plays. Yeah, you lose Bayro there, and that is just a nice little play there from Happen where he gets the Scepter of Dominion proc onto the 2 members and then lands the pull onto Bayro as soon as it starts to time out. So he gets pulled in, knocked up from the ultimate, and Karmic's there to keep him in the cage, but Hold That show up late to the party and still manage to impact the fight there, get involved, and trade out support for support. But yeah, you mentioned it. Moonlight Favor going the way of Hold That. You can see they're pressuring this left-hand side with the help of that Naga, and then immediately rotating on over to the Gold Fury. Paul's not even here yet. And with the Merlin, this is going down quick, but you don't have the best secure in the game for it, but they're just going to go for it.
But Scepter is not ready. Fear No Evil to zone. Sunprod able to save the steal potential. Down goes another Gold Fury, the second one of the game, going Hold That's way. That is huge. Their macro game is incredible. Macro is usually where Clocked In shine above all other teams, but Hold That are dominating this game.
Snatty rotating on over. Karmic has to be careful that he doesn't get caught here. Is able to be knockup immune, but he's still now looking for Snatty, who's pretty tanky here.
Snatty is very tanky indeed, but is soaking up a good amount of damage while the rest of Hold That are around the Pyromancer. The burn hasn't begun just yet, but everybody's there. I'd say go for it.
I mean, why not? Look at where everyone else on Clocked In went, to side lanes, to farm, because they're too far behind now. Hydon gets the Pyromancer, and with 5 people grouped on this right-hand side, you see Hydro on the left. You have a Kali who's 4 items. Why not pull the objective? Why not pull the Fire Giant 19 minutes in?
Look, they're burning it fast. Look at that, 5,000 health on it. Look who goes into the back line. Happen goes for a scepter. It's down to 3K. Yorm goes into the air. The Odin cage is out. Who's going to take the fire? Down goes Happen. Down goes Snatty. Who's going to get it? Hold that, just secured. Fire Giant. Dagger in hand for Baronary. Kaidon just killed Tegvir. 2 dead for Clocked In. Paul's nowhere to be seen on the other side of the map. Hydro's just trying to farm. Karmic's just trying to live, but the Wind Sprite won't bring you safety today. Sunprod still on the chase. Fear no evil to slow him down and a basic attack to finish him off. Down goes Karmic. Hold that, just scored a massive dub.
Hold that have just snowballed this game, and now they're in a position where they just have a massive gold lead. And it's going to keep getting bigger as they take down these towers on the map. I mean, look at that, 10,000 gold 20 minutes in against last month's best team. I mean, this is the winner from just a couple, like, not even, is it just a week ago that we played our finals for March?
Yes.
Like a week goes by and suddenly Hold That are like, yeah, we actually are just better than you guys. We just decided to throw in game 3. It is what it is. It happens to the best of us. It's okay. We're going to come back next week and we're just going to play better than you. And they've done exactly that. They're just playing better across the map. And a part of it to me comes back to the draft. I mean, you first pick Odin. Karmic going to struggle there. Not one of his better picks, I would say. But you have to take it away from Sunprod one way or the other. And so they do that. And then Tegvir gets one of his better characters, and that's okay, as Happen actually could be in trouble here.
Getting slowed down by the Tremble. Happen slowed down, but the Tegvir Caltrops create some space. Tier 2 tower on the left side will fall to Zapman. Happen walks over. Maybe looking to stop the burn on the bird, but Happen could get zoned out here. 5 levels above Happen. Snatty just zones away. Yeah, the rest of the team is in middle lane.
Gone.
That bird is gone. Where are Clocked In at?
They're in mid. Hydrogen was in right, pushing the right-hand side tower. He got the tier 1 at least, but you're about to lose everything on the map. That's the worst Phoenix to lose in the game, because the next Fire Giant siege, you have to worry about spending time in left, clearing the minions, and they're still grouped in mid and looking to keep forcing this, maybe, but with Gold Fury spawning, Pyromancer spawning, they are going to back up soon.
22.5 minutes in, 3-7. What a 12K gold lead for Hold That. Fire Giant belts around every member's waist and Stampede in. Thaddy looks for a knockup, but he gets stopped in his tracks by a Bramble Blood, forced into the World Serpent, and a Scepter Dominion to keep him in place. Happen almost saved his life. Oh, he did save his life with the Cersei's. Snatty still having to run away. That's a successful defense for Clocked In on the middle bird. You can't say the same for the left one, but hey, you take something out of nothing, I guess.
Yeah, Hold That haven't backed just yet with the gold that they've just gotten for themselves off the left-hand side towers in Phoenix, with the mid towers as well. So there's a lot of gold in pocket right now for a lot of these players, that this next fight is where we'll really start to see that difference in the builds, right? This is where they'll have spent all their gold. They still aren't backing just yet. They're going to clean sweep everything off the map. Gold Fury gone. Pyromancer about to go down as well. Clocked In, I feel like this was an avenue that they could have tried to fight for something, but they're just sitting on their hands a little bit. They're just trying to split the map, find farm where they can, but I feel like this just isn't how you can afford to play against this team and Hold That, where they're just on every objective on time, and Clocked In, they haven't been.
And you know what it really comes down to is that this is a position that Clocked In are not used to being in, right? They're used to being pretty level or being in the lead from the get-go of the macro game. This is a very weird spot for them. It's not very often that Clocked In plays from behind. So a little, out of their comfort zone, right? This game plan that they're using right now, they haven't had to assemble this just yet. This has been in the back pocket of the playbook. There's dust growing on this part of the playbook. It's definitely something that they're not used to.
Yeah, playing from behind used to be one of Paul's greatest strengths alongside Zapman. Again, I think back to multiple 10,000 gold leads, 3 Phoenixes down, and they come back and win the game. But I mean, Zapman's on the other team, and I don't know, man. This has just been tough here for Clocked In this week. They're really struggling in these 2 matches, and Karmic on his own, too far forward, could get caught.
Karmic needs to be careful. We know you've got a jump. We know you've got a cage, but still, you cannot afford to get demolished because a free fire giant would be endgame. 4 clocked in. Left side bird still hasn't spawned. Mid lane bird at half health. Fire giant waiting to be taken and clocked in on the retreat. Let's hold that have 3 members approaching the right side tier 2 before they go for the burn on the bird. We need to zone them away and maybe stop this push, but look at happen back there in Hydro on the
dead.
fire as Karmic gets taken down. No, they're gonna rip the fire giant. They're doing it right here. Happen and Hydro have to leave. Static caught on to their antics and zoned them away. An ambitious call, but getting zoned away. No. That's another dead member. Tegvir's in trouble. He's got nowhere to go. He tries to use the piercing moonlight to maybe bob and weave his way out of combat, but instead he's put down where he stands. 2 dead members of Clocked In have just been caught. Happen and Hydro away in the trenches, and Fire Giant is getting burned. Snatty sees him. Snatty knows it's that 6th sense for Snatty as he goes straight towards Hydro. Looks to lock him down. Egg is forced away. Also followed by the Fear No Evil. Hydro in a whole heap of trouble, but took Sunprod with him. Snatty can't say the same. Shut down. Massive play. But the Fire Giant still getting looked at. Paul and Happen over the wall.
I mean, you can probably do this if you hold that. I mean, nice little look there from Clocked In. Paul nearby. Gonna try and steal this one away, but Snatty has that ultimate, just gonna zone away Paul, who does step forward.
Oh, the steal didn't go through. Hold that are able to take it away. Snatty going straight towards Happen or Paul. A great lockdown in place from Happen to keep Snatty from walking forward. Happen's in trouble though, getting caught down, slowed and killed. Happen's dead. Hydro dead as well. 3 members of Clocked In left alive. This could be endgame.
They're all in left. Again, this right-hand side Phoenix is just gonna fall down. No one nearby to contest. Karmic just now backing to base, and right-hand side Phoenix is shredded by Zapman.
But what if they turn around for Ancient? No, they're going for more kills. Tegvir surely dead here. Odin Cage locked down. Karmic tries to save their friend, but it's not going to work out. Karmic in the backline doing everything they can. Tanky as ever, but still getting shredded. Zapman's got damage for days. 2 dead members. This happened about to respawn, but Paul and Hydro waiting in the wings. They can't do anything against Hold That.
Nothing going the way of Clocked In so far. 27, almost 28 minutes here. And it's just all going the way of Hold That. Goose eggs for both carries for Hold That. Kaidon 7-0-3, Zapman 2-0-7. I mean, just what a performance from this team so far in this finals, in this weekend in general. Sunprod hunting here for Hydrogen. Has to be careful he doesn't get picked.
Ooh, very, very close for Sunprod. Didn't get caught by the root on the bamboo brass, but able to hop over the wall and be just fine. Paul zoning away, Hold That from the mid lane bird. Zapman goes in, but Paul uses ult to provide some space. Paul's A-okay, but the bird can't say as much. Kaidon takes down Hydro. 1 dead member. Happen gets a pull and a Naga, but there's nobody there to respond. Happen by himself over on the left side of the map. 2 dead birds. They're about to make it 3. Karmic and Tegvir go forward, and down goes Kaidon. This could be bad news for Hold That, but they're still going to continue to walk forward. Look at Sunprod in the back line with a massive Fear No Evil. Happens dead. Bayro gets another kill, and with Karmic dead, that makes all 5 members of Clocked In deceased. Bodies scattered around the Titan room. Hold That have just won the grand finals.
Week 1 going the way of Hold That. They're the best team on the block right now and the team to beat. And I mean, what a bounce back from what was a very rough, finals week last month. They look very, very strong. They look like the team to beat right now, and they just beat the team that was the team to beat in Clocked In.
Wow. Just wow. This it's not real. You said it, and I thought you were Caster's cursing, but apparently it's not real. The Caster's curse is not real. Spirited Book is right. Predictions 1 for 1. 2-0 sweep. 4 Hold That. I'm shocked. I'm bewildered.
Yeah. I mean, that's Clocked In. They just did not look like themselves, man. They looked very lost. They didn't seem to have an answer for Holdout's objective play. And I mean, again, this game starts with a great play in left. Bayro dies for first blood. And then Tegvir over here on the right, just what happens? Tegvir just stays, gets his beads forced. Snatty's there first. Karmic can't respond at all to that play. And then Sunprod here on the left, like, again, just plays left and right from Sunprod.
And Gold Fury getting taken away. A great zone as Barrow's able to steal. Clocked in. I mean, I thought they were going to get a little bit of footing there, but a huge steal from Barrow to kind of keep the foot of Holdat on their throat.
I think that steal from Barrow is from his potion, the Baron's Brew, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back and watch, but his 2 didn't connect. His 1 didn't connect just yet. I would have to go back and watch, but I think Bayro stole that with the Baron's Brew. I could be wrong, but it was close.
I'm actually really curious now. I might go back and watch that with you after this, but yeah, just so much dominance, so much presence from Holdat. Keep in mind, it did take quite some time to start getting kills on the board. I mean, this kill lead might not look too massive, but look at the gold. Look at the objectives, Rudic Bombs, Obsidian Daggers, all in favor. Just Holdat's macro game has been stepped up so much. It just saved their whole set, really.
I mean, I think that almost makes it even more impressive that they're not just outright winning in the early game through team fights, through scraps. They're just slowly playing the smart, methodical game of winning around small objectives. You know, Zatman's, even this game, not on the Jingwei, but on the Kali, walks to the Queen Naga first, is there to force that issue, force that play, force the Pyromancer immediately afterwards. And it's just these slow little wins that net themselves a significant gold lead in the early game. Those Firebrands as well in the early game, giving Snatty a huge lead in the solo lane. And Snatty, I'll be honest, this entire set was a solo diff. Snatty looked so much better than everyone else this weekend in the solo lane. Looked so comfortable on the Achilles, on the Jormungandr. Very, very strong. Top damage for his team in this game number 2. A very impressive performance for the solo laner this weekend.
Yeah, I hate to say there's a lot of diffs, throughout the team, but I do think Snatty's just better. I don't know. I mean, I think Karmic's great. I think Karmic's incredible, but Snatty is just Snatty. Unfortunately, that is all that we have for today. We'll talk about a couple things as we make our way through the our closing of today, right? Let's talk about what we're fighting for. You know what I mean? I mean, what are we all doing this for? What is the grand prize? Let's go ahead and pull it up. $7,000 on the line. Now, keep in mind, the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th are all open sign-up. Any team can sign up, show up, and accumulate points to make their way, potentially, to make their way to the 25th, the closed bracket. And that's where you'll find out which 8 teams that have gotten the most points will fight over the $7,000. And let's take a look at the bracket and who fought over today and who's going to get points, who moves on.
Oh, single bind. They ended up winning that 3rd place matchup, which is important over Mind the Gap. That's an interesting, significant moment there because I feel like Mind the Gap, they looked very good in the matchup we saw against the Oni Warriors, but against single bind, they clearly have a lot to work on still. So these two teams against each other, probably a competitive match, but still a lot to work on.
It's funny how you said that. Warriors, like almost like they have like a cereal brand.
Well,
can you imagine?
No,
SPL.
Isn't that how it's spelled? Like Wario, like from kind of like Mario and Wario, you know, like
Oni Warriors. Oh
yeah.
My goodness, Oni Warriors. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's take a look at the giveaway that we've been doing for Smite Prime. It's a Discordia koozie. Disco koozie, right? And while Book might not know too much about koozies, I certainly do. And I love me a good koozie, and it keeps the brews cold and cozy and good for you for getting throughout the day. We've got the art shop. If you don't want to wait on the giveaway, if you want to just get your hands on that koozie right now or anything else that you see on screen here, posters, pillows, mouse pads, phone cases, anything you can think of, including the Horus tumbler, head on over to shop.smiteprime.com. You can use code SMITE to get 10% off the shop. And I believe that's all we got, Boog.
Yeah, I think that's it for us. I mean, this was a good, today was a, you know what, Mort? Today was a good day. There was some awesome games that we got to watch today. I'm not gonna lie. The dominance from Hold That today was very impressive. Ico back to that Mind the Gap. Is it Mind the Gap? Yeah. And Oni Warriors roster we saw earlier today. Very impressive match. Probably the most fun game I've casted yet. So yeah, today was a good day, Mort.
Thank you for joining me here in the booth, Spirited Book. Thank you to Jithens and everybody else behind the scenes for making this whole thing happen. And most importantly, thank you to every single viewer that tuned in for this epic broadcast. It was a pleasure to be here. We'll see you back next Saturday, the 11th. It's going to be at noon Eastern for week 2 of the April circuit. Hope to see you there.